Welcome into day 2 of the NFL Draft. Steve Palazzolo, Sam Monson, live on YouTube, coming at you from the Antonio Cromartie studio in part with Huggies. All brought to you by FanDuel. All brought to you by FanDuel. We're going to have monster night ahead of it right here, day 2.
Day 2.
You saying it was supposed to be the other studio name tonight?
I think so, yeah. I think it was, wasn't it, on
Cromartie
yesterday?
I
Which
know.
means it's got to be Mike Vrabel today.
It's the Mike Vrabel's a part of the Bill Belichick coaching tree studio tonight on day 2. The last night in which Mike Vrabel will be a part of the draft.
Indeed. Because he's got to dash off to therapy.
Appreciate everybody for being here. It is the live stream that the GMs watch. We're just getting text messages like, hey, what'd you say that last? What'd you say?
I honestly can't believe that's a thing that happened. You got a text message from an honest-to-goodness NFL general manager asking us for a reference that we dropped, like an article that we referenced on a show. It's like, should you not be busy? Like
the execs listen.
I mean, I appreciate it, but
when they say we're restacking the board after day 1, they're restacking it. They're trying to figure it all out.
They're restacking it by watching our videos.
We had a great day yesterday. Appreciate everybody for joining us yesterday. If you didn't join us, well, you missed out. You should just go watch it anyway. But excited for night 2 here. Hit the 80,000 subscribers. Appreciate everybody for being in on that.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, as he says. The chat brings up a good point. And Ben had brought this up before, that the guy who promised to pay us money for interlocking fingers like we were Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
Where's that?
I saw no payment come through after that.
That was supposed to be $100, right?
He said it was $200.
$200. I mean, that's the only reason why we did it.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'd just look stupid.
We were called sellouts.
Well, yeah. So apparently we sold out for $2.
So come on, dude. Get back in here. Starscream's already asking questions in the chat. How many quarterbacks do you guys have a second-round grade on, if any, and how many do you anticipate going in the second or third? I don't have specific round grades on the quarterbacks in this class, but I could see.
Oh, look.
Oh, there
Harrison.
That's not Harrison.
The guy. I appreciate the $100, but that's not the principle.
Shout out to the Jets nose tackle, Harrison Phillips. Appreciate you. The $100. I heard you dropped $100 on Stock Exchange too.
Yeah, NFL SE.
Yeah, so appreciate you, man. Quarterbacks on day 2 that you're keeping an eye on. I would say Garrett Nussmeier is the first one for me, and Carson Beck, I would say, the second one.
Yeah, again, I don't put a specific round grade on them. You gotta say, I got no $200 came in from that. We just looked dumb. Anyway, I don't have specific second round grades, but I don't think any of them would be second round graded quarterbacks. You know, if Nussmeier goes in the 3rd, that would make sense. I could see Cole Payton sneaking up to the 3rd. I could imagine somebody talking themselves into Drew Aller in the 3rd. That feels like when the quarterbacks will come off the board again.
It sounds like the Carson Beck thing, a lot of people have connected him to the Steelers.
Can't rule out they'll go in round 1.
He was one of the 92 names that had their name called as you never know if they'll sneak into the 1st, which makes me think, okay, sometime on day 2,
somebody's told
Carson Beck. There's been a lot of rumblings that the Steelers would be the team to get Carson Beck, so we'll see. So we got a huge night, as always. I love day 2. Day 1's fun. It was fast last night.
Yeah.
It was quick hitting. We tried to keep up with the broadcast. The broadcast couldn't keep up with the action.
We kept up with the broadcast fine. The
we
tried to draft.
We tried to match
right.
the turtle-like pace of the broadcast. But we're the hares here. We're not the tortoise. So we took off. And so we will do the spoilers tonight and everything. We'll just when we have the picks, we're going to break it down and get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Day 1, it was fast last night. Tonight's going to be even faster. I want to get into who has what for picks tonight, but just going back to day 1, biggest surprises, biggest storylines for you coming out of there?
Well, the biggest surprise has got to be the Ty Simpson to the Rams thing. Then you get the psychoanalyzing of everybody's body language in the press conference. Did they actually hate the guy they drafted? You know, I've seen a bunch of people being like, it's nepotism. They just did a favor for Ty Simpson's dad. You're like, nobody drafts somebody in the 1st round as a favor to somebody. Like, what are you talking about?
It's like Burt Breer put out the information. He didn't even have a take on it. He just put out the information that Les Snead is a family friend and
right
as an advisor to the family just said, yeah, I think you'll get drafted in the 1st round.
Right. So obviously I'll draft him myself because we're buddies.
So we'll just do him a solid here. I pick 13. Pick I never have. We'll just do them a solid. Like, people are dumb, man, that they think that's the reason why.
To be fair, I could imagine McVay being annoyed if that happened.
Oh, yeah, I could see him being annoyed. People read in McVay's body language and the whole thing. I think realistically, McVay probably would rather have a player. But he knew what they were getting into today. It's not like I don't think the news just broke to him at like 9:30 p.m. last night. So I think he'd probably rather have a player, and he wants to temper his excitement because Matthew Stafford's still his guy, and they have at least another year or two to make a run here.
I think that's a big part of it. That he doesn't want to look over the moon about the quarterback they just drafted, who theoretically at some point is going to either succeed or take over Matthew Stafford's job. Like, he doesn't want to annoy Stafford in that regard. He knows Stafford's where their success lies, so he's trying to sort of go somewhere in the middle, right? Say pleasant things about Ty Simpson, but also reiterate that this is still clearly Matthew Stafford's we're going to go as far as he takes us.
I think we'll talk more about this. We'll be doing recaps on every single team and every division, and I have resigned myself to not criticize teams for over investing at the quarterback position.
Right.
I think it makes a lot of sense. It doesn't mean that there isn't an alternative. It doesn't mean that you can't picture a world where, say, Mekhi Lemon is the pick for the Rams and what that would do for them.
Yeah.
But
there's also
I do think you can say, hey, this is good long-term planning for the Rams here.
I saw somebody I forget what the tweet was, but somebody had said something along the lines of, if Ty Simpson never plays for the Rams, it's good. It's a good thing for the Rams. It's a good pick because it means Stafford kept playing at an awesome level, and they used that same argument with Michael Penix Jr., and I think they used it for Jordan Love as well, and it was bullshit every single time. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, which is, things have gone well for the Rams if Ty Simpson never has to play because it means Stafford has played well enough that he never saw the field. That doesn't make it a good pick. That means that other things have happened that were good. It does not make that a good pick.
That's right up there with giving the MVP vote to somebody, not you, giving the MVP vote to an addition by subtraction player, like when Peyton Manning missed his entire season.
When Curtis Painter was there.
Curtis Painter was so bad. This shows how valuable Peyton Manning was.
Right.
He's the MVP by not taking a snap. That's dumb. The closest I've come to that take, though, is when Jalen Hurts was the second-round pick for the Eagles, and I said, given the price tag of backup quarterbacks in today's NFL, Hurts was a cheap backup option who could have this starting upside.
Right.
And that's what made sense. And, of course, we know that ended up being a good move for the Eagles. So I get it a little bit, but it's not good if you literally don't use Ty Simpson.
Right.
Starscream's coming back with a question as well. Our favorite players on the board. We did a quick-hitting video this afternoon, favorite players, but give a couple. Players we're looking for coming off the board early this evening.
So my favorite player, I think, would have to be Cashius Howell. We talked about him a bit in the broadcast today. Like he was a first-round player on the consensus board for the majority of the process, but slid the further we went on, and really, I think, did himself damage in terms of the draft stock once people got a firm measurement on his arm length, and it's like it's even shorter than Reuben Baines, like literally shortest on record, effectively, for any kind of edge rusher. I said on our little video today, he's like my 65 Mustang, right? It's a bad idea. There's a lot wrong with it, but I love it anyway. It's a bad idea. The short arms thing is ridiculous, but I love Cashius Howell. I want him on my team.
I'm looking forward to hearing his name come off the board as well tonight. D'Angelo Pons, Jacob Rodriguez are the two guys I would put up there for me. Texas Tech linebacker Rodriguez, Indiana cornerback D'Angelo Pons. Interested to see where they come off the board. There are always some good players here. Denzel Boston, and we had a little poll in the chat there. Denzel Boston, Emanuel Pregnon, both good odds per FanDuel to be the top pick here tonight. The San Francisco 49ers control all the cards here, not only with the top pick of today, but the most draft capital across a couple different charts here. Shout out again to Renee Brugner with the
I think there's no R
Bugner.
there, right? Yeah.
Bugner. We reference him a lot. Post-draft, he's got the little post-draft deal.
There you go. It's Cashius Howell.
There's Cashius Howell. The arms are longer on that thing. Cashius.
It's true. 65 Mustangs got longer arms than Cashius Howell. I've taken off the chin splitter, by the way, already. I didn't like that. I don't like it.
I want an updated picture.
I figured when I was going to get
I took a picture
that it would be easy to remove, but I didn't want to ask the guy because it was like, hey, the first thing I'm going to do is rip this thing off your car that you're selling me. But I took care of it.
The first day that we parked next to each other, I got a nice picture of the minivan versus the Mustang, and it's like, hey, welcome in to check the mic.
It's like I have a picture somewhere when I did that road trip with my dad in the E-Type. we parked that in a parking lot somewhere, and there was like a Yukon and a Suburban and the E-Type in the middle. It's like the size difference is comical. You could have parked the E-Type in the trunk of one of those things.
The draft starts at 7 o'clock. We didn't put it on the TV yet today.
No, I figured you've got it queued up, right?
I will. I haven't yet, but I will.
In one of your 3 screens over there.
Yeah,
you can't spare one of them?
I'll queue it up. It's saving the internet here, I think, not having it. So it starts at 7. Let me just give you a breakdown of who has what here tonight. So the Niners have the first pick, the all-important first pick that everybody calls for. The Niners have the most trade value per the Jimmy Johnson chart, the Rich Hill chart, not the pitcher, the former analyst. Number 3 in the Chase Stewart chart. The Niners have 3 picks tonight, 7 total. The Jags have 11 picks left in the draft, as do the Steelers and the Dolphins. For tonight, Friday picks, 4 for the Dolphins, 4 for the Steelers, 4 for the Jags. So a lot of day 2 picks here. Down at the bottom, Seahawks have only 3 picks left. They reportedly were trying to trade out, but because everybody ahead of them had already found their trade partners, I think Seattle ran out of trade partners. They drafted Jadarian Price.
With a critical need at running back. And he was the final pick of round 1 last night. So keep an eye on Seattle with the 3 picks, and then on the other end, Dolphins, Steelers, and Jags with 11. We have not seen the Jags pick yet. Do we anticipate the 49ers auctioning off this pick? Because often this is what happens at the start of the second round. It's like that everyone has a chance to settle, reset the board, watch some videos, and decide, is there a guy that fell out of the first round that we really want to have? And we referenced Arif Hassan's article in our video this morning. According to his data, since 2016 or something, the average of 6.8, I think it is, first-round consensus board players make it into the second round or beyond, and the hit rate on those guys is very good. It's like 50% or something. So there is some power to, if a guy fell out of the first round that you thought was going to be there, go get him.
We always hear that it's this auctioned-off pick, and I think most of the time they make the pick at pick 33. So I'm going to say that the Niners make the pick. We get the Niners, Cardinals, and then the Bills. Remember, the Bills, they traded down 3 different times.
Yeah.
And I got to find, do we have that tweet from, oh yeah, so this was Jeff Bell, a guy named Jeff Bell last night on Twitter said, so the Bills traded 26, 60, and 91. This is going to be tough to follow, but 26, 60, and 91. They got 35, which is 11 picks later, 9 picks later than 26. 66, that's 6 picks later. 101, 10 picks later. So they dropped a little bit in a few different spots, but also picked up 125, 167, and DJ Moore, the Bears wide receiver. So you're following? So for 3 picks in rounds 2, 3, and 4, they dropped 5 to 10 spots on all of those picks. Picked up 2 extra picks and DJ Moore with all of their wheeling and dealing last night. And if you add it all up, what they've done, this offseason. So pretty good job by the Bills. We'll see if they make their pick at 35. It's night 2 of the draft. NFL Network. They're starting to get going. It all starts at 7. Should we do it? Let's throw to it. Let's throw to our open NFL draft. Night 2. Wasn't perfectly timed. We're a little bit early, but we're calling day 2.
Not bad.
Open for business right now.
Open for business.
Open for business. We got rounds 2 and 3. This is where championships are won, Sam. This is where we get the teams are going to start finding the guys with their first round grades that are falling and everything here. So we got a lot to cover here tonight. Niners, Cardinals, Bills, Raiders, Giants, Texans. Coming up here.
Yep. Jordan Schultz says the 49ers are picking. They're not trading it away. They're going to make the selection, which makes sense, right? They traded out of the first round. They position themselves with this pick, and they're going to select it.
The Niners are one of 3 teams with 2 picks here in round 2. It's the Niners, Bears, and the Texans. So remember, the Texans, they have the extra 2 from the Laramie Tunsil trade from prior to last season. So Texans, they just traded up. I think that allowed them to trade up for Keelan Rutledge.
Yep.
And if you only watched our live stream last night, we were talking about him as a guard. He will convert to center for the Texans. So a center to come in with the guard additions that they have in Wyatt Teller and Ed Ingram. So they've done a lot of work on that offensive line this offseason in Houston once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's been a pretty overhauled offensive line. A couple of teams have really gone after offensive lines this offseason. Texans, the Browns obviously had to with basically an entire offensive line, hitting free agency and needing to come up with a starting five from somewhere. But yeah, there's some teams really gone at it.
Anything else from yesterday worth touching on? Picks. We talked about some of the picks that we liked, didn't like. As always, there's not we try to give both sides of it, even if we don't particularly love the player. Understanding the reasoning behind it.
So a couple of ones that appeared to be, controversial, appeared to have some legs with discussion. The Vikings selecting Caleb Banks seems to have been a pretty hot button topic. I think it's the biggest boom or bust type of pick in that first round, the biggest swing maybe in the first round. Like, people found my tweet coming out of the combine where I'm like, that guy might go top 10. Remember, he had pretty crazy Senior Bowl, and then he had a ridiculous workout at the combine at that size. And coming out of that, people were like, man, that guy. But then fairly shortly after that, it emerged he broke his foot again. And that's now 4 fractures of the same foot at 330 pounds. But I think you can see why a team took him there. It's just there's a lot of risk associated with it, too.
You also hear these rumblings all the time. I don't know if any of the GMs did it last night, but they're like, man, somebody just texted me that we grabbed their guy right before we did, kind of confirming everybody was in on it. But there was a rumor that the Bears were in on him at 25 and the Vikings took him at 18. Who knows how true any of that stuff is, because you can't really confirm it. But the Banks pick at 18 definitely was one of those picks. I thought that the Dolphins 2 picks were interesting. Caden Proctor, I feel like, can go both ways as far as your analysis on him, where he's going to fit in, going at 12, but also they came back up at 27, get the second cornerback off the board, and Chris Johnson. I thought those were a couple interesting moves to start the John Eric Sullivan regime for the Miami Dolphins, who, again, have 11 more picks to go in this draft.
Yeah, and they came out. So that's one I think we need to monitor in terms of whether Proctor's going to end up playing guard or tackle for them, because they were talking him up off the charts. Like, he's special, he's amazing. We just had to have him. We had to get this guy. I'll challenge any of you to sit down and watch his tape. The stuff that he can do at that side, like, they were going wild. And that's not the kind of stuff you generally say about a guard. Like, if you're talking to a guy that is that special, you kind of think he's playing tackle.
That's a good point. I think I could see him, being the guy at guard, at tackle. And again, a lot of teams do the 1 year guard move and then you're out to tackle. And it's just, it's a way to ease the player in, but also fit the long-term need where you want him to be. Roger Goodell's at the podium. He's talking, man.
Good for Raj.
A reminder on day 2. Not only is it fast, is it 5 minutes in between? Or 6 or 7? It's fast.
6.
It's fast, and there's a lot of trades.
Yes.
Last night there were a lot of trades. I think it's the nature of this draft where I think teams are trying to fill their needs. They're trying to get the players that fit them. The boards diverge, as I always say. It's 7 minutes in between picks. Thank you, guys. And you get a lot of teams trading up. Last year, I think Nick Eamon-Wari, the Seahawks traded up for within 3 picks of the second round. Of course, that made a huge impact in them winning a Super Bowl. So that's what I'm saying. Championships are won. Pick time tonight is fast.
Traffic's got it covered.
Can we just give me another monitor that's in my sight line? I've got double laptop. I got the
what you
lamination.
Really need
I got
what you
my
really
eyes
need
don't.
is more screens.
I need more screens.
Yeah.
I need another screen to look at. But I need one's that's in my vision, so Ben's jokes get directly to me.
Starscream in the chat is saying the Jets are being mocked, or were being mocked for making the Sadiq pick, even though most people had him projected to go 1 pick before. I was telling you that according to Arif Hassan's consensus board, he was 16 on the consensus board. Arif breaks it down into evaluators and prognosticators.
Yeah.
So whether you're trying to guess what's going to happen or just evaluating players, he was 16th for both the prognosticators and the evaluators, 16th overall, and he went to pick 16. Like, across the board, 16 was the pick he was supposed to go at. It's just weird because the Jets drafted a tight end last year in the second round.
Yeah, I think they could coexist. I'm not against the 2 tight ends. Now, in a rebuild, like the Raiders a couple years ago, going Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers, the Jets in a rebuild, it doesn't feel as good when you're in the middle of a rebuild, when you still need receiver talent and more pass rush talent and corners and the whole deal. But they've added a lot more talent, I think, this offseason, certainly in the draft. It's cliche to say that the team that had 3 picks night one. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but I liked the picks that the Jets had, or I liked the haul that they had between David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr. traded back in to the first round. We've got some trade rumors. Kayvon Thibodeau, the rumors coming from Jordan Schultz that the Saints are in on him. So this is the Giants edge rusher. They were already 3 deep. We already thought he could be traded last year when they drafted Abdul Carter. So they have Abdul Carter, they have Brian Burns, they've added Arvell Reese, who the Giants said would at least start at linebacker, but of course has that versatility. And rumors that that Kayvon Thibodeau could be going to the Saints, and he's got a goodbye Instagram post.
Paul Walker, Instagram.
Okay.
Maybe he's just a Fast and the Furious fan.
I mean, he's probably just watching one of the Fast and Furious movies.
Right.
Why wouldn't he be?
Totally innocent.
Draft night. That's how other people
it's just
watch.
a girls' night out.
Yeah.
No? Too soon?
It's never too soon. It's just girls' night out. I was just trying to watch. I mean, some people watch draft day.
You know what he should have done, right? Vrabel should have come out and said, it's just AI. Can't prove that's me.
Yeah.
I was sitting at home the whole time. What are you talking about?
AI.
Right. Claude did that.
Tell his wife.
Prove it otherwise.
I was hands-on with his Honiger. With a Honiger. This is the real videos here.
I was running drills with the Honiger.
You can see it right here. Oh, my goodness.
These are the insights you get from the
Under
Mike
4
Vrabel
minutes
studio.
for the nine. We need the picks to start.
How have they not started already? We've got 7 minutes. Let's go.
Niners been on the clock all day. Yeah, it's us holding hands again. It's us.
It's AI.
That's AI.
We didn't do that.
AI. Until that dude pays us, then it's
Claude
real.
did that. That's fake.
Jeez.
See, we can't even reach across the table. That's total fake.
Yeah, I can't reach. No way. I need my official arm length. Am I 35 plus arm length?
We measured it at some point, right?
I mean, if the guy at the combine does it, I'm like 33.
Yeah, but at one point the combine, when we in the stadium, they've got like the thing on the wall. I think we did yours at some point there.
Gino Jeremiah's best available receivers, Denzel Boston, and then Jeremy Bernard. Your guy.
I like Jeremy.
As the next guy on the board. All right, well, we're going to be getting going pretty quickly here. The report, as we said earlier, the Niners will make a pick. NFL Network showing the fewest defensive sacks, for the Niners at 20 last year. We know their pass rush was an issue. They're getting some reinforcements. Nick Bosa coming back off injury. Mykel Williams coming back off injury. They've been rumored heavily to either think about a guard or a safety here with this top pick. Looks like they're about to celebrate in the war room.
Yep. Chance claiming I have short arms. I have the same length arms as Aiden Hutchinson. You take that back.
Under 33.
Yes. Which does admittedly say more about...
that long? 32?
32.
7/8?
It's my arm length is exactly the same as Aiden Hutchinson's.
What was the threshold? Was 32 the threshold for corners for Pete Carroll? Or was he looking for 33?
No, I think it was 32.
Yeah.
For
so
corners.
you could play corner for Pete Carroll?
Yeah. Former DB, former corner. Admittedly, I then moved to safety, but still.
I was talking to somebody the other day, believe it or not, that still, he was like, I have a short corner bias when we were talking about pawns.
Yeah.
And it kind of, given the history of the system that he came through and everything, like the Packers system, it's like it's all Randy Moss's fault. Because the Packers front office scouts and personnel were taught we need long corners because of Randy Moss. Randy Moss is still affecting the draft today.
Because obviously Randy Moss never beat long corners, only short guys. I think people tend to do what I did when we first met each other in person, right? When we had the PFF at the Combine thing. And in my brain, I bucketed people into two categories, Steve's height and not Steve's height. And it was only later when I met other people again without you being around that I realized they were like 6'3". It's like, he's actually really tall. He's just not Steve's height.
Not 6'10".
People, I think, bucket all short corners together. And I don't think they're fully appreciating just how short D'Angelo Pons is, right? Because people are like comping him to like Brent Grimes or like Brent Grimes, I think was 5'10".
He was 5'10".
It's like an inch and a half like taller. You can't throw him into the bucket with Brent Grimes and other 5'10", 11 corners. He's 5'8" and something.
It is
really
one of the
small.
It is one of the challenging things about the draft. Remember a couple of years ago, it felt like all the good players were undersized. This year, a lot of the good players are undersized or slow or not necessarily slow, but the arm length thing the last couple of years. I mean, it is one of the complicating factors when you get the good football players and then dealing with outliers.
Oh, we have the pick.
Okay, so
God damn it, this is like the third time in a week I nearly brought this up and didn't. Will I break it?
do it.
The San Francisco 49ers are taking Ole Miss wide receiver Jaawn Stribling,
Yes.
who was a real sort of late in the process darling of everybody going, wow, this guy's incredible. And the reason I thought the 49ers would make a ton of sense for him is he's got that George Pickens blocking highlight reel where he runs up to a guy expecting, a route and just buries him, right? Pancakes him for fun. And actually, he does seem to enjoy blocking, not just the pancaking guys that aren't really paying attention, but like they'll use him close to the formation and have him, jump up on a linebacker and seal him in and run to the edge and that kind of thing. I'm thinking, the 49ers love blocking wide receivers.
Yeah, he's got good size, 6'2", 205, 207 at Pro Day and at Combine.
And fast.
He ran 4.36. He made huge plays for Ole Miss. He would run that slot fade for Ole Miss in crunch time in a lot of their big games. Tracks the ball extremely well. I like Stribling a lot. I didn't think he'd go this high after all this, but I think with the size and the speed, where was he? He was consensus board wise. One of the one I use is up. He was up at 81.
Yeah.
As an early third rounder. I think Dane had him 67 on his overall board. I mean, this is it's gonna in the data, it's gonna look like a reach, but he's in this cluster of that next tier of receivers here.
Yeah, it is a reach, but depending on the board you're looking, it's probably less of a reach than maybe it seemed. He was 99th on Arif Hassan's big board, so that's a fair old reach. But I do think the 49ers is an interesting spot for him. The other complicating factor is he's coming out of that Ole Miss offense, which is one of the offenses that's in the category of frustratingly divorced from the NFL and makes it very hard to evaluate him. This was the same story with Trey Harris a year ago for the Chargers, right? You're like, I like a lot of what Trey Harris is bringing to the table, but this offense is like, it's just all goes and hitches. And there's an occasional dig on the backside.
Right.
It's like that's really difficult to project because you're going to need more than 3 routes to play in the NFL.
So that gives the Niners this offseason. You've got Ricky Pearsall. We know the Brandon Ayuk saga, he's out, but Ricky Pearsall, they go get Mike Evans in free agency. Jaawn Stribling comes in here now at pick 33. It's a bit of a surprise because people didn't have him this high.
Yeah.
And now he's going ahead of Denzel Boston, Chris Bell from Louisville, Jeremy Bernard.
5th wide receiver off the board?
6th. I think 5 in the first, right?
Tyson, Mekhi
Lemon, Casey Concepcion. Lemon, Cooper, Tate, Tyson, and Casey Concepcion.
He was on the consensus board.
So this is wide receiver 6.
Yeah, and on the consensus board, he's wide receiver 18.
But size and speed for Kyle Shanahan here. Remember, they drafted Ayuk a few years ago. They drafted Pearsall. And now Stribling.
It's really fascinating because the traits are there, right? The size, the speed. He's got acceleration. He's got strength as well. He can run after the catch really well. But it's coming. It's been very inconsistent. He's pretty old. I mean, he's been in college for 5 years for 3 different schools, all of whom run quirky offenses. So it's not even like Chris Brazzle, where if you just go back to Tulane, you see him playing real wide receiver. It's like basically everywhere Stribling was fake wide receiver and 3 different versions of it. So you've got 3 different versions of a quirky offense, none of whom he truly dominated, but was sort of consistently reasonably productive. And then you have, the 49ers basically trying to project that out to, well, what happens if we put him in an NFL offense, asking him to do the stuff that we like to do? Can he just immediately step in and do that?
All right, the fellow NFC West Arizona Cardinals up on the clock for pick 34, and they're going Texas A&M guard Chase Basantis. So after going Jeremiah Love at pick 3, here you go. They're coming back with the guard here. So they have Elijah Wilkinson at right tackle. Basantis probably plugs right in at right guard here to go with Yeldy Froholt, Isaac Seumalo, Paris Johnson. It is a creep back toward average type of offensive line. That's not a bad unit there. I don't think it's a bunch of mauling run blockers or anything like that, but maybe answers one of those questions with Basantis stepping in likely at right guard here for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, he was another guy that was being talked about as could have snuck into the first round. Actually didn't get particularly close to it in terms of the consensus board. It was somewhere in the 40s, I think. But a lot of people really liked him. You seem to be lower on him than others.
So I get him. I get it. I think all the traits are there as far as his quickness, his power. He gets off the ball pretty well. Zone scheme, power scheme, it's all there. His hand usage just seems to just be off. The number of times that he's like outside the frame of defenders and gets his hand swiped and he just loses. He just, again, a lot of offensive line in the way we were brought up in football. It's like, how do you win? Do you get on base? Right? How often do you win? Last year, Basantis was better over the course of his career. There's a lot of losses in there, both in pass pro and in the run game. And to me, it always came down. I didn't see him overpowered a ton. I didn't see him out-quicked, hand position and technique. So it's similar to me like Caleb Lomu, I would say, what I said about him yesterday. The traits, the size, everything's there. You tidy that up, and I could see the path where he becomes a decent player. So I was a little lower on him because I think it's harder to get there. He's not a finished product. I wouldn't have liked that in the first round, but here we are, fringe first round. And I think he's going to have a chance to start right away here for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, and, that helps this idea of I was surprised how close I am able to get to endorsing Jeremiah Love at number 3 overall for the Cardinals. And, my big stumbling block is, are you confident enough that your offensive line can support him immediately becoming the type of player you think he is? Well, one way of helping that is to add a guy in the second round, top of the second round, that can come in and at least compete to upgrade one of those spots on the right side, if not definitely upgrade it from the get-go. I mean, that's part of how you do that, right? Like, the step might be, like, the answer to the question at 3 might be, not really, but what if we come back at the top of the second and add some players on the offensive line?
I'll give you one more stat on Basantis because my overall numbers don't love him from a projection standpoint. He's in this bucket of a player where if I ran the numbers just for last year, if I ran my draft score just for last year, he's good.
Right.
But over the course of his career, it's not that good. Or it's better last year, but it's not that good over the course of his career. Those late breakouts don't always translate well. So he's trending in the right direction. You generally like that, but data-wise doesn't always play.
The Buffalo Bills have finally stopped trading down and have actually made a selection.
Oh, surprise me. What is it?
They have drafted defensive end T.J. Parker.
T.J. Parker to the Bills. Okay. So that's the inverse of what I was just saying. The player that came into this year, talked about as a top 15 pick, and now the Bills get him at 35. I think it's a good buy low on T.J. Parker here.
I lost track of the players that the Bills fans hated, but they seem to hate basically everybody that you were mocking, though. I don't know where they landed on T.J. Parker. I told you the other day, top of the second round, you tend to reach a point with the defensive ends, with the edge rushers, where they just sort of feel beige and nothing, and they're fine, they're solid.
Yeah.
Parker was the first guy I reached where I felt a bit like that to him. Now, to his credit, I think he wins with his hands very well. He can shed blocks, he can win that way. But a lot of what he was doing just sort of felt solid rather than spectacular. Whereas some other guys, whether it's Cashius Howell, whether it's R. Mason Thomas, whether it was Malachi Lawrence before he went in the first round, like these guys, you can at least see something special, whereas Parker just felt more of a composite of like good across the board.
Here's my final line in my notes on him. Better run defender than pass rusher. Left wanting a little bit more juice and power off the edge, but you're getting a dependable 3-down player who looks more like a number 2 rusher than a number 1.
But even just looking at those reps in the Senior Bowl, like every single one of them, you can see you can see very defined and deliberate hand usage. Like he knows what he's doing with his hands. He understands how to beat people with his hands. It's just whether he's bringing enough to the table outside of that to be a really good player.
So again, Parker, and let me just say this about the Bills the last couple of years. I tweeted this last year after it happened. I said, I don't know if it matters or not, but the Bills added to their defensive line 3 players who were at least at some point mocked in the first round.
Right.
They did that last year with Deion Walker, with Landon Jackson, TJ Sanders, and now TJ Parker. They have gotten all these players who either, in Parker's case, disappointed a little bit late, but at some point in the process were viewed as that. We'll see if the amalgamation of all this defensive line talent actually works, but I like TJ Parker as a buy low at this point right now because coming into the year, you said just a little bit more juice off the edge and he can be something really good. The pad level, disruptive in the running game, and I think he's a nice, at worst, I think a number 2 type of rusher right here.
I mean, we'll see how it pans out. Obviously, we now need to get him on the field and see if he's going to be a good player. But on paper, theoretically, I think this has gone well for Brandon Beane, right? They've traded down multiple times. They've amassed draft capital back again. They've basically recouped what they gave up in addition to getting a DJ Moore into the building. Okay, the contract is what it is. And then you get a guy in TJ Parker where if they drafted him in the first round, it wouldn't have raised eyebrows, right? People would have gone, yeah, that makes sense. So from that point of view, I think you have to say that's good business, right? Now, if TJ Parker ends up being the next Keon Coleman, obviously that's not good, right? And that's what you criticize, where you took the wrong guy. But right now, with all the information we have, that looks like good wheeling and dealing from Brandon Beane.
Let me repeat what I said before. This next pick is in. The broadcast is a commercial. This is a fun one.
Yeah.
Let me repeat what I said really quickly, though, earlier. The Bills have essentially recouped all of the picks that they gave up for DJ Moore. So they gave up a 2 for DJ Moore. Ultimately, they moved down a few spots in each round, picked up extra picks, and still have DJ Moore. When you go make that aggressive move to then trade down, get all the extra picks, get a guy that could have easily gone at pick 26, I think it's a really good process by the Buffalo Bills.
Agreed.
Houston Texans.
Traded up.
Coming up to get, second time they've traded up now for a player. Defensive tackle, Caden McDonald from Ohio State. We gave them various defensive tackles.
Including McDonald.
Peter Woods, Caden McDonald, at various points in the late first. And here's McDonald, the nose tackle, line resetter, going to Houston, adding even more difficult to block bodies up front for that Texans defensive front.
Oh, I love this. I mean, again, this is a guy where if they drafted him in the first round, we would have said fine. We would have been applauding it. We would have liked the fit. We gave him to them at various points in the offseason for exactly that logic. Like he's not going to be the most dynamic pass rushing defensive tackle in the NFL, but he's a monster against the run. He absolutely solidifies the middle of the line, and he can push the pocket enough to make an impact. Yeah. And that makes more of a difference in Houston than it does for almost any team in the NFL because you've got $90 million coming off the edge in Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, right? So the edge is taken care of, which means if you get any kind of push up the middle, you are force multiplying the impact on the quarterback. Whoever that quarterback is now dealing with a tiny pocket with nowhere to escape to.
I like how Houston makes a strength. Now, did they have a great run-stopping defensive tackle? Not really. If you were nitpicking what I thought was the best defense in the league last year, I know Seattle wins it all. Seattle's right up there. I thought Houston, play for play, was the best defense in the league last season. And, they weren't great at defensive tackle, but they've got McDonald in there now. Sheldon Rankins coming back. Logan Hall coming in from the Bucs to go with Anderson and Hunter. I love the idea of making a strength and doing it with a different body type and a different style, this early down run defender at worst, who can then push the pocket for those dudes who are just trying to get to 7 or 8 yards as fast as they can off the edge.
And as Jordan Schultz points out, they wanted to jump the Giants, who obviously traded away Dexter Lawrence, a week or so ago. And so they moved down, whatever it was, 18 picks later on, 91 to 117, or 16 picks, whatever that is, in order to jump ahead of the Giants and make sure they get Caden McDonald.
I was about to say, I think we're going to have this defensive tackle run, but that's not where the Giants are going to go. So they're up on the clock right now. They're not going to go defensive tackle. According to Connor Hughes here, they're taking Tennessee cornerback Colton Hood going to the Giants. So we had discussed maybe Mansour Delane, the LSU corner at the top. We do not see Jermod McCoy being the top Tennessee corner off the board right now. It's Colton Hood, who brings some physicality on the outside. And now the Giants adding Arvell Reese at 5, Colton Hood here to the defense, and, of course, Francis Mauigoa at guard with pick 6 with their 3 picks now so far.
Yeah, I was a little bit lower on Colton Hood than a lot of people. He, I think, was one of those players that was in the first round on the consensus board. Let me double-check that. But he felt a little bit scheme-specific, sort of classic press man corner, likes to ride a receiver physically down the field on the outside. I don't know how much I love him, in every scheme in the NFL. But this is the right kind of range, I think, for him.
Yeah, I think physically, I think he's strong in press, uses his hands to reroute, stays in phase. I don't think he's as good in off coverage or flipping his hips. Is that what you saw?
Yes, exactly. He ended up exactly 32 on the consensus board. So he theoretically should have been the bottom pick of the first round. Ends up just a few picks later.
So Giants did have a cornerback, need. I think they underwhelmed a little bit at corner, with some of their additions last year, Paulson Adebo and what they have. I think it was a smart move to get better there. We're still going to keep an eye out for their defensive tackle. They might have the worst group of defensive tackles in the NFL right now. Doesn't mean you always force it, but there's guys like Lee Hunter out there, Christen Miller from Georgia. I thought they might go that route, but they like Hood enough to take him right here at pick 37.
Mm-hmm.
Puts the Raiders up on the clock. Do we have anything on the Raiders just yet? Not yet.
Will would like to make sure we shout out Harrison in the chat for the super chat.
Harrison who?
Harrison Phillips.
What did he do?
Presumably still the Jets nose tackle. He dropped a super chat. Loved that pick for the Texans.
Oh, he loves. Oh, good. Dynamite shout out, Harrison. Loves the Caden McDonald pick right there. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Raiders up on the clock. They had been rumored to be all in on Caden McDonald. I think they can go a couple different ways here, obviously. They could get a Denzel Boston. He's still out there. Do you get the pass catcher for Fernando Mendoza? But they also need any kind of defensive help. They've made some moves in free agency. They definitely upgraded there, but I still think there's a lot of work to do on the defensive side for the Raiders here.
Yeah, definitely. It's a team in full rebuild. The other question will be, do they want to keep working on their offensive line with similar logic to other teams that have been, well, if we get the guy at the top, we've got to come back and reinforce that offensive line and keep hammering on it. Would they do that as well?
Yep. So we got that. Yeah, so the Raiders, I forget, some people are pointing to Caden McDonald for them, and they traded down with Houston to let Houston get Caden McDonald there.
Mm-hmm.
So remember that one, Raiders fans, if that's the guy that you really
passed
wanted.
Up the guy.
As far as moves this offseason for the Raiders, Max Crosby returning to the Raiders. Before, when they thought he was traded, Quay Walker comes in, Nakobe Dean, Kwity Paye.
They've done a lot.
They've done a lot as far bringing back Eric Stokes. Teron Johnson comes in to play nickel. So they've sprinkled in a lot of bodies there. I still think they could use overall pass rush help. You got Malcolm Kuntz, trying to get him back to where he was a couple of years ago. You mentioned offensive line wise, could they upgrade at least at left guard? Assuming Jackson Powers Johnson is going to be at right guard. Tyler Linderbaum comes in at center on a record-breaking deal. So a lot of moves this offseason for the Raiders. I think pass rush, corner, and then receiver, I think, is the really interesting one here for them, especially figuring out who Mendoza's throwing to besides Trey Tucker and Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Jalen Naylor, who they brought in.
Jalen Naylor. The Jalen Naylor thing is going to be pretty fascinating because he was legitimately pretty impressive for the Vikings last year, despite everybody ahead of him on the depth chart theoretically being better. He was the guy that was helping out his quarterback the most.
Broadcast is still on the Giants. They're all celebrating here. They said last night Arvell Reese was their number one player on their board, non-quarterback.
Yeah, which again, I buy that, right? I think there's half a dozen guys that could conceivably, that could be the case for an NFL team, would have one of those guys top of their board, in this year of all years.
All right, we get the Raiders up on the clock. We're waiting on their pick right now, followed by the Browns making their third pick, and then the Chiefs making their third pick. So a couple teams coming up here, and then the Bengals making their first pick. So an intriguing little run here, waiting on word from what's going on in Vegas. Let's take a quick break, hear from our friends over at FanDuel. All right, right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up. FanDuel puts player research right at your fingertips so you can check stats, trends, matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Head to FanDuel.com/33rd to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus in select states for Kansas in affiliation with Kansas Star Casino, or 18 plus in D.C., Kentucky, or Wyoming. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Call 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Call 800-327-5050 in Massachusetts. Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York, or call 1-877-770-7867 in Louisiana. All right, we're back, and the Raiders have made their pick. We got another defensive back coming off the board. Tre'Davious Stukes, Arizona corner, maybe safety for some, but we'll say corner in name with safety-like skills. Ran a 4.33 at the scouting combine. Yet another player that was talked about going late first round. There was a lot of buzz around him and the Chiefs at pick 29. Chiefs have their pick coming up here. I wonder how much the Raiders thought they might be stealing him from Kansas City here. But there's one of your potential defensive playmakers that we were talking about here for the Raiders.
Yeah, a fun player. So interesting story as well. A guy that was 6 years in college, one of them because he had an ACL tear, so essentially a write-off season for him. But obviously recovered from that to the point of being able to run a 4.3, and has some of the most spectacular and fun plays on his tape. Takes phenomenal angles in coverage. Like, he's one of those guys where, in addition to being able to run 4.3, also invariably heads to the exact right spot every single time, and that gives him ridiculous range and ridiculous ability to actually make plays on the ball because he's arriving at the right spot.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, like you said, like with the speed that shows up on the field, that just shows up at the catch point. He had, I think it was against BYU, an incredible play where he just carried the route, made it, turned, made a big interception on the play, picked it off. Like his ball skills, Dane has him with 29 pass breakups and 7 interceptions. Ball skills, speed, playmaking. He felt like, not that he had to play safety, but just has safety-like skills.
Yeah,
and catch
the angle
skills.
stuff I think is really made for safety.
So I think there's some versatility to what he brings to the table. And you got the Raiders in that division. You're always thinking about who you're playing. The Chargers with their various receivers, going up against the Chiefs and Mahomes and everything. And I think Stukes is just a much needed addition for the Raiders in their secondary here.
Yeah, like he's played inside and outside within that defense in college, and then theoretically he projects to a completely different spot as well in the NFL if he's going to be a safety. Either way, I think he's a good player to add to that defense. And again, another guy where even though he's old, there's reasons explaining the career arc.
Very intriguing combination of size and speed, ball tracking, finish. The speed is 4.33.
Yeah.
To remind everybody. Cleveland Browns are up on the clock, and they're going. Have you seen this one yet?
Yep.
Denzel Boston to the Browns, the wide receiver out of Washington. Browns doubling up at receiver now. So if you had some questions about, do you love Denzel Boston or Casey Concepcion? Who do you like in the late first? I love this when these dudes end up on the same team. Both Browns now for whoever is throwing passes in Cleveland this year.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Like, I think both those guys are very intriguing receivers for very different reasons. Like, each one of them has got something to be a little bit scared about, but they each bring something pretty impressive to the table. We talked about Casey Concepcion just being an elite route runner, really good after the catch. The ball skills are the question there. If anything, it's the opposite for Denzel Boston. Ball skills are spectacular. Contested catch monster, can go up and moss people at the catch point. And then the question people have for him is, will he get open enough,
It is a lot like the Falcons thing last year, getting the two edge rushers, James Pierce and Jalen Walker, and they were completely different type of players. You had pristine character, questionable character. You had great production at edge versus a bit of a projection in Jalen Walker. I think Boston... Look, I think he does get comped to all the other big-bodied receivers in recent years who didn't separate, only relied on contested catches, and ultimately weren't effective. The N'Keal Harrys, the Keon Coleman's of the world. I think he's better than that. I think he's got a good feel for the position.
I also think he's different than that. Like
I agree.
He does get open sometimes. He's able to kind of glide past people vertically. Like, I expect him. So I've seen him come to a variety of different players. As you said, all of them are kind of on the same spectrum of don't really get open. Certainly, you're not really vertical threats. They win elsewhere. But I actually think he can be a vertical threat and win consistently that. He glides past people deep. He's long and tall, but he's faster and more fluid than you expect for a guy that size. I think he can get by people vertically, and then he does win at the catch point. I think he was 77% contested catch rate last season, over 60% for his career. 60% is a really good number. I mean, if you're over that, so 77 is off the charts nuts. So I do think that he can be effective in addition to being that sort of Michael Pittman, Drake London style of possession guy. I think he can win vertically down the field as well, and that makes him, very productive.
I agree. I like Boston. I really like it at this point in the draft. I wrote down in my notes that he would have been a really nice fit for Mahomes because I think he's got a good feel. I think he tracks the ball well down the field.
Yeah.
And he's got a good feel for the scramble drill. I just think he does a lot of receiver things well, and it is going to be a great 1-2 punch to see Casey Concepcion and to see Denzel Boston.
The two concerns I have on him really are, it's less that he can't get open. It's more there are some things he does that don't help him get open. So when he tries to take on press coverage, he almost invariably tries to take it on by just running through the man. That's not helpful at the next level. You're going to need more than that, right? NFL corners are too big and strong for you to just go, I'm going to run through your face, and that's how I get open. And then he actually, for a big guy, he does want to sell routes with like nuance and head fakes and shoulder drops and all that kind of stuff. But unlike Mekhi Lemon, where everything he does, the DB buys, nobody ever buys anything that Denzel Boston's selling, right? He'll like run up, do a little fake, and they'll just watch him and then go where he goes anyway. Like he doesn't, I don't know what it is, but he's unable to sell anything. So that needs some work as well.
Yeah, so I don't think he's dynamic. I think he does separate better than some of the other guys, and I think he's probably better than them as far as catch point stuff and natural feel for the position.
Also, by the way, a 6.8 second three cone for a dude who's 6'4", almost 215 pounds is crazy fast.
Yeah. There's a lot to like about Denzel Boston. I think that's a good deal here for the Browns at pick 39. Puts the Chiefs up on the clock, and their pick is in, Sam. They're going back to the defensive side of the ball. Our Mason Thomas, edge rusher out of Oklahoma. So he joins Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, and now our Mason Thomas, a third defensive player with the Chiefs in the top 40. We knew this was an overhaul type of draft for the Chiefs. 2 defensive linemen, and then the top corner on the board. Our Mason, the sawed-off pass rush type, 6'2", low 240s, 241, 242 at Combine and Pro Day. Another short-armed guy, 31 3/4. All the short-arm pass rushers this year. What's happened? Did COVID chop everybody's arms off a couple years ago, and here they are, they're all coming out? Another short-arm pass rusher here, but he's got some burst and juice off the edge here that the Chiefs actually need.
He absolutely does. That's a study that needs to be, like a meta study that needs to be done.
Everybody's arms.
Did COVID quietly shrink everybody's arms and nobody's noticed yet except the Combine
Bugler
guy?
investigates arm length issues here.
Just to remind everyone, we covered this like right at the start of the draft process. R. Mason, the R doesn't stand for anything. He's literally his one side of his family, they all put like their names all begin with R, but his mother liked Mason, so she just put R in front of Mason. So his name is actually R, just the letter Mason Thomas. That's just a phenomenal nugget that needs to be mentioned when we talk about our Mason Thomas.
I love it. He's a leverage rusher. He gets under tackles, a little bit of burst off the edge, ran a 4.67, 1.63 10-yard dash. Not as great in the run game. He's not your hard edge set type.
Right.
But again, as like a pure pass rusher, the Kansas City had serious issues getting off the field on third down last year. We said this last night. So you've got Delane in coverage. You've got Peter Woods trying to tap into his upside as what could have been a top 10 player coming into the season, and then our Mason Thomas rushing off the edge.
Yeah. Back-to-back years of, legitimate PFF pass rushing grades. He's the classic guy, though, where he's really undersized. 240 pounds, basically, with, as you said, relatively short arms. He's got speed, he's got juice, but this is why he's going in the second round as opposed to the first, right? It's that he's definitely under whatever athletic or whatever measurable, whatever size threshold you have for an edge rusher. Our Mason Thomas is below it.
I wrote down last year, arms feel short. He gets engulfed. We got the confirmation with the actual arm length. Speaking of arm length, get the Mustang. Go pick him up.
To the airport. Let's go. Let's bail on the show. We're going to go collect Cashius Howell. My Mustang is arriving at the hometown Bengals.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Cashius Howell.
Oh, God, I hope he's good.
Oh, the AB analysis on this one as well, Sam. He's joining Shamar Stewart again, reunited.
And he's going to show him up again.
The guy that he outproduced.
Remember, I was better than you a year ago? I'm still better than you.
The Bengals go back to the defensive line. So they've already added Dexter Lawrence. They've already added Boye Mafe and Jonathan Allen this offseason, and now Cashius Howell. The reason why we're bringing up Shamar Stewart is we've made the statement over and over again. Last year when I was watching Shamar Stewart, Nick Scorton, a first-round pick Stewart, second-round pick Scorton,
and Shamar
Turner, another
the best player on that line was Cashius Howell.
I was like, who? What was he? What number? 18
11.
last year?
18 or 11. Yeah.
And then 9 this year?
Yeah.
18 is making all the plays.
Right.
It's Cashius Howell.
Right, Scorton was 11. Yeah, 18.
Scorton was 11. And so
there he is, Cashius Howell. Quick, paint the 11 on him.
Go pick him up.
Or the whatever number.
Northern
9.
Kentucky.
Paint 9 on the door.
Get down to CVG and pick him up. So the Bengals are doing everything they can to improve this defense.
Yeah.
And look, I said I like Cashius Howell on a defensive line with different body types. Well, now you have it. You get the Shamar Stewart deal on one side. You get Dexter Lawrence. You've got Boye Mafe adding some juice off the edge. Cashius Howell as a designated pass rush type. Doesn't have to play the run a ton early on here at pick 41. I like this a lot for Cincinnati.
And he's the only real sort of edge rusher in this draft who can cover. Like, that guy can drop and run with tight ends, running backs. Like, he can actually cover as an off the ball, as a linebacker if you want him dropping into coverage, if you run that type of assignment with your edges.
He made a play a couple years ago. Mason Taylor, second round tight end, running a wheel up the sideline. Howell turns, runs with him. He stride for stride, breaks up a pass from Garrett Nussmeier. I was like, man, that is impressive. I don't want edge rushers just for the coverage ability, but that does add a little bit of versatility as well. He's got legitimate burst and juice off the edge and the ability to cover, as you said.
Yeah. There are things to be scared of, right? You can't get by the fact that the arm length is literally the shortest arms ever measured for an edge rusher, and they didn't improve, I don't think, at his pro day. So it's got to be a red flag. He does not set a hard edge against the run game. He's not small, like he's 253, 6'2". He's not massively small, but he does not have the sand in his pants to kind of stop that. But I don't think that means he can't defend the run. He really suits a defensive line that likes to slash and attack, penetrate on an angle, because he's phenomenally quick. He's got an incredible arsenal of pass rushing moves, and he does wreck the run in a bunch of plays by attacking, right? You go and watch that Notre Dame game. They had a couple of series where they're like down by the goal line and they're just handing it off to Jeremiah Love every single play, because obviously, right? And Cashius Howell is the guy destroying most of those plays, basically by himself. So I do think that he can be more than just a designated pass rusher and, a guy who has to rush on third down but basically can't play on rundowns. I think you need to play him in the certain way, but I can't quit this guy. Like I said, we saw him last year looking at other people's tape. I still love his tape, and even though he's got short, stumpy arms, and he's my 65 Mustang.
He's your 65 Mustang, and you're going to go pick him up because you love him. And look, I think
I figured out how to move the seats back so he can fit.
You got room for it. Not that he needs it. He's a little guy for the NFL.
Only his arms, the rest of it.
Here's again, just to repeat what the Bengals have on the defensive line now. They have had one of the worst pass rushes in the NFL the last couple of years. They have Boye Mafe and Shamar Stewart off the edge, as well as Myles Murphy and Cashius Howell. Mm-hmm. So me liking different body types and everything, Mafe's got the burst off the edge. Shamar Stewart's an athletic freak. And I think the more bodies that you add who are good around Shamar Stewart, the less pressure there is on him to produce. Again, just go set a hard edge, run through people's face, be athletic, be strong. Murphy's a good hard edge setter, power player, and Cashius Howell has the juice. Dexter Lawrence, B.J. Hill, and Jonathan Allen all on the interior. Allen can be a designated pass rusher. We know Dexter Lawrence can do it all. B.J. Hill's a good early down run defender. All of a sudden, this defensive line, if it all comes together, is looking really good and has high upside for Cincinnati. They've done a lot on the defensive side of the ball now.
Yeah, corners are already solid. They bring in some, you really need the linebackers to take a step forward, but otherwise they're moving in the right direction.
I need body variation on the defensive line. We need an official.
It's another thing, yeah.
We need an official term here for this. It's one of my things. The Saints are up next. They're going Georgia defensive tackle Christen Miller here. I thought he'd come off the board, within this top, 40 to 45 range. Saints have had, I think, one of the worst defensive tackle groups in the league over the last couple of years. I think this has a chance to solve it, Sam.
Yeah, he was 42 on the consensus big board. So, again, the right kind of range for him. All these guys actually are coming off in the right kind of area. R. Mason Thomas was 47, Christen Miller 42, Cashius Howell was 36. So these players are starting to come off the board now that were at one point thought of as first-round players or potential first-round players, but are making it to the second.
I liked him more and more when I watched him. I think his hands are absolutely powerful, quick, violent. Doesn't necessarily hold the point that great at defensive tackle, but he could also finish a little bit more. I think he's more of your disruptor. When I watch defensive tackles, say, play in the run game, are they disrupting or finishing or both? I think he's doing a better job of straight up disrupting, destroying blocks, could tackle a little bit better and finish those plays. But like I said, the Saints have been, they drafted Bryan Bresee a couple years ago in the first round. He's had some serious pad level issues. Like, they went on a really bad run of their draft picks. Isaiah Foskey on the edge, Peyton Turner on the edge. They went through a run of their draft picks not really hitting. I think Bresee might be more of just a pass rush specialist. He's got some pad level issues in the run game. I think Miller maybe could steal some snaps from him in the run game early on, maybe free up Bresee to be a better just pure pass rusher. Then they still have Chase Young and Carl Granderson on the edge. The rumors that they're bringing in Kayvon Thibodeau. This comes back to like the pattern here, Sam. I like when you stack up 6 or 7 deep on the defensive line. Cincinnati just did it. Houston's been doing it. Saints are working their way to maybe, stacking up 6 or 7 on the D-line, getting much better at a place that's been a weakness for probably 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, I mean, he feels like he's a really impressive kind of physical specimen, right? A big, strong, powerful guy. He was really, I think he measured 328 at his pro day. Like, it's getting sizable. And he's got quickness and athleticism with that. I think the production hasn't been as strong as maybe you would have assumed it would be with that kind of physical makeup, but a classic kind of, could he be a better player in the NFL than he was in college?
That's what I was trying to figure out, was why the production wasn't as good for Miller, because the film, the tape, the straight-up tape, the play-by-play, it looks really good. It feels like there could have been a little bit more there, but I like that in the second round here for the Saints. All right, what do we have here? Dolphins are up on the clock. Their pick is in. I'm not seeing it. Is it in yet?
It's in, but we have a pick before that first, right?
No, No, there's a trade.
Oh.
Okay. Is that real? We confirm that. Okay, so let's
coming from Rap Sheet.
Let's talk Dolphins. Let's talk the Dolphins pick here, because they're the next pick. Pick 43, the Dolphins are taking Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech linebacker. Love this for the Miami Dolphins. I think they were weak against the run. They just need any kind of defensive playmaker, and that's what they're getting in Jacob Rodriguez here.
Yeah, I love Rodriguez as a player. I think he should have been a first-round player. I didn't really see a compelling argument why he wasn't a first-round talent at linebacker throughout this entire process. People maybe speculated that he wasn't particularly athletic, and then he went and tested, and turns out he's really athletic as well. So that kind of answers everything. They had a pretty bad need at linebacker alongside Jordan Brooks, the one sort of plus player that they've got there. So Rodriguez comes in, should help really solidify that group. They already drafted Chris Johnson, the cornerback, to help the corner room. They're filling out the bodies. Like, the defensive line shouldn't have been anywhere near as bad as it was a year ago. You would hope they still have upside with Chop Robinson on the edge, with Kenneth Grant, with Zach Sealer, who'd been a very good player up until now. They've got some bodies there. So hopefully we're incrementally moving that group better. It's still a long way away from being impactful, though. I kind of worry that Rodriguez is stepping onto a unit that's not good enough for him.
Look at the Senior Bowl footage, man.
He was awesome at this.
Linebackers are supposed to get absolutely wrecked in one-on-ones.
Look at his alignment, though. Every single time he's lining up inside, he's not letting you inside. He's going to force you to go outside.
And he did this not only in the one-on-ones, but in team drills.
Yeah.
He's got this peanut punch. He was wrecking team drills.
Yeah.
I've never seen so many linebackers. Him, it was Kyle Lewis from Pitt, sorry. They were wrecking team drills because he kept forcing fumbles when they're not even supposed to be tackling. But he's that good at it.
Right.
And he forced, 7 or 8 fumbles last year at Texas Tech. That's a playmaker. You mentioned Jordan Brooks next to him. That dude played hard. He balled out last year behind a bad defensive front. And as you mentioned, the defensive front shouldn't be that bad. So if they can get them playing a little bit better up front, you got Rodriguez, you got Brooks, add Chris Johnson outside a corner. I really like where the Dolphins are moving here right now.
This guy was an off-the-ball linebacker who was a finalist for the Heisman Trophy, right? Like, this is an absolute playmaker. He's smart as well. I mean, I've told this story before, but Luke Kuechly told Greg Olsen that, you want in those two-way goes when you're matched up with a running back, like, take that hard inside alignment and force them to go outside. It's a harder play for them to make. You have more margin for error if the ball is off. Like, it's just better across the board. And he was doing that. I don't know if you listened to Luke Kuechly or if he just was doing that intuitively himself, but that's what the Senior Bowl was, right? Every single rep, he's lining up inside, he's forcing them to go outside, or if they broke inside, they were breaking right into him and weren't getting anywhere.
All right, so we love the Rodriguez pick here for the Dolphins. Two trades have happened now, a player trade, and then the Lions are up on the clock. So the Lions have traded up to pick 44. They're sending 50 and 128 to the Jets. By the way, shout out to Anthony in the chat, dropping all this stuff for us, doing a great job, keeping everything up to date for us so that we know what's going on. If we have not given you the proper shout out yesterday, Anthony, you're doing wonderfully. Appreciate you. So the Lions are on the clock. There was also a player trade. The San Francisco 49ers are sending linebacker D. Winters to the Dallas Cowboys. So the Cowboys may fill their linebacker need with D. Winters coming in, a veteran, for a 5th-round pick here. Cowboys have not addressed linebacker. We thought that might be a need that they're going to be looking at.
Yeah, Overshown coming back, obviously, off his knee injury. So, that theoretically is like last year was the year where D. Winters played a ton of football because of all the injuries. He was the one guy that didn't get hurt, basically, for any significant period of time for the 49ers. But it didn't build on the year that he had the year before. So wasn't necessarily, you take the step forward, you become the full-time starter, and it's like it wasn't your best year. However, that defense was in bits. It's like it's kind of harsh to, it was a tough environment. That's kind of my concern with Jacob Rodriguez, right? It's like, is the situation around him good enough for him to look really good? That would be the argument against holding last year against D. Winters.
Winters, athletic linebacker, made a lot of plays these last couple of years, really developed as a dependable linebacker. We'll see what the Niners end up doing at that position as well. Did they bring Greenlaw back? Is he even healthy? Maybe take a look at it. But Lions, the Cowboys have had a linebacker need, and if you're not going to do it in the draft, you flip it. A flip and a 5 for a starter is not a bad move here.
Yeah.
All right, the Lions have made their move. They're taking Michigan defensive end Derek Moore, first team All Big Ten with 10 sacks. And Ari Mayrov tells us 84 3/4-inch wingspan for Derek Moore, the next defensive end off the board. I think this is a little bit higher than we expected Moore to go, above Gabe Akis, but there's been a little run here with Cashius Howell and with R. Mason Thomas going off the board. Lions come up and get their guy Derek Moore. Is he the guy to be the pass rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson? All my notes for Derek Moore, it's just like solid, good. I think he's just a dependable, good football player in the league for a long time. A lot like their first-round pick here, Blake Miller.
Yeah, and it again, he was the next one of those guys where it's like just kind of solid. I saw somebody else compare him to Derek Hall, who was also in that kind of bucket of, he's just kind of solid.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Hall's got special power. I don't know if anything Moore does is special, but
Right.
It is power. I know NFL Network's going through some of the Senior Bowl reps where he does wreck some blockers. He will run through your face. I'm making that a term now, run through your face deal. Mm-hmm. He is more of a power type player, hard edge setter. But I think a good, dependable player. And the way I was talking about T.J. Parker being a edge 2 type, number 2 pass rush type, I think Moore's that perfect complement to what they have with Aiden Hutchinson on the other side.
Yeah, I'm generally sort of scared away by those guys who just seem to be solid across the board. I would at least like to bank on something special. But this is a team who has been desperately trying to find just any sort of useful complement opposite Aiden Hutchinson. So maybe he is the guy that, maybe his ceiling is defined and not necessarily sky high, but if you can just be a useful contributor opposite Aiden Hutchinson, that's what they're looking for.
I think he does most of his work engaging with tackles, winning with his hands, winning with power, not so much with burst or quickness or special athleticism on the edge, but wins with technique, wins with power. So that's Derek Moore. So they're going for this Lions fans been waiting for who's the edge rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson. They had Al-Qadim Muhammad last year, had a breakout season, had the 10-plus sacks, but they're going to give Derek Moore a shot now opposite Hutchinson.
Mm-hmm.
I think very much like the Blake Miller, just good football player type of selection here. Traded up 6 spots to go get him. Sounds like Giants GM Joe Shane has aggressively denied the trade rumors regarding Kayvon Thibodeau.
I want to see video of him aggressively
What does the
it.
regular denial look like?
Just like it's not something we did. Next. You know?
He said
aggressively
that was
like, no! Pointing.
That was a month ago. The edge rush run continues here. The Ravens at pick 45, they're taking Zion Young, edge rusher out of Missouri. He was a late riser in this process. Not so much a late riser in the process, but this year really put it together. Had a nice year for Missouri. Got some good length off the edge. Had a nice Senior Bowl. Nice little run through the last couple months here.
Yeah, nice Senior Bowl. Made it as high as number 39 on the consensus board. So, again, in this kind of range. Yeah, I thought he was a pretty impressive player at the Senior Bowl.
He was. He's one of those guys. He's not that he only had one good year, but his best year was so much better than his previous years. He's going to win with length. His power is just okay. I think his athleticism is okay. But he's a length winner. He is the type of Raven that you're looking for, though. A guy with, at 6'6" with long arms who could set a hard edge, win to the inside like he did there, and just more edge rush presence for the Ravens here. They had Mike Green last year in the second round, and of course added Trey Hendrickson this offseason after the Max Crosby trade fell through.
Yeah, I think you could see it on some of those reps there. Like, I think he's a good player, but he does tend to play pretty high, and sometimes he loses the leverage battle way more than you want to see for a guy with his kind of traits, right? And that's part. I mean, he's almost 6'6". He's a pretty big guy. Like, just too often blockers are able to get underneath him and completely neutralize what he wants to do in a play.
His length shows up in the run game. Pretty good tackle radius. I like using that term as well. Length to set the edge. So, again, I think what Baltimore could be doing here, too, Trey Hendrickson's not the best run defender in the world. He's good. He's fine, but he's closer to like what you described Cashius Howell in the way that he wins. It might take a little bit of pressure off Hendrickson and Mike Green. Mike Green last year I thought looked overwhelmed at times. We really liked him as a player, but he felt a little undersized, maybe wasn't ready to play.
And he isn't. Like, he just
wasn't
felt
ready
it.
to play three downs the way he was.
Right.
I think now, as more of a rotation for Baltimore, get Mike Green into more of a designated pass rush type of situation, get Hendrickson. Not that you're going to take Hendrickson off the field, but you can at least get a rotation going here. Intrigued by what Baltimore is doing here. Their pass rush was atrocious last year. So
non-existent.
Within the last 2 years, Hendrickson coming in as a free agent, Zion Young, and Mike Green.
The best 3 players left on the consensus board right now are C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia, D'Angelo Pons, your guy from Indiana, cornerback, and then Emanuel Pregnon, who I'm kind of surprised has not gone yet.
I think the Jets are going to take Pons.
Their DJ Moore replacement, or not DJ Moore, DJ Reed from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they're going to get. It's going to be the.
Who was it? Was it Renner that said the reason they'll take him is because he is the same size as Aaron Glenn?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think the Jets they're gonna get him in 4 picks and really make it my favorite draft.
Like, whatever about the other guys that are 5'11" or whatever. Like, Aaron Glenn is actually that small, right?
I was about to ask who's the down the fairway Bucks pick, because the Bucks are up on the clock now after Baltimore, 14th pick of the second round. They're going Missouri linebacker Josiah Trotter, and that's a down the fairway, pretty good football player. He had some trouble in coverage. I think he's got some issues generally seeing the game, head on a swivel from a coverage perspective, but that dude is fun in the run game. That might sound a little bit like Servassier Dennis.
Right.
It's a little bit. There's similarities to their games, Bucks fans. But linebacker need, they're bringing out Alexander Zaloni. We know Levante David is retiring, but I like Trotter, man. He's got quick hands. He's a menace in the run game. I think not necessarily style, but that profile reminds me a little bit of Zach Cunningham a few years ago, where Zach Cunningham was like this ninja in the run game, and he was built to cover as far as length and everything. He was always never had a tick slow in space. I think Trotter has a little bit of that, but I think he's outstanding in the run game.
It's a great point. So it's all going to come down to what his development arc is like, because some players almost all linebackers struggle in the same way, right? When they come into the NFL, Jack Campbell did, right? Jack Campbell was really good moving forwards towards the line of scrimmage. Anything that was in front of him, he was great. And early on, he kind of struggled with stuff coming in behind him, understanding his positioning in zone, understanding where the routes were going to be. Just that was the feel that's really difficult to pick up. And a lot of players don't have to do it in college, so it's a sort of work in progress. And obviously Jack Campbell has gotten that as he's gone on. He's become a really top-tier linebacker. So that's where Trotter is. Like he looks lost in coverage sometimes, doesn't have the feel for the stuff behind him, like doesn't have eyes in the back of his head the way you need to at linebacker. But the problem is some players never get that, right? And that's the issue, is trying to figure out which guys can develop that over the first couple of years in the NFL. Maybe year one will be rocky, year two will take a huge step forward, and then year three he'll be cooking. And then which guys are just never going to get it, and they're always going to be basically run-down specialists only because they're almost liabilities in coverage.
All right, round two's flying, man. It is flying. Good breakdown there by you.
Thank you.
Well done. Appreciate it. Bucks, that was pick 14 of the second round. 15th pick is coming up here. The Colts about to make their first selection of the entire draft. Falcons will make their first selection of the entire draft, followed by the Vikings and the Jets, when the Jets are going to take D'Angelo Pons almost certainly at pick 50, right?
Oh, of course.
I mean, I'm not gonna play that game. So Bucks make their pick. Josiah Trotter, another player, just good solid football player.
Off-the-ball linebacker, by the way, is becoming one of these positions where the divergence of opinion is as wide as any other position in the NFL. Like the boards across all 32 teams are going to look completely different.
I'll give you my draft score on Trot. I got an 84 on Trotter.
It's pretty good.
So despite some of the coverage questions, the overall profile, very good for Trotter. And the Bucks might be the team that drafts most in line with my numbers, and they use numbers as little as any team in the league, I would say, when it comes to just pure analytics. They are scouts in Tampa Bay with Jason Light. And
I liked Renner's nugget that the players with the two shortest arms on the defensive line in NFL history to get drafted in the first round were both drafted by Jason Light.
I haven't taken a breath since we started this thing an hour and a half ago. And we got Harrison's begging for some sort of acknowledgement and whatever. What does he want? He dropped a $10 super chat. I got to stop everything and stop analyzing the NFL for you. What do you want, Harrison? What do you want acknowledgement for? Type it in. What do you need?
Where do you put it?
I'm just kidding. I'm hearing he's flipping out on the side here that we have not acknowledged his super chat.
It's a real tightrope act, you and humor. I'm not sure you should.
Where people.
I'm not sure you should dabble that much in it.
Oh, did you think I was getting mad?
I mean, I didn't.
You didn't.
But I know, other people might.
I like you, Harrison. You're the man. Appreciate you, buddy. No, we're good.
Somebody's wife is a Black Hawk pilot was the last thing he tweeted. That should be in a strengths column. I'm not sure.
That's his wife?
I don't know whose wife.
Oh.
Maybe.
Jacob Rodriguez's wife is a Black Hawk pilot. So he was trying to add some value to the broadcast.
There you go.
I appreciate it. You paid $10 to add value to the broadcast. And that's a nice little nugget. Mm-hmm. Is that even in the Beast? I doubt it. I doubt it's even in the Beast. Know. It's just what Harrison knows here.
Harrison 1, Brugler 0.
The Colts will not make their first selection.
No.
They've traded out. The Steelers have traded up.
Okay.
So let's do what draft broadcasts do. Is this for the quarterback? Is this for a quarterback?
Well, what they do is they do that knowing who the pick is.
I don't know who the pick is.
Right. They're like, oh, maybe this is for, whoever.
People were livid at Rap Sheet last night because he was like, keep an eye on Ty Simpson here, like out of nowhere. Oh, yeah, Ty Simpson at 13.
I don't understand how they're still so bad at that. Like, this has been happening for a decade now. And they're still like, oh, I know we were talking about, but maybe think about this.
Colts will trade up. They'll trade down 6 spots. So Steelers come up 6 spots. And it is the receiver. I had a feeling it might be this receiver as well. Steelers trade up 6 spots, a couple pick exchanges in there. They're going to take wide receiver Jeremy Bernard out of Alabama. So there's your guy, Bernard.
Yep.
Going to the Steelers, add him to Michael Pittman Jr. and to DK Metcalf.
And now find yourself a quarterback.
Now find the quarterback. Is Aaron Rodgers going to come out?
Maybe.
By the way, I thought if they did get Mekhi Lemon last night, I was like, Rodgers going to throw him flat routes 150 times. Here, catch and run. But then he might also be turned off by the fact that he's talking to the snake all the time. He might not trust him. It would have been a great dynamic to see Aaron Rodgers and Mekhi Lemon together. Instead, it's Bernard. I know you were raving about Bernard throughout this process.
I really like Bernard. He's just good at everything. The only thing he was sort of exceptional at is his three-cone was crazy good, like 87th percentile, 6'7" three-cone, really good change of direction. I sort of think he's good at everything, maybe elite at nothing. Maybe his hands are elite. He only had 4 career drops. But he's a smooth mover. He's good after the catch. There's no wasted movement in anything he does. He sells routes well. He understands defenses. He's obviously smart. I sort of kept comping him to, like, compare him to Emeka Egbuka last year, right? Like, tell me what Egbuka does better than Jeremy Bernard and explain to me why there's a round difference between the two of them. I would absolutely rather Jeremy Bernard on day 2 than Egbuka on day 1, and I just think that's really good value for them.
I mean, I think he's a tick below Egbuka, in and out of routes, catching the ball.
Oh, I don't.
Catching the ball in traffic and everything.
Traffic, yes. Okay, that's the one area where I'll give you that Ibuka's better. I don't think Ibuka's a better route runner than Bernard at all.
No, Bernard's he's a good, solid player. He's a good second-round player here. And look, we liked Roman Wilson a couple years ago. He's done nothing for the Steelers. He was a late 3 for them. I think Bernard has a chance to make an impact here, especially when you stack him up with Pittman and with DK Metcalf. The Steelers' offense was, look, I don't know what happens with Aaron Rodgers. When he plays, the offense morphs into what Aaron Rodgers does and has done for the last 20 years. And that he runs the same routes and he likes to throw ISO routes on the outside. And if you're not on the same page with him, you're not getting the ball. But theoretically, the skill set of DK Metcalf can be used appropriately. Michael Pittman Jr. is your big-bodied possession receiver, and now Bernard as a change of pace, get the ball in his hands, work out of the slot, run routes on the outside, do a little bit of everything. I think they've got some weapons now. It's just a matter of, is this going to be Will Howard's team?
Yeah.
The rumors about them trying to get Carson Beck at some point in this draft, or is Aaron Rodgers going to come out and come back for one more year, and he's the one thrown to these guys.
The other thing that was fascinating about Bernard is Bama featured him like he was the super freak, high 5-star recruit, like the alpha receiver, not Ryan Williams, right? Like he was the guy lining up everywhere, taking the gimmick plays, running in the backfield, like that. And you said before, there's signal to that kind of plan, right? If you're feeding a dude in your offense, it's like a proxy for talent. And yet they were feeding Bernard, not the more talented, quote-unquote, receivers within that offense. I think he's the most instinctive receiver in this draft. He just gets it. He understands how to play.
Wait until this next draft cycle when you got to figure out Ryan Williams.
I'm already frustrated by that.
Just wait.
Right.
Because when we were talking about how great next year's draft class is, he's one of the names you would cite, right? There were legit debates about him and Jeremiah Smith last year.
Right.
And how special.
And then this year he forgot how to play.
And it was a bad slump.
Yes.
Very bad slump there. What do we think of the Niners trading? Yeah, we already touched on D. Winters a little bit.
Yeah, we should do it again, though, because, it's a generous super chat.
D. Winters has been a good, dependable, athletic linebacker for the Niners.
He's an athletic linebacker, still pretty young in his career, coming off a career year in terms of snaps in which he didn't necessarily grasp that opportunity with his best play, but that came within this 49ers defense that was just absolutely decimated by injury. Everybody around him was bad. Like, it was a rough situation to be in. So from the 49ers perspective, if he was going to get dumped down the depth chart again, then why not take a 5th-round pick to move him on? From Dallas's perspective, you may have found the other starter opposite or alongside DeMarion Overshown, and for a 5th-round draft pick, that's good business. So win-win.
Yeah, doing it for a 5.
Yeah.
And, there was talk about getting Sonny Styles in the first if he was there. There was talk about, they're going to need a linebacker at some point. Maybe with their second first-round pick, the value wasn't really there. So I kind of like it from Dallas's perspective.
Oh, look at this.
You get a starter. Let's see what it is. The Falcons. All right, the Falcons' first pick at pick 48. They're taking Clemson cornerback Avion Terrell.
To play with his brother.
To play with A.J. Terrell, his brother. Avion
That's just
Terrell.
a feel-good story now.
Potential steal here for the Falcons. Terrell's a really good player, and they're going to take him at 48. He was rumored to go late first.
Well, that's right. I forgot he was the top guy on the consensus board. 21 on the consensus board was Avion Terrell.
Besides Jamad McCoy?
Yeah, obviously.
McCoy.
Put a pin in McCoy because that's the knee injury thing.
Right. So the Terrell brothers reunited here in Atlanta. Terrell, I think he could play inside, could play outside. Forced some fumbles, made some big plays. He's kind of hit or miss as a tackler, but I think he plays hard. And then the big question was he ran in the 4.6s at Pro Day trying to run through a hamstring injury.
Yeah, so this is the
but
thing.
he's not a 4.6 guy. Like, but
No.
it's like forever attached to his name, the same way Keenan Allen was forever a 4.7 guy, even though he's not a 4.7 guy.
I do not understand why his pro day was not shut down the second he tweaked his hamstring. It's bizarre. In this world of like agents controlling everything, somebody let the guy go out there and run a 4.64 when previously there was like the one thing nobody had any questions about. Well, whatever about his size or blah, blah, but the guy never gets beat deep. Like, he can run with anybody. And then he runs a 4.64, and suddenly you're like, ooh, maybe he's not even fast, even though there's no evidence of that in the tape. So, yeah, incredibly feisty corner, like, absolute, like, plays a bit like Devin Witherspoon from a couple of years ago, just wants to hit people, like, wants to mix it up. The dude loves the game of football, right? The violence of it, the fact that it's a physical game, enjoys that part of it. Ironically, given his size, right? He's not a big guy. And actually, like, A.J. Terrell is like 6 foot, 200 pounds, basically. And Avion is 5'11 and 184. The dude got shortchanged in the genetic lottery there. But he's feisty. Obviously, his brother being there already, that's probably a great landing spot for him in terms of mentorship and helping him along. And I think at this point, given that we're not really talking about, like, Jermod McCoy's here because the knee might be degenerative. He might need to miss an entire year of action, even if it isn't degenerative. Avion Terrell's here because somebody screwed up and let him run a 40.
Yeah, and all that stuff you mentioned, love the way he plays the game. 8 forced fumbles. Dane says that's the third most in Clemson history. You saw his ability to make plays, get dirty against screens and in and around the line of scrimmage. I think his ability to play nickel, play on the outside a little bit. I thought in coverage he was okay. Like, his tape, I thought he got better. The more I watched him, there were points where I was very disappointed, where he was just giving up too much room, generally at the top of routes. So I don't think he's a perfect prospect before you even get into the 40-time stuff. I never thought speed was an issue with him. So that just kind of became a story because that's what he ran. But I think overall a good athlete. He'll get out muscled at times, but not because he doesn't want to get in there and mix it up. So,
yeah, so that's
where he is as a player.
He's a really good flat defender, run defender, anything short. He's good. I really like him in the slot because of that. I think you can line him up in the slot, let him mix it up, stick his nose in against blocks on the edge, play anything flat. Like he does that Antoine Winfield stuff, Witherspoon stuff again, of just shutting down any sort of screen, short game stuff to his side of the field. He can carry vertically and run with people. I feel like, again, if he does, he can get overpowered, but it's like against bigger guys that are going to be on the outside, right? So get him away from that and let him use the physicality that he's got.
All right, we have a trade. The Vikings were on the clock. The Panthers have traded up 2 spots here from 51 to 49. So the Panthers are now on the clock. Vikings moved down 2 spots. Interesting one here. We've got some former colleague connections with the Panthers and with the Jets. The Panthers are leapfrogging the Jets. And for whom?
For whom?
Who are the Panthers coming up to get here? I love this stuff. Like when you're in the room and it's like, just who's the guy? Who's the guy that we have to have? We can't wait 2 spots here. We got to have him.
They moved. They moved up 2 spots to make this happen, and in order to do that, the pick swap was moving almost 40 spots lower down the draft, 159 to 196.
Filling up. Bam.
Going for coffee, huh? Just. There's not much left in there.
Do you have yours?
No, I'm done with the coffee. Okay. I'm on to the Dr. Peppers for the rest of the evening.
Really what I'm doing.
Okay, no, I won't.
Final refill of the coffee for the night here. Gonna be up till 4 in the morning again.
Would you like to know who they've selected with this pick?
Yes, I would.
The Panthers, 1 pick before the Jets, took defensive tackle Lee Hunter. It says Hunter Lee.
Yeah, Lee Hunter.
But I'm assuming
I got it, yeah.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, it's Connor Hughes with a misprint there. So they moved up to get Lee Hunter here, huh?
Yeah.
All right, I like that. Texas Tech defensive tackle. He's another guy that can play nose, has really, really good power. He's got some freak plays, man.
Big fella.
Yeah, he's got some freak plays. He's got a lot of these defensive tackles, like when you're describing Caleb Banks, you get the high-end plays where they're just jacking up blockers, they're moving them. Then other times, Hunter, even at like the Senior Bowl, would end up on his face every now and then. But I like him a lot, man. I think he can rush the passer a little bit, uses his hands well.
He's really long.
Pushes the pocket a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big guy.
He's a hands winner at 330 pounds.
He's a big guy, but he's sort of a very different body type to a guy like Caden McDonald, say, right? Like he's a lot sort of longer and more linear, 6'4", 318 pounds. I didn't see a ton of suddenness to his play. I mean, I know like there's a nose stack, but like contrast, for example, Caleb Banks, very different type of player, but like Caleb Banks has off the chart suddenness at that size, and Hunter just does not. Like he wins the way a glacier wins. He's just going to overwhelm you and overpower you and go through you.
He wins with his hands. He doesn't win with get off and quickness. Yeah. It showed up in his numbers. He's 179, 10. That's 25th percentile. Just a 21.5-inch vertical. So all of his explosive numbers aren't good, but he will try to engage with you, win with his hands, and he does it often enough on the interior. So another interior pass rusher. And look, the Panthers,
size of him.
See, that's the one, like, there's some bad reps in there, and then there's ones he's just splitting doubles and, jacking up. He's got a really strong hands and strike, so he can win with low pads. He can win with stab, strike. He can jack up blockers at the point.
And just again, that surge, like that power. When you've got two guys trying to even the double team there, he's able to push the double team forward by the sheer raw strength that he has.
Coffee's hot, man.
Yeah,
it's a hot coffee.
Hot coffee.
It's a good move for the Panthers. They must have seen something there. It's date. It's going to start getting. We're going to start unbuttoning buttons, and it's just going to get. There's no tie to throw off.
It's cooler in here today, or is it that, or we just didn't wear
less?
As
much coffee.
Yeah. Well, less coffee, and we don't have a suit on.
Didn't have the suit on here.
The suit was lightweight, though. I don't feel like that would have affected the temperature that much.
Let me get to what the Panthers have done. Let me see what their defensive line is right now, because they've done some work on that defensive line. One of the worst pass rushes in the NFL just 2 years ago. This offseason, so last year they drafted Nick Scorton, Princely Umanmielen off the edge. Mm-hmm. You already had Derek Brown there. They brought in Turk Wharton. Now you're adding Lee Hunter at defensive tackle. You brought Jalen Phillips in free agency. So a defensive line that was non-existent 2 years ago. A lot more bodies and just more people to have to block up front now. Even Nick Hampton. Buy low on Nick Hampton in there.
Yeah. I love Nick Hampton coming out. That guy really didn't become much yet.
We got Sports Debate Arena saying A.J. Terrell to Atlanta might be the pick of the draft.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far, but I do like the pick.
I mean, look, if you believed in Terrell as a guy that should have been going in the 20s.
Sure.
And here's the thing for Atlanta.
Statistically, it is a steal.
Yeah, statistically, it's a steal. And if you're Atlanta, a team that doesn't have a first-round pick, I don't know if that affects your thinking like, hey, let's just get whoever falls and feel like we got a first-rounder out of this. But you got to feel much better that they're getting a first-round caliber player here without a first-rounder. And Ian Cunningham, that's his first selection as the new general manager now for the Falcons.
Yeah, and I do think, again...
And Matt Ryan as the Ryan president of the Falcons role.
The emeritus executive position that does nothing except screw other people out of draft picks. I do think also there's some merit to pairing him with his brother. I think that's probably a good thing. I don't know how you quantify that or how much of a percentage that is, but I would go with that. The chat would like to know what EMW's PVM is. I just wanted to say that out loud because it's two acronyms close together.
I don't know if I didn't explain this well. PVM is not the predictive number. They get that. Everybody's asking me, like, what's the PVM?
It's PVM.
I got to describe it better. PVM is the descriptive number of production value. Draft score is the predictive number. Uh-huh. That's the model number. That's the score that we're looking for. Uh-huh. McNeil Warren.
But this is.
You need a magnifying glass.
What this is a focus group, right? You should be taking the learning. The learning to take here
Just call it
is
PVM?
that. No. The learning to take here is that your current offering, right? Your current suite of products is too confusing.
Too confusing. Okay.
So you need to, focus.
Well, because GMs are listening to this, I don't want to skew them, but he's a 97.
Who? EMW?
Emanuel McNeil Warren is a 97.
The Jets did it.
D'Angelo Pons?
Uh-huh.
Told you. D'Angelo Pons.
After trading a spot back, they select Aaron Glenn 2.0.
D'Angelo Pons to the Jets, solidifying the best draft. It's another 90+. In fact, all right, I'll just break the news here. He's a 100 for me.
100?
He's got the top cornerback score. That doesn't mean he's the
broke
best
the
cornerback
scale?
prospect. He's got the best. He's got the best profile. He's got the number 1 profile. Draft score.
Jets,
GM.
Palazzolo.
They basically hired me. And look, I know people, 33rd team and the Jets and the connections and everything. Hey, Rick knows. They all know.
Yeah.
Arjun and the crew. Sean Clement. They know what they're doing. They get the right guys.
Pons is great.
I love Pons. I love him at the spot here.
If he was 5'11", he would be a lock in the first round.
Yeah, he's a legit player. I'm saying a lot of the negatives come in zone coverage. I thought, when you watch Indiana, they're still doing a lot of old school spot drop type of zone where he's isolated on 2 routes and he's got to split verticals. You don't see that in the NFL a ton. Those were like the few times that he got caught out of position.
Yeah.
When you say, hey, go cover the dude in front of you, or playoff coverage one-on-one, he's outstanding.
But he's also really good at the stuff that was difficult and they were asking him to do. Like he reads the quarterback so well, right? Routinely jumping throws to like other people's zones, like constantly reading a quarterback's eyes and breaking on a ball that he has no real business making a play on. Only one real time did I see him badly misread it and sort of open up a hole shot down the sideline, but most of the time he's making plus plays in that regard. The other thing I had noticed about him was crazy fluid hips. Like he can turn the wrong way in coverage, right? Like a receiver can actually get him, force him to turn his hips the wrong way, and then he can flip all the way 180 degrees inside again, like the wrong way, right? Not sometimes you see corners, they've turned the wrong way and they'll flip all the way around like the long way and sort of loop back around and try and make the play. He's able to flip his hips back to the inside, like the acute angle, and lose no ground and drive back on the ball again. Closing speed is awesome. He's feisty. I love everything about his game except being 5'8".
I put a player comp in there that I think there's parts of his game because he does get caught out of position sometimes, but he had the pick 6 against Oregon and he jumps routes and he's got some quickness to him. I said, does he have some Asante Samuel Senior to his game? Senior, because Samuel had a 10 interception season and he was what did he have 10? No, he had a 10. He had 10 one year, right?
The year that Champ Bailey had the fake stat.
He had the 10, right?
He had 10 as well.
He's just got some ball hawking skills to him, and the question was going to be size. And if he had come in at 170 or something, he comes in at 183,
which is pretty size for a dude that's only 5'8", 5'8" or whatever he is. 183 is pretty stacked.
With 43.5-inch vertical, ran a 4.37. I just think he's such a good overall player, and love this second round value. Now, the caveat here.
No, I don't want to hear caveats.
Second round corners, even in mine, it's like the weakest part of maybe my model in the position. Like when the league values them in the second and the draft score likes them, it's not always the best combination, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah.
I thought Pons hung tough against Jeremiah Smith. Smith got him a couple times, but their first matchup last year, he had 2 pass breakups in the end zone. And they're high school teammates. There's familiarity there. I mean, no one hung with Jeremiah Smith like D'Angelo Pons.
If you're 5, let's call him 5'9", right? Technically, he's 5'8" and 5'8", but let's round that up generously and say it's 5'9", right? For a 5'9", 183-pound corner, to even survive against Jeremiah Smith is miracle work, right? That guy should be getting wrecked every single play just because you're physically overwhelmed by the size, right? They had a battle that reminded me a lot of when A.J. Terrell went up against Jamar Chase, right? And a lot of that was A.J. Terrell sort of clinging on for dear life, but like it was a back and forth battle. Chase won some, Terrell won some, but those were like 2 big, strong, powerful, elite players at that position, right? This was one super freak Julio Jones going up against a dude that's 5'9", 180, and it was still, reasonably even.
So 2 Indiana players that I love, D'Angelo Pons, Omar Cooper, 2 big parts of my college team score prediction that had Indiana as the number 1 team in the nation going into the season. Omar Cooper and D'Angelo Pons, huge parts of that. We'll be talking more about that in coming weeks. Making the rounds on some college football shows, talking about my college production model and team score model. Vikings are up on the clock here. Oh, man, I really like this pick.
Well, just before we get to this pick, the chat, Jason in the chat is asking, how much does this draft even matter for the Jets? They're most likely cleaning house at the coaching position. At least they're drafting good players.
I think I don't know what's going to happen with the coaches. I think this front office is here to stay. They've taken a multi-year approach. I think they've done the right thing, blowing things up as far as Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner goes. They're drafting the right players here, and they're looking 2 years out. They got 3 picks in the first round next year. I think the draft matters a lot because this is part one of the rebuild for the Jets that they've been setting up for here.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is just draft good players, right? Just don't draft anybody that's wildly scheme-specific because the scheme might change. But draft some good players, and they can be here for the long term. That guy, by the way, dropped us a super chat in Polish zloty.
Oh, really?
I believe is their currency.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. How's that doing against the dollar?
I don't know.
So almost let us know the exchange rate.
Or the euro.
Or the euro.
Yeah.
The Minnesota Vikings are taking Cincinnati linebacker Jake Golday. Pick 51. Sorry. This was a Mike Renner favorite early in the process. Another guy that the more I watched him, my final line on him is he is the modern day NFL linebacker. The modern day.
What does that mean?
He just does it like in blitz. He's good in space, so he could deal with space, and I think he could play the run in a light box. I think he could do a lot of what certainly the Vikings want to do with some of their creativity, their blitzing and everything. I just think he's flexible enough to handle any scheme. But I think the run game, 6-man box, I think he's really good at that, and he's really good in space. 2 of the things you have to do in today's NFL.
It's funny you say that. If you look at his mock draftable spider chart, and they give you sort of player comps, like who's the closest percentage-wise in terms of what they match up with, you know who is most, by far, his closest comp is?
No.
Fred Warner. So there's an unreasonable
Beautiful.
comp to put him to.
Perfect.
The perfect modern-day linebacker is, in fact,
Fred
most
Warner.
closely comped to the perfect modern NFL linebacker.
That was my note. Like when Renner first said, "Oh, go check out Golday," I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll get to it. And when I got there, I was like, whoa, this dude's legit. I'm a huge fan. So really good player. Again, I think he's comfortable in space. He could pack a punch working downhill. Straight taking on blocks may not be.
He does feel a bit generally lightweight, that's where he's going to struggle.
It's more take on, but like he's got pop, right? He's got pop in his hands. He's willing to get in there and mix it up as far as the run game goes. Refuses to be blocked. He's got the agility to get depth. Like you just don't see a lot of college linebackers actually getting depth, working high to low. We say that's one of their weaknesses all the time. He's fearless in the run game when he's in a light box, even if he's not great at it. And I think he can blitz as well. He's rushed the passer a little bit in the past. So there's a lot to like about Golday. He's a little bit older, 23 years old, 6'4.5", 240, good size. But yeah, pretty good athletic profile that you mentioned, production profile. There's a lot to like about him.
Another guy with a sort of slightly weird, career arc where he began as a defensive lineman. He was at Central Arkansas. He's eventually transitioned to linebacker. So he's still sort of, even though he's quite old and has been in the college football for a while, he's relatively young at the position. Like there's some inexperience to what he's doing that you could project forward and say, oh, the ceiling could be very high.
All right, Packers are up on the clock, and they're going Brandon Cece, the South Carolina cornerback. So another guy that was rumored to go maybe high, round 2, maybe him sneaking in the back end of the first round. Pretty good value here for the Packers at pick 52. Is this their first pick?
A very Green Bay pick, too. They're probably like a perfect, Green Bay are one of those teams that has the profile. And
they're either taking a second-round
corner
or a guard-tackle hybrid here.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Cece here? He's got pretty good size, good athleticism as well on the edge. And they've had a corner need, I think, these last couple of years. They didn't address it well last year. I think it came back to bite. And he adds a potential playmaker on the back end for them.
Yeah, so first of all, he ended up at number 44 on the consensus board, so I think some of it did slip throughout the process. As you said, I think started off borderline for a second-round type of guy and then slid a little bit as the draft went along. But he's got that size that the Packers typically, as an institution, absolutely covet, and he absolutely fits the profile of the type of cornerback that they look for.
He's got good size and athleticism, so I think he moves pretty well. I mean, size-wise, he's not a monster, but he moves well.
But he's sizable.
Right,
yeah.
Like he's a decent size. Ran a 4.41, almost a 40-inch vertical, good broad. Shuttle was just okay. I think that shows up on film a little bit. He gets turned around. I think there's some technique issues. But straight line, downhill speed, I think is fantastic. Makes some really good plays in off coverage. And so, this is a good second-round pick here for the Packers.
I don't know if we're able to throw this on the screen quickly at some point, but giving a shout out to Kent Wyrock's website that he created, draftaccess.com, which sort of gives tendencies of executives relative to the rest of the NFL at various sort of things, what they look for, what they covet.
Say the Packers will draft a second-round corner?
No. Well, the Packers are one of the most sort of obvious teams in the NFL, though, in terms of having a type. And I'm sure they don't use relative athletic score, unadjusted or like the pure version. They're not just using that site and being like, well, here's the corners we're drafting. But they clearly, whatever athletic thresholds they use are a very good proxy for relative athletic score.
Yeah.
Because if you look, it's broken down by position, and they are above league average in relative athletic score at literally every single position. Brian Gutekunst. So there it is on the screen. They draft a more athletic player on average at literally every single position than the rest of the NFL does.
I like it.
Including corner, obviously.
It's not, I don't always care about predicting like what teams are going to do. I know a lot of people are into that, and I think it is fun. It's a fun part of the process when it's like identify this Packers corner, or the way, back in the day when they were trying to figure out what John Schneider was going to do at Seattle when they were drafting a specific type of athlete. Right. It is kind of fun. But yeah, that's Packers doing what they do here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we get the Colts. Who's up on the clock? Colts are up on the clock. Their pick is in. Chat saying, wow, Colts I haven't seen. Are they going the guard here? Let's wait to see what the pick is. We get the Colts, Eagles, and Chargers up next. If the Colts have gone, people are trying to drop hints here. If they have gone guard, it would be 2 picks in front of your Chargers with their guard needs.
That would be tough.
Emanuel Pregnon is
Pregnon's still there.
Is on the board.
I would be, at this point, if the Chargers miss out on Pregnon, I feel like they would be kind of upset.
He's the next guy. I mean, the next group of interior offensive linemen are all centers.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a big drop-off in consensus board guards right now.
Correct.
So I'm actually the Chargers don't have a ton of picks.
Yeah.
But I'm a little surprised they're not
being aggressive.
They haven't made a move here.
Particularly for Pregnon, who, again, people were talking about it sneaking into the first round, and he's still available. Now maybe they see somebody like Jennings Dunker as a guard, and it's another draft full of position changes on the offensive line. Like maybe they're projecting a tackle into guard, and that
Jennings
would be okay.
Dunker, Caleb Tieran. Yeah, there are a couple of tackle conversions.
But just in terms of pure guard, like the fact that Pregnon is available here, I think they should be trying to get him. Now maybe they're just being disciplined and hoping, but still.
Colts, Eagles, Chargers. So this is the Colts' first pick. No, the second pick. First pick. Because they traded down. I'm losing track a little bit here, Sam. How about you?
Yeah.
Colts' first pick. Jags' first pick's coming up here as well. I mean, why is the chat ahead of us here? The chat's got some answers.
Maybe they've got people live on the ground, boots on the ground in Pittsburgh.
If that's what the Eagles did. So the chat is dropping, I don't know. They're dropping hints. They're saying the Eagles maybe stole Eli Stowers.
I mean, that's not so much a hint as a straight-up statement.
All right, here we go. The Colts pick is up on NFL.com, so this one's real. Oh, it's even on TV. C.J. Allen, the Georgia linebacker.
Okay.
He was talked about as a late first-rounder at first. His thing, he's like Christen Miller, the Georgia defensive tackle. Hand usage, violence, plays hard. The problem with Allen, not just the clips that were going around of his pro day and his tight hips and everything, shows up on film. When he's in space, it's not great. But as an early down, like the old school early down type of linebacker who could be works well downhill in coverage, that's C.J. Allen. Just a good overall football player here for the out of Georgia for the Colts.
Yeah, so I think other than Jermod McCoy, who there's an asterisk on because of that knee injury, C.J. Allen was the top guy on the consensus board available, number 35 on the consensus board, and the evaluators, the guys actually looking at the tape and trying to tell you how good a player is, had him even higher than the prognosticators because, there's some really good play that he has.
Yeah, man. He's got power and strength, quick hands in the run game. He can
Next
jack up
Denzel
blockers,
Perryman.
shed blockers. Next Denzel could be. Well, I think he's a little better than Perryman as far as stiffness goes in the hips and space. And Perryman is really more of a thumper type, but it's that type of style.
You show some respect.
And that's what
Denzel
happens
Perryman
in the second round here for the Colts. It's not a bad comp though. So C.J. Allen to the Colts here at pick 53.
And of course, they moved on from Zaire Franklin, right? So they need that linebacker influx.
All right. So then the Eagles at pick 54.
Yep.
They're going Vanderbilt tight end Eli Stowers.
Mm.
Man, I really like this pick for the Eagles. Now they've got Stowers and Mekhi Lemon. Man, that's two of my favorite pass catchers in this entire draft.
Mr. Hurts, you are going to target the middle of the field if we have to remove every single boundary option you have available to you.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I am telling you, they are forcing him. Sean Mannion's coming in. They've already laid the groundwork that Mannion's going to be the one to extract the whole thing. It's not that he's never thrown the ball to the middle of the field. It's just a lower percentage versus everyone else in the league. Eli Stowers works the middle of the field with size and speed. Mekhi Lemon works the middle of the field. The question for Stowers is a tight end in name only, perhaps. He's probably a receiver on some boards.
I know.
And he's...
I would say at most boards at this point, I mean, everybody has been talking about him as basically a receiver. I mean, he doesn't block. Like, he's not. It's even comparing him to Sadiq is absolutely ridiculous. Sadiq is a pretty good blocker and could do basically everything as a tight end. Stowers might not be able to block at all. Like, you might not, it's irrelevant as a blocking in the blocking scheme. But the counter to that is 99th percentile broad jump, 99th percentile vertical jump, 96th percentile 40-yard dash. Basically had one of the greatest combines of all time at 6'4", almost 240 pounds. Running a 4.5 flat. My question would be, what can he be as just a pure wide receiver? Forget tight end, forget Tino. Let's just call him a receiver and say, what can we do with him?
I'm fascinated by what the Eagles have done with those two picks, both Mekhi Lemon and Eli Stowers. And the first thing you said, piggybacking on what we said last night, middle of the field, that's not Hurts' game. Normally, it's going to have to be to get the most out of these guys. Again, not overgeneralizing here, but
Devontae Smith's going to get 250 targets a year on the boundary because he's the only guy that exists on the boundary.
More pass catchers for the Eagles with the expectation that A.J. Brown will not be on the team for this year.
Right.
Okay. Chargers were up on the clock. Instead, the New England Patriots traded up. So they come up from 63 to 55.
Why do the Chargers hate Justin Herbert?
The Chargers are going to get, because they're going to get picked 131 and 202.
Right.
To move down 8 spots to pick 63.
That's now 8 spots that Emanuel Pregnon could get taken.
The Patriots are going to take Illinois edge rusher Gabe Akis.
Todd McShay's favorite player in the draft.
Todd's favorite player. He is a fun player to watch. He is one of your hashtag fun to watch players in this draft class. Power, speed, off the edge, power type of player, moves extremely well. I mean, Todd was raving about him.
Yeah.
We don't have Todd stuff fired. Oh, Todd went forever on that. I mean, he was raving. I mean, he went on raving about Gabe. But yeah, he was a huge fan of his.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the juice you're looking for in terms of physical traits. 6'3", almost 6'4", 260 pounds, big hands, arm length is there, the wingspan is there. He's athletic. He's got the tools and the traits that you're looking for, but has not necessarily got the elite levels of play of some of the guys that have gone ahead of him.
He's got some highlight reel bull rushes on film, knockback as a rusher, rushed a little bit on the interior. I think you can move him around a bit. He was listed at 270, I believe. I don't know if did he come in? Did you have the
260 at the combine?
He came in at 260 at the combine, so he was listed a little bit higher. But I think he plays with pretty good power, very good production at Illinois these last 2 seasons.
And 261 at his pro day. So
yeah, very good, productive player. Played mostly on the edge at Illinois, but I thought he showed flashes if you want to line him up on the interior just a little bit. Mm-hmm. I think he plays the run pretty well, fires quick and low off the ball. And sets a firm edge. I think there's a lot to like, and that was a big need for New England, getting an edge rusher in there.
Yeah, and you can see he's got a wrestling background, and you can sort of see the torque that he's able to generate, with that, like his hands. He's able to sort of toss people to the side like a wrestler. I think that I'm always a big fan of guys with the wrestling background that play line, whether it's defense or offensive line. Like they have a certain level of core strength that regular humans don't have.
Yeah, that was so New England makes this power move to go get him. We talked about the Chargers maybe sitting there. Are they going to grab the next guard off the board? They're being patient. I don't know that they're definitely going to take a guard, but this would be the time to do it. They've got to wait 8 more picks now.
I'm kind of amazed that I understand they got some picks back for that, but I'm kind of amazed they moved off a pick where literally Emanuel Pregnon is sitting there for them to select, having gone pass rusher in the first round and not taken advantage of it. I understand this is a good trade for them generally, but that's a risk I wouldn't have taken.
All right, here's what we have to
By the
finish
way,
up.
that's 2 picks on day 3 that Raves is getting rid of.
Just get rid of the day.
I'm not here anyway, so who needs them?
Just get rid of the day 3 picks. We'll all go to counseling on Saturday. Jags are up on the clock for their very first pick of the draft, followed by the Bears. Niners are coming back. Texans are coming back. Bears again. So we got a fun little sequence here. Jags with their first pick. Bears with 2 out of the next 5. Niners and Texans both with their second round pick at this point. And then the Rams, Broncos, Chargers, and Seahawks to round out round 2 here. It's coming fast. It's going quick here. Appreciate everybody being here live with us on day 2. Hit your thumbs up and subscribe and do all the things. Thanks to everybody for getting us over 80,000 subscribers last
absolutely.
night.
Awesome.
For one. If you are new to the channel, do that. Hit the subscribe button. Join us.
Indeed.
Join us forever. Trying to get to 100,000 as quickly as we can here. All right, where are we? We got any updates?
Still the Jags. So do you think that do the Chargers just not like Pregnon?
I mean, at this point, maybe if they passed him up
Right.
a couple times here. Maybe Dunker ends up being their guy. Again, not every team just goes in and they might have the Zeitler plan, whoever that is. They might have the post-draft plan where it's not as much of a need as you think.
Here we go. We got the news that we were waiting for today. The Vikings are sending Pro Bowl linebacker edge rusher Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a 3rd-round pick tonight, number 98, and a 3rd-round pick next year, per reporters.
Grenard and the Eagles reach agreement on a 4-year, $100 million deal.
Yep.
So the Eagles just giving up a 3, so that'll be...
How does Howie do it?
That's just a great move by the Eagles. And by the way, Jalen Phillips, I would say he's probably a tick below Grenard at this point in his career with a little bit more uncertainty around his health.
Yeah.
They traded for Jalen Phillips. I don't know what they'll get from a comp pick perspective, but it could be a 3, could be a little bit later, but they're going to get something for him for the half year that they got for Phillips. But giving up 2 3s for Grenard and then, throwing the $25 million per year at him, they're right back in the edge rush market. They're right back where they were a couple years ago when they let Josh Sweat walk. Like, it's been a revolving door, and they've replaced these edge rushers and done a really good job of it in Philadelphia.
I mean, it's great business for Philadelphia. Like, Grenard is a really, really good player, technically proficient, productive, consistent problem for offenses to deal with. Now you've got him in addition to all the other defensive linemen you've got, and you've found a way of making it work, right? And a 3rd-round pick in 2 consecutive years for that is an absolute steal. From Minnesota's point of view, it's like, I understand he had a reasonably large cap number this year, but like you couldn't find a way of making this happen, to keep him the 4-year, $100 million deal for Jonathan Grenard is pretty good money, right? Like given how good he is relative to where the top end of the edge rusher market now is, that's a perfectly reasonable contract for him to get. And Minnesota has to instead flip him for 2 3rd-round picks because they're tied up against the cap.
The Eagles have Grenard. They've got Nolan Smith. Jalix Hunt, Arnold Ebiketie comes in as a free agent, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in. So they got a bunch of former first-rounders and everything, but at least having Grenard, Hunt, Nolan Smith, Ebiketie, I would say is your top 4, in addition to your interior rushers of Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Mauro Ojomo. It's like they're back, man. Again, love when teams are 7 or 8 deep on the defensive line. That is always what the Eagles are striving for, and I think they're right back to it with Grenard. From Minnesota's point of view, they have not. Most of their great additions during the Kwesi era have been current NFL players, right? Whether it's Grenard,
Veterans.
Van Ginkel, via T.J. Hawkinson, whether it's trade or free agency, they have not done a good job during the draft, and this is their reset. And like when you draft Dallas Turner a couple years ago and he's heading into year 3, this is your chance to get cheaper at edge, put him opposite Van Ginkel, free up the money, get younger. That's what Minnesota's trying to do on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I just think this is the type of move that you make when you're tied up against the cap and haven't got the wiggle room to give the guy the contract that he kind of wants. I think this is, you need more flexibility than that to be able to keep good players like Jonathan Grenard for a team that expects to contend, even though, last year didn't go that great. They're changing quarterbacks, et cetera. Who knows exactly where they'll be. But theoretically, internally, the Vikings still want to be a playoff team. You need people like Jonathan Grenard to do that. I think that's not great business from their point of view.
Do you want to answer the super chat?
I do, because it was addressed
Eagles
to me.
question.
He doesn't.
And then we'll get to the Jags pick.
Yanni Donny boy doesn't care apparently what you think, but would like to know: can I weigh on the Eagles draft strategy? The trade for Grenade is great, but I'm having issues with drafting 2 pass catchers when the team is clearly better when Saquon gets it going. Well, I think the biggest part is this anticipation that A.J. Brown is theoretically not on this roster. I mean, he is, but the idea is, the reports are, he is gone come June, right? June the 1st, sometime after June the 1st, they are trading away A.J. Brown to the Patriots, from the sounds of it. So they've already done some things to insulate themselves against that. Marquise Brown, Dontavian Wicks coming in, but Mekhi Lemon is a step in that direction. Then Eli Stowers again. Now the question is, what do they view Eli Stowers as, right? Because Dallas Goedert may only have a year left on this team. Do they think they can groom Stowers to become a Dallas Goedert replacement? Or are they just pivoting to, like, we are going to force Jalen Hurts to target the middle of the field if it kills us? And so we're getting rid of anybody that can play on the outside, and we're bringing in everybody that plays over the middle. Like, we're pivoting to the Buffalo Bills offensive strategy of the last couple of years. In terms of Saquon Barkley, I don't think anything they've done in pass catcher world really affects him and getting him going. I mean, it's about getting that offensive line backfiring on all cylinders. A big part of that was Landon Dickerson being hurt last year. You know, if he's just kind of been hampered by injuries now and he's not going to be the player that he used to be, that's sort of a potential problem spot. But Mailata, Lane Johnson is still really good. Tyler Steen played pretty well. Cam Jurgens is not as good as Jason Kelce used to be, but that should still be a pretty good offensive line, more than enough to get Saquon Barkley going.
All right, man, you ready for this one?
Yeah.
Have you seen the next pick?
No.
The Jacksonville Jaguars,
With their first pick?
with their very first selection, are taking Nate Borkircher, the tight end out of Texas A&M. Look him up on the consensus board. I'm seeing him in the 160s. We're at pick 56 here. This will be the biggest one, the biggest jump. Borkircher, though, he was, if you watched our sleeper show, this was one of Mike Renner's sleepers.
That's not a great sign when you're taking somebody's sleeper in the second round.
With your first pick. Now, Borkircher,
Also
here's where I get it. It's a unique career. 4 years at Nebraska, 1 year at Texas A&M. Never played more than 481 total snaps. He makes the game-winning catch against Notre Dame early in the season, and it's unbelievable. Like, when he did get targeted, you see it. Big frame, soft hands. It just looks smooth. It looks right. He was just rarely targeted at Texas A&M. He was just rarely part of their offense, but when he was targeted, it looked really good. It's high for him in the second round. I'm fascinated by this whole thing. James Gladstone has been – he's coming in from the Rams, and the Rams always did their own thing. Not only the Travis Hunter trade up last year, but going off the board here with Borkircher. So they saw something that they like. I like him as well. When you see the film, it's outstanding. But you're talking about 100 picks higher.
Yeah.
Where does a Reef have him? 100 picks higher?
163. And critically, the evaluators had him even lower than that, 10 spots lower than that at 173.
They probably didn't even get to him.
The prognosticators actually had him higher on the board, the forecasters.
Ben Allen doesn't have any information on it. Like, this is just a mess. Come on, Ben.
I mean, look, Ben
didn't watch our sleeper show.
There's no way around it. This is currently the largest reach of the draft so far. And generally speaking, that's kind of interesting with James Gladstone being there and his whole quest being to eliminate any form of bias and, outside noise kind of skewing you in a direction. Statistically, significant reaches do not have a good hit rate. And this is the biggest reach of the draft so far by a pretty sizable margin.
That's not to say that it won't work.
Correct.
We got to give you every side of the story here.
It's just that statistically speaking, they don't work out very well.
Dane Brugler has him as his number 8 tight end. Like, it's not like you're going completely off the board.
Yeah,
but
the
he
board
also
has him 12
tight
end.
He has 5 tight ends ahead of him that haven't. Like, the second tight end off the board was just Eli Stowers. So Borkircher being the 3rd tight end off the board with just a unique career, 5-year career without a lot of play. But big-bodied, soft hands, looks pretty smooth. I've got a production and game athleticism comp of Luke Musgrave, just throwing that out there from a size and athleticism perspective. There are some comparisons to what Musgrave went in the second, I believe, as well, a few years ago. But this is
ahead of Tucker Kraft.
Ahead of Tucker Kraft, right? So this is as big of a reach compared to the consensus right now for the Jags, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's by far the biggest reach of this draft so far. Like, you're overdrafting this guy by potentially 100 picks, according to the consensus board, to a team who is data-driven, obsessed with eliminating any form of outside bias and stuff. That's a really interesting move.
I mean, they're definitely not being swayed
apparently
by anything here. Bears are coming up next, and then there's going to be a trade, is what I'm feeling.
Okay.
Bears are taking Logan Jones, the Iowa center, at number 57 overall.
Ooh, that's
so they just lost Drew Dahlman to retirement.
Indeed.
This offseason. And so they brought in Bradbury, right? Garrett Bradbury to play center. Logan Jones, similar, right? I think he struggles with power. He's got some similarities to Bradbury, zone scheme. Like he is your quintessential Iowa center.
Yeah, but he's the
first pure center.
That's what I was going to say. He's the first pure center, actually designated center off the board. And yet on the consensus board, he's the number 4 center overall. So the 3 centers that most people are expecting to be the first 3 guys off the board are still available, and they've instead gone with Logan Jones as the best guy to take.
So that's where the Bears go at pick 57. Again, I think he's one of your smooth, wide zone, athletic center. Struggles a little bit with power. Struggles when he's one-on-one, working downhill. But I think for anything wide zone or getting him into space, he's pretty good. Browns are trading up, and they're going to make a pick, obviously. So their pick is in. They're trading up to pick 58 here. Then the Texans, Bears will be up again, and then the Rams coming up here next.
Sports Debate Arena says in a Discord chat where he's been arguing with Jags fans over whether the Giants or the Jags front office is worse, and he just won that fight with that pick.
What I'm always interested in when front offices leave places and how familiar they are with the old system. So like the Rams are picking in 5 picks.
But that
do they have a feeling, this is who the Rams would take? Are the Jags going to go with are they going to be running 13 personnel like crazy and just, loading up on tight ends?
The Rams, I don't think, though, had a massive history of like wild reaches, though, did they?
No, they didn't. They had a couple mid-rounders, like they took who was the wide receiver tight end hybrid a couple years ago that never panned out. Really athletic player. So the Browns. All right, here we go. Browns have traded up to take Emanuel Pregnon.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to take the Toledo safety here.
Bring him home.
At pick 58. Love this for the Browns.
Yeah.
Really nice pick. Add some help in the secondary. Dudes get good size, movement skills. They can impact the run. You can move them around the defensive formation a little bit. Little limited maybe in deep coverage, throw him single high or whatever, but love what he could do pretty much everywhere else as a safety.
24 overall on the consensus board. Ironically, 1 spot below Casey Concepcion. So they bring in 2 guys ranked right next to each other in the consensus board, and obviously one drafted a lot lower. Yeah, I think Emanuel Pregnon is a really good player. I think he suffers from the only 2 negatives on him, really, to me, are he played – I mean, some people will see this as a negative. Never transferred up from Toledo, right? Played Toledo the whole way. Now I can go to Ohio State and prove that I'm a real baller. Stayed at Toledo the whole way, and some people will see that as like, you didn't try and raise your level of competition. And then honestly, number 2, just the lack of any special athletic trait, a bit like Caleb Downs. Like, you didn't bring any special athletic size trait to the table. You're just solid across the board, like average speed, range, size, blah, blah, blah. But he's just a really good football player.
So the Browns have now added my favorite tackle, Spencer Fano.
Yep.
Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston at wide receiver, and then Emanuel Pregnon, pretty consensus top 3 safety, right up there with Caleb Downs and Dylan Thieneman as an expected first-round pick. The Browns have essentially added 4 first-round caliber players. If you ask, look, I know it's not reality. They got Boston and Pregnon in the second round.
But by the consensus board, they're all first-round players.
4 top 32 players on the consensus board. By the way we evaluate drafts.
4 top 27 players.
This is going to look good. Right?
Yeah.
It's going to look good that they're taking players that were expected to go on day 1, and they get 4 total players.
And again, to reiterate, there is statistical strength to the idea of guys that were consensus first-round players being drafted on day 2 working out better than the regular strike rate, right? Like Arif since 2016, I think, had the hit rate like 50%, which is 20 percentage points higher than the other way around, guys that are reaches, for example. So
all right, who's this
theoretically,
for?
This is good for the Browns.
All right, the Texans, they're up next. They're making a pick. The Niners, by the way, they're the team that just traded down again. They must have 1 million picks at this point. They've traded down for 2 days nonstop. The Texans pick is in. We don't have it. And then the Titans are up on the clock now at pick 60. The Titans have jumped up from 69 to 60 with the Bears. So the Bears traded out of the second round now and picking up pick 144 along the way. Texans are going to take Michigan tight end Marlon Klein at pick 59. Okay, so that's the next tight end off the board. This is where
it's another departure.
So the tight ends have really started to diverge here. I thought Max Clare was next on my consensus board. I thought Oscar Delp, Justin Jolly, some of those players were a little bit ahead. Borkircher and Klein actually they were both in the 160s on my consensus board here in a similar range. So the Texans going to go with Klein, 12 career starts here at Michigan.
Yeah, 158 on the consensus board. And again, the evaluators had him ranked a bit lower than that, 171. So another massive reach relative to the consensus board.
6'6", 248, ran a 4.61, so moves pretty well, good size. And things are going fast here. So Klein adding a pass catcher for C.J. Stroud and the Texans. The Titans, they traded up for Texas linebacker Anthony Hill. So Anthony Hill from Texas is the next pick here at pick 60 for the Titans. Hill was another guy named in the first round.
Yeah.
Early in the process, him and C.J. Allen, I don't know if it was just Texas and Georgia, the school recognition, they were thought to be high picks for a while. I think they're similar. I think Hill, he's a really good run defender, works downhill, but just has issues in space. And that's what happens and you end up in the second round.
Yeah, again, I think linebacker, the board for everybody at linebacker is going to be all over the place. But, yeah, he was definitely a guy that was seen as a first, second-round fringe type of player, ended up 49 overall on the consensus board, and 49 was the evaluators' score as well. The what do they keep calling it? The forecasters had him a little bit higher than that, but he ends up slipping to the sort of range that even further, actually, than the board had him.
I think Hill's good at taking on blockers. Like I said, working downhill. I thought he looked stiff in space or a little unathletic in space, but he tested really well. So he ran a 4.51. All of his testing numbers were above average across the board. Overall production numbers were much better in against the run than they were in coverage. So again, that's going to be the question. Cyrus Gray, they had a breakout year from him at linebacker last year. So 1-2 punch for the Titans at linebacker now with Anthony Hill. So that fills a need for them. They still have some places to look as far as guard, maybe some more pass rushers. But I think Hill has a chance to start for Tennessee there at linebacker.
Yeah, I didn't love his eyes. I thought that his sort of ability to read, react, and diagnose was not amazing. And that, when you're talking about a guy who's athletically gifted, good against the run, maybe struggles a little bit in coverage, but if you're going to be good against the run, you need to be on point with what you're reading, your keys. You need to be going to the right place at the right time. If you're getting that wrong as well, that's going to be a problem.
People are asking about Emanuel Pregnon. Any other, besides Jermod McCoy, we knew he would fall. We weren't really sure. Is the fall at a point in the second round, or is this dude showing up on day 3? Mm-hmm. Any other big names besides Pregnon here?
Let me scan the consensus board.
Jennings Dunker.
Yeah, McNeil Warren was the other one that was ranked very high that was still on the board.
Chris Bell, injury-wise.
Right.
Trying to figure him out.
I'm trying to scan for the next guy. Pregnon is the next available on the board outside of the corner. Who else have we got?
Rams are up on the clock. So we got the Rams, Broncos.
Chris Bell would be the next guy. Chris Bell, then Keontae Scott, then this group. So after those two guys, Jermod McCoy, Emanuel Pregnon, then there's a gap. Those are by far the two best players available according to the consensus board. Then we get to a run of guys. Chris Bell, the Louisville wide receiver, Keontae Scott, the Miami slot corner, A.J. Halsey, the LSU safety, Chris Brazzle, the Tennessee wide receiver. Those guys are all ranked right next to each other, and that's the next tranche of players that are available.
Halsey's an interesting one. I could see Keontae Scott being a good Ram over here, a little bit older. Or just go Chris Bell for the future. Make all future-looking picks. Bell coming off the injury and Ty Simpson. So the Rams, they drafted Ty Simpson at 13. Of course, that was the biggest story of day one, biggest surprise. Rams are up on the clock at 61. Then the Broncos will make their first pick at 62. The Chargers, will they go guard at 63? And then the Seahawks at 32, who we know have only 3 more picks in this draft and will be looking for any kind of trade partner. A lot of trades here on day 2, the 9 o'clock hour.
Do you have a theory for why Pregnon is still available? This feels like there's a reason behind the slide at this point, as opposed to just variants of analyses and evaluations.
I don't know what would have happened necessarily. I will say, there was a point early in his career where he wasn't great. So, linemen get better, but, Dane has him as number 3. The consensus board has him pretty high. The only question, he's 24 years old, 24 and a half. That might be the biggest
Doesn't feel
question.
Like that would stop you.
I don't care that much about linemen in that case. But again, if Pregnon, if his only good play, because again, he was much worse earlier in his career across 3 different schools now. He was worse earlier in his career. He's gotten better, and that's coincided with him being older than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So
sure.
I could see that being a part of it. But yeah, he's still out there and could be a plug-and-play guard for somebody because he's improved these last few years.
Yeah.
All right, the tight end run is going on here.
Yeah, apparently.
The Rams are taking another tight end.
Are we drafting one from 198
Nope.
on the consensus board?
It's the next guy on the consensus board.
Great.
It's Max Clare from Ohio State.
The Rams are seriously taking another tight end.
Yeah.
How many have they got on the roster now?
I don't know, but people are mocking Sadiq to them in the first. So
Yeah, but at least, it's one thing to buck a first-round player there. It's another to be like, second round, we got another one.
I liked Max Clare a lot. I liked him as tight end 3 in this class. When he was at Purdue, he was more of the focal point of that offense. Last year, they didn't need him as much at Ohio State.
Right.
Sometimes you just have he's one of those tight ends I think that just has a natural feel. I think he accelerates into his routes pretty well. He's not a freak athlete like Kenyon Sadiq or anything like that. But I just think he's a good natural pass catcher who can do a little bit more than getting away as a blocker. That's my biggest compliment. He'll at least locate the defender, lock on. He can lean on a double team here and there and keep his feet moving. And but he's also moved around. He's played a little fullback, played a little H, pre-snap on the move. He's made good run blocks everywhere. And I just think he's smooth navigating through traffic and everything, just stuff that tight ends are supposed to do when they're not an athletic freak. He's athletic enough, moves well, and I think it's a really good pick for the Rams here.
I think they have 6 tight ends on the roster now.
They get Higbee back still.
Yeah.
Who else? What else?
Colby Parkinson, Terrence Ferguson.
Ferguson
Claire.
was their second rounder last year.
Yeah.
Claire's their second rounder this year.
Uh-huh.
And who'd you just?
I think they've got a couple of guys that lower down, but I think they're up to 6.
15 personnel. Wait, what? 14 personnel for Matthew Stafford here. No back.
We're going to play with no receivers.
Maybe Claire
Just
could take
tight ends.
some running back snaps here.
Single wing.
He's got good hands. Just an efficient, good receiver. I thought he should have been the 3rd tight end off the board. I think it's a good pick for the Rams here, and they are more than future-proofing the tight end position right
Maybe this is Les's way of bridging the divide again with Sean. It's like, hey, Sean, look, I understand you were upset yesterday. How about I give you another tight end?
Is your pass?
I'll make it up to you. I'll get you another tight end on day 2. You can have as many as you like. Whatever makes Matthew happy. If Matthew likes throwing the tight ends, I'll get you 6 of them.
All right, the Broncos are up on the clock, and this is their first.
Yeah.
This is their first selection. Again, the Jags picking anywhere near the Rams. The Broncos will not pick, by the way.
Of course not.
The Bills are trading up.
Waited 2 days. What's
into that spot? Bills are coming up to pick 30 of the second round, pick 62. So remember this trade. Remember that. Played in the playoffs here.
Also, imagine if this snipes the Chargers from Pregnon. Who knows? Maybe they don't. Maybe they think Pregnon sucks. Maybe he's got an injury nobody's talked about.
The Jags, I love the draft for what the stories look like years from now. And remember this choice, this player over that player. The Jags in their front office taking Borkircher a few picks ahead of Max Clare.
Yeah.
Just remember that one. It'll be interesting.
But also, imagine this. If the Chargers were just trying to play the board, play the game, and they were trading back with Pregnon still on the board, and then Buffalo jumps them by 1 spot to grab him. Could happen.
Yeah. I hate sitting there just guessing on the player's slide, and sometimes it takes 3 rounds before you figure it out.
Right.
But he's sliding for a reason here. But we're still in the second round.
Well, that's the thing. Like, at some point, like, there are guys that slide, and then you're like, okay, that's just like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, right? Was sliding, and you're like, well, that's just good value at this spot. But then at some point, the slide becomes so acute, you're like, there's got to be something we don't know, and we just have to accept it. And alternatively, you could go the Mel Kiper route and just spend the next 3 days bitching about
why aren't they picking my player?
Yeah, nobody taking that guy. But generally, I think somewhere along the line, you should probably pivot to the NFL knows something I don't when a guy's sliding that way.
All right, it's 66. The Bills are moving from 66 to 62. Broncos getting pick 182 in return here. So we'll see what the Bills do. We get the Bills, Chargers, and Seahawks to round out round 2. Then we'll jump right into round 3.
Flying.
Moving quick. Be out of here by 11:30 tonight. Appreciate everybody joining us here on day 2.
Then we jump into the recap show.
And then we go right into the recap show. We're here all night. We'll be here all day tomorrow. So we won't be live for tomorrow's show. We've got some guests lined up.
Mm-hmm.
Got some very special guests lined up. So I suggest you subscribe to the channel.
Yes.
We'll go live at various points. We'll hit on the big stories as they come in. And we're going to have a slew of interviews throughout the day, recapping maybe the Saints, the Vikings, what the Rams have done. We've got some people lined up to go through some of the biggest storylines yesterday and today. We're trying to get Renner. We are in talks with Renner's people.
With his people.
But the dude's got to work. He works for CBS.
He's got a job.
He's got stuff to do, man. We're going to try. We got him last year. If we don't get him tomorrow, we'll get him at some point this week. He's always got to get his post-draft takes here. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. But before we get that, let's just throw to Root Insurance. We'll come back with the Bills pick. Quick break to talk about our friends over at Root Insurance. Root Insurance believes that good drivers deserve better rates, so they've created a new kind of car insurance that rewards good drivers in an easy-to-use app. Traditional car insurance companies focus on demographics like age, zip code, occupation, and credit score to price your coverage, but when Root offers a rate, your behavior behind the wheel gets more weight than any other single factor. They don't use occupation or education level to negatively affect your rate. While you drive, Root gathers and analyzes data from your smartphone sensors, and after a few weeks, you'll get a car insurance quote based primarily on your driving. Save up to 44% off your initial Root quote after you take the test drive. If you need a tow truck, jump start, or lock your keys in the car, Root will cover the help you need to get back on the road when you opt into roadside assistance. The Root app makes it easy to edit your coverage, update your policy, or file a claim in just 3 minutes. You get started today at Root.com.
Maybe that guy was right.
All right, we're back. Buffalo Bills traded up to pick 62 here, and they're taking Ohio State cornerback Davison Igbinosun at pick 62. Long corner out of Ohio State. He had some serious penalty issues a couple years ago. I think he's a pretty good player. Grabby at the top of routes. You know, I usually have a soft spot for those players. And Igbinosun, though, he went a little bit too far with it. And 16 penalties in 2024.
Yeah, big, long corner, 6'2", 190 pounds. I didn't love him at the Senior Bowl. I did think he struggled a bit with those, with that, right, with the coverage as opposed to being able to get grabby and make those kinds of plays. You know, his sort of long, slight build. I don't know. I didn't love him as a player.
He's made really good plays at the catch point. He's 6'2", 195, 33-inch arms. Ran a 4.45. He's athletic enough, but on the lower end, I would say athleticism-wise. I think he's okay, movement skills-wise, but he's a press man type of player where the length shows up at the catch point. But again, it's like he plays that fine line. 16 penalties in 2024. That's the most for a cornerback since at least 2021.
30 in his career.
Yeah, it was better last year, but still, you're talking about a guy that plays right on the borderline. Now, this is interesting because this is, the Bills, I think they have been, first off, it's a new defensive scheme. But I do think as an organization, they've been dying to play more man coverage these last couple of years. Even with Sean McDermott's defense being so zone heavy, even with him, they were trying to, play Maxwell Hairston last year. They had a speed corner, fast corner to match, some of the speed receivers around the AFC. I don't know if this is just another move to try to play a little bit more man. With Jim Leonard coming in, they play a lot more match principles. You end up one-on-one a lot more on the outside. It's going to be interesting to see if they could find that balance, though, because he's got length and tools and press, bump and run type of ability, and it hasn't been the type of corner that they've had in recent years, and we'll just see if they'll continue that transition. So they got him and Hairston, and Christian Benford might not have to play right away. But again, if you're playing matchups or playing against certain teams, you can lean into that very specific long corner skill set that Igbinosun has.
Yeah, Dorian Strong as well, who they drafted a year ago, would fit into that category as well. They're assembling a pretty interesting group of corners, and it will be interesting. I think they may play a lot more sub-package stuff, and get a lot of these guys on the field at the same time in this new defense.
It's one of my favorite things about the draft is then looking at the roster post-draft. So similar what we said last time Buffalo picked when they brought in T.J. Parker. They have him and Rousseau and Bradley Chubb, and they're 3 or 4. Michael Hoyt, they're 4 deep on the edge. They're deep at defensive tackle. They're getting deep at corner. I think the Bills have done a nice job of adding a ton of depth these last couple of years. I thought last year's draft was, hey, let's add as much defensive depth as possible so when we run into the playoffs, we don't have the same injury issues that we've had. So I think they're doing a nice job of adding depth at various points along the roster, and Igbinosun brings, as I said, press man ability on the outside here for the Bills. They traded up to get him. I got to know how far every time these teams make a trade up, 6, 8 spots, whatever it is, like how big's the drop-off between their next guy? Like, got to get Igbinosun. Had to trade up to get whoever.
I think a lot of
Gabe
it,
Atkins,
when you reach this
right?
point in the draft, is that it all feels a bit nothing.
But you just have all your specific players.
I know.
There's
But
a
this way,
drop-off.
like, I think is, to
Chargers
me,
are up, by the way, with their pick in.
to me, as long as you are equalizing the number of picks you're giving, like if it's just moving up and down, I would do those trades all day long to just get the guy I liked.
Yeah, you don't want to.
I don't really care that I'm giving up 25 spots in overall value. Like, who cares? I like this guy.
No, you just don't want to give up too many.
Yeah, I'm not giving you additional draft picks. As long as we keep bouncing around and I'm just moving up and down and we end up with the same number of swings, I'll go get my guy.
Chair got messed up when I moved
ruined
during
the
the
chair.
break here. 2 more picks in round 2 here, Sam. Chargers,
The Chargers pass on Pregnon. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Seahawks next. What other guards are next after Pregnon?
I mean, it's
Jennings Dunker,
Yeah.
Jalen Farmer, Billy Schruth. See where they go.
it's not what you want to hear if you're Justin Herbert.
We're going to have to watch the broadcast like cavemen over here. Sean Merriman's making the pick
Yeah,
for the Chargers. He was the 12th overall pick for the Chargers in 2005.
lights out.
Oh, yeah. He's doing his dance,
Good celebration.
celebrating. He's doing it right now.
He's still huge, by the way. Like,
Monster.
Dude's jacked.
Yeah. I feel like he could play right now.
I mean, he also didn't he get
Maybe.
I think maybe there's a reason he's still
Different
looking
era.
jacked.
All right, so the Chargers are going with an interior offensive lineman, but he's more of a pure center.
Okay.
Florida's Jake Slaughter.
Okay.
Now, he's only played center
Right.
at Florida. I thought he was the best center in the draft, pure center. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
he's better than Rutledge, too. I like Slaughter a lot. We'll see what they're going to do with him. He doesn't have the guard body type necessarily, but maybe that's the play. But they brought in Tyler Biotish to play center, so I'm assuming they're going to give Slaughter a chance here. And if he does play guard, he's got the positional versatility to play center. But moves well, strong hands. If you look at him, he was a PFF darling for years as far as his grading, run game, and all that. And I think he's a really good player.
I'll take that. A lot of centers start off a guard in the NFL. Like, it's actually pretty rare that a center comes in and just day one starts because of the mental load of that position. Getting everybody lined up correctly, making the blocking calls, all that kind of stuff. You can take that off their plate if the quarterback wants to do it, but generally it's not an uncommon thing that centers start off in the NFL as guards and see how it goes. So, yeah, I mean, adding an interior offensive lineman to this group I think was a must.
That puts Seattle up on the clock, and they are not trading down again. They're just going to stick and pick one more time. They picked at 32 Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame. What's the next? You mentioned really well said. They've got 4 picks. They've got a couple of acute needs.
Yeah.
Probably need some depth at edge. Probably might need some depth at corner. They could use a plug-and-play guard. They could be a Pregnon piece right here if they want to get some right guard competition for Anthony Bradford there.
Yes.
But they're going to stick. I know they wanted to pick up more picks, but they either didn't have partners or they're just saying, hey, let's just fill some of these needs. We'll see what Seattle does here with the last pick of round 2.
I mean, this is another one that makes too much sense. Like, unless they somehow think Anthony Bradford is due some giant step forward, I would take Pregnon in the heartbeat and plug him in as the starter. Done.
Jake Slaughter, teamwork's darling is what he's been over the last couple of years. That's Slaughter?
Teamwork's
That's
darling.
Ben Elsner. That's not Elsner?
Wow.
The professor, Jake Slaughter.
Isn't that a
You're
line?
telling me you can't handle the line calls?
That's what I'm saying. We were
That's a center.
We were just
It's not a
talking
guard.
about how one of the there's nothing more offensive lineman than having like a ginger goatee or facial hair of some kind. He's got the look. He's got it nailed.
That's a center. That's the that's a center. That dude's identifying the
Look,
mic, and
it's
he'll
an
know
NFL
exactly who to
offensive
block.
lineman. That's all you need.
He'll know exactly
Look at
who to
him.
block. Jake Slaughter fan here, though. I like him. What else we got here?
Does look a lot like somebody just put Ben Elsner in a Florida jersey and then inflated him.
Did they screw up the? Did they screw up the headshot? Next, you're going to be sending Nick Polk over here. And
That's the way they made him take his headshot
Calling
in
him
a
Tyreek
Florida
Sapp.
jersey. Here, put this on. Before, don't worry about it.
all right, Seattle. Here you go. Seattle Seahawks at pick 64 are taking TCU safety.
Oh,
Bud
my
Clark.
guy, Bud Clark.
Go get him.
Love it. John, big fan of your work. Fantastic. Outstanding. Love it. Dude, I love Bud Clark. That guy jumped off the tape at the Senior Bowl. He's just an absolute ball hawk. Okay, does he miss some tackles? Sure. Do I give a crap? No, not at all. I put him in coverage. The dude's an absolute weapon.
I think he tackles well, works well. He's a ball hawk.
You think he tackles well?
I mean, he tries. He's willing.
That's different.
I think a lot of these guys are willing tacklers. They come up and they try to pack a punch, even if the results aren't always great.
Sideline range from deep free safety. That's what I want him doing. Put him deep in the secondary and let him go to town.
I can't say what I've texted, but I've passed along your love.
Good. I'm glad.
John may also love him too.
Excellent.
How's that? Seahawks ad. Tell me more about Bud Clark and what you love about him.
I think he's an absolute ball hawk. Like, he's a classic sort of coverage safety. He showed up in all areas of coverage at the Senior Bowl. We put up a play there where he had, single high free safety, sideline range, got to the sideline, broke up the pass, but he was also destroying people tight in the red zone and man coverage, and drills that are basically set up for those guys to be in trouble in coverage. I think in every aspect of coverage, he's a fantastic player. I don't love his tackling.
I misremembered my notes. How's this?
I think that's problematic, but I also don't really care.
Here's the note I wrote down for him. He usually takes the most aggressive angle.
Yeah.
Whatever the most aggressive angle is. And then I said tackling is similar. He'll take some poor angles, but he's also willing to run through someone's face. So that's what I liked about him. I think it was the willingness to hit, but angle-wise, he's kind of all over the place. But, yeah, he's got some really nice plays. Interception against Colorado, playing high-low, finishing the play. Takes a lot of chances trying to undercut routes. Does he remind you a little bit of Marquise Blair, former Seahawks safety pick?
No, not
with
really.
some of the aggressiveness on the back end. I can't remember exactly what I thought about Blair, but I thought some of the way he patrolled on the back end may have been similar to Clark.
But I think he's got really good instincts in terms of how to go make a play on the ball. Like, that's his thing. He is going to go and be productive when the football's in the air, both in terms of, if he's in single coverage anywhere or if he's just playing deep zones and attacking the ball that way.
Ran a 4.41, good testing across the board, good vertical, broad. So he's an explosive player, flies around the field, and I think that's the type of just a Seahawks safety, man.
Apparently he shrank half an inch between the combine and his pro day. Wait, he shrank half an inch and put on 9 pounds?
Can't
What the hell happened there?
can't trust any of those workout numbers.
I mean, I guess putting on 5 or 9 pounds might trick you half an inch.
All right, we got
Extra weight dragging you down.
sources are telling Connor J. Hughes. We're flipping to round 3. You guys ready? Round 3, here we go. Sources are telling Connor J. Hughes that Carson Beck will be the pick for the Arizona Cardinals to kick off round 3. The Miami quarterback via Georgia, Carson Beck, to be the first pick of the third round for the Arizona Cardinals. We'll wait to confirm that, but that's the rumor. That'd be the third quarterback off the board here.
Yeah.
After Fernando Mendoza, of course, and Ty Simpson.
Indeed. Again, can't rule out the possibility that he go in the first round. Was the late
Ari Mayrov's
report.
confirming it. Cardinals are taking Carson Beck here with the first pick of round 3.
Yeah. I mean, look, on the one hand, I get it in terms of, like, at one point, Carson Beck was seen as a top prospect in his draft class. He's got the size, 6'5", 230 plus. Like, he looks like a high-end passer. Started off at Georgia. Like, the pedigree is there. National title game for Miami. Just don't think he's very good.
So our friend Greg Cosell kind of liked him as the intriguing mid-rounder. We're in mid-round territory here. Last year, it felt like there was a cleaner 6 or 7, 8 developmental quarterbacks that had something, right? This guy's got a big arm. This guy, Will Howard, was a winner, and Dylan Gabriel won a lot and can distribute. And Jalen Milroe was a great athlete. I think Carson Beck is in that, okay, what are the developmental options here for Carson Beck? What's intriguing about him?
Right. It's like there's no clean quarterback prospect here. Everybody's got something that's probably disqualifying, and you just got to take your pick.
So he took over for Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett was an historic winner with a good arm. Just because he was short didn't mean he didn't have good tools, but he was not your prototypical NFL quarterback. Mm-hmm. Carson Beck steps in at Georgia, looks the part, size, good enough velocity and everything. Doesn't exactly win the same way as Bennett, but close. He did a really nice job. But 2 years ago, 2024, that was when going into that season, by default, a lot of people had Beck as, he's QB1. Like, who else is going to be the top quarterback off the board? Let's just project Carson Beck. And he disappointed in 2024. He had a lot of turnover-worthy plays, had some high interception games. And even going into that season, it was, all right, what does he do well? What does Carson Beck do well? There's nothing special about his arm, his anticipation, his accuracy, his decision-making. There's nothing special.
Right.
It's all perfectly fine, and he was a good college quarterback. There was some off-field questions. Instagram, social, does he care about football? He's got the nice cars, he's following his girlfriend to Miami, and the whole thing, right? There's a lot of those questions.
That part, though, he seemed to, I don't want to say clean up, but like...
But I'm telling the story of how we've gotten.
But that was like a big negative, and then that seems to have been something that he's really focused on the last year or two.
Right, and then he goes to Miami. Most of the season's good, but he has the implosion games as well. 4 picks against Louisville. Not all of them are on him, but there's just times it's like, what are you seeing?
Right.
Why are you throwing this pass? So he's got these implosion games. I was impressed with him down the stretch. I thought with Miami, though, the offense, they didn't put a lot on his plate. There was a lot of dink and dunk to Malachi Toney, who's one of the best receivers in the entire nation. They're just trying to get the ball into his hands. But I thought against Ohio State, Beck goes out there and it's like, hey, if it's 3rd and 7, we're going to get 8. If it's 3rd and 5, we're going to get 6. He was converting. He was keeping the minute. I thought he did some good game managery type of stuff on the way to the college football playoff, made some big throws against Indiana, and they fell short. So what are they getting? A guy with a lot of experience, a lot of wins. He ticks all the Parcells boxes, right, as far as wins and experience and probably completion percentage and all these things that might not even matter, right? Looks the part. He can make all the throws, add every single cliche in there.
Right.
He's a developmental quarterback with a lot of experience right now. I don't know what the upside is, but I thought it was worth a shot. I thought last year, by the way, he was coming off the elbow injury. There was a minute that he was in the draft before Miami wooed him.
That's right.
And I thought he'd be a good buy low in rounds 3, 4, or 5. And this is a buy low right now for a guy that used to have this first-round type of trajectory.
Yeah. So, that's the thing. At one point, he was seen as this top-tier prospect. I think the point you made is the implosion games. That's the bit that's my biggest problem with him, is I think there's too much where he just melts down. And whether it's an implosion game, period, whether it's an implosion play, or whether it's just general bad play when under pressure, like when the situation is not good, he does tend to have these situations where he can't overcome that in a way that I think if you're going to be a starter in the NFL, you need to be able to. If all you're searching for is a long-term backup, then sure, he could be the guy. But if you're actually trying to find a starter out of these mid-rounds, he's not the guy I would look for.
I mean, a lot of the highlights they're showing on NFL Network are catch and run plays to Malachi Toney. I was impressed with how he used his legs a little bit down the stretch too. Like, again, just getting just enough when they needed it.
Yeah.
Is my wife in the? No, if my wife's in the chat, I think that's Harry. Good pick, says Kelly Palazzolo, or perhaps Harry. Because Harry's heard of him, I think.
It's like, look, the Cardinals don't have a quarterback right now, right? Jacoby Brissett angling for more money. Gardner Minshew coming off an injury. They were the one team that was being talked about for Ty Simpson because they don't have a starting quarterback theoretically. So if you're just looking for like who's the guy that might be able to like. This quarterback, the rookie for Arizona, is probably going to end up playing 6 games at the back end of this season, and then next year they're going to find a real one, right? So my question would be, which guy would you like to get a 6-game audition from to see if he actually surprises you and starts? Yeah. And I'm just saying Beck wouldn't be my guy. I would look for Nussmeier. I would look for Peyton, I would look for a couple of quarterbacks before I went with Carson Beck.
I mean, here's the other part about just quarterback evaluation. First of all, I think he could be a decent backup. But secondly, I think you and I have at least gone to this point where we realize we don't know everything. We're not going to make bold stances for or against a quarterback who's
maybe he'll be great.
No one's dumb enough to do that. So take a shot on a quarterback if you're Arizona. He'll be competing with Gardner Minshew and the holding out Jacoby Brissett. Harrison Phillips in the chat says, James Conner doing the pick for the Cards seems cruel since they just
well, he's not busy anymore.
Man, true. After getting Jeremiah Love yesterday.
By the way, whatever about James Conner.
Tyler Algier.
I was going to say, poor Tyler Algier has now twice been like, he had a starting gig playing really well. And then, by the way, we're just going to go get a generational running back, and you're going to be second fiddle.
Jeremiah Love just pushing you out.
And actually, you may be third fiddle because James Conner's still here. So, have fun with that. On the upside, somebody might get, a third contract out of Tyler Algier with a remarkable lack of tread on the tires.
I know, right?
Or lack of miles on the clock because he's been spelled the entire time by generational running backs.
All right, Broncos have their pick 66. They're going Texas A&M, Tyler Anettum. Iowa State transfer to Texas A&M, productive career over these last couple of years. I haven't done a ton of work on Anettum yet.
Oh, is that our first only
Vamp.
spotty data?
Spotty data. Vamp. I just didn't get around to him. I'm sorry. I'm being honest.
What does the model say? This when you lead on the model.
I'll just read.
Yeah.
Just read to you. I know it's not good enough for me to. There's other guys I would have taken.
I would have gone a different direction.
All right. 6034, 295.
You're just reading out his numbers now?
I got him as a 51. He's just like, you talk about beige. He's
beige, yeah.
47 production score, a 59 workout score. It's all in the middle.
That's exactly what it is.
Everything's in the middle.
And even, Dane Bruckler describes him kind of in the same way, like his bottom line summary. Let me read you that because it's basically exactly what you said, just in a better form. Overall, he might not have a true distinguishing trait, but he also doesn't have a fatal flaw that will be exposed by NFL competition. He projects best as a one-gap penetrator and dependable rotational piece. Yeah. It's like literally, he's just okay. He's not got anything great. He's not got anything that's going to stop him being in the NFL. He's just going to be around for a bunch of years doing okay.
I'll give you some of his production and workout comps.
Okay.
Let's go Mozzie Smith.
Okay, that's not ideal.
Montravius Adams.
Okay.
Cam Horsley. Dwayne Carter.
Dwayne
Carter ended up in the same spot. All of those guys ended up as backups, rotational players. I think that's where he projects here.
Yep.
The other production and game athleticism comps, Perrion Winfrey.
That was Denver's first pick.
Yes, that was their first selection here.
I didn't realize it was Denver that selected him, yeah.
Alfred Collins, Fedarian Mathis, Vernon Broughton, Ruka Rororo, Dwayne Carter there, Khalil Davis, all the rotational players.
Yeah, we're just listing a bunch of players.
Look at that. So we brought some.
That's an interesting guy to take with your first pick of this draft being 66 picks into the process.
Bringing value to the table here. All right, next pick's the Raiders at pick 67. They're going Kieran Crawford, the edge rusher out of Auburn. Now, he's an interesting one. When we had John Leonard on the show, he had him in his top 6, I believe, way ahead of Keldrick Falk. And so Ledyard's got a type. He likes
on the same.
He likes burst and bend, and he likes twitched up pass rushers. And Crawford had a little bit of the Cashius Howell to him because every time I watched Keldrick Falk, I was like, "Who's 24?"
Yeah.
On the other end,
it did happen multiple times when I was watching Falk's tape too. It's like I got to keep reminding myself he's not 24. He's the other guy.
Dude, look at Schultz's picture here. Do you have talk about
what? Come on, you can't do that to the man, dude.
Come on,
what are we doing?
I want to give a little bit more Kieran here.
Yeah, do.
So he's low.
I just need to tweet about this. This is brutal.
So Kieran's low in my numbers, but I get it. I get he was just a pure edge. He had a really good final season. He's one of those one-year wonder types where the early career data is not great, but his final season was outstanding. He was more productive than Falk last year. I mean, if he was just watching last year's tape, he was better. That's what the Raiders are banking on.
Right.
So they had some juice off the edge, man. That dude can get after it. His game athleticism is outstanding. We've got some game athleticism comps to some good and some bad. Yaya Diaby, Peyton Turner, Isaiah Foskey. So some good, some bad. Interested to see what Kieran Crawford does, though, development-wise. Opposite Max Crosby, add another pass rusher there for the Raiders. Pick 68 is in. The Eagles are taking Markeel Bell.
Mount Bell.
The monster, Markeel Bell from Miami.
So I've been spending the entire time watching this guy's tape trying to work out who he reminds me of because he's got such a weird body type where he's all all legs.
Did you see Did you see Brandon Thorne's comp?
No.
King Dunlap?
Oh.
Remember King Dunlap? He was like 6'9", 350 or whatever he was.
But I saw somebody recently who it struck me had a very similar body type to this, and I can't remember who it was.
That last play, he just completely – he's got some – he never should have been at the Senior Bowl. So he's got some highlight reel plays on the negative side.
What do you mean he never should have been at the Senior Bowl?
He had just finished his season
at
Miami. So he goes to – every other player from Miami or Indiana opted out of the All-Star games because they played such a long season. And Markeel Bell just shows up and is like, I'm going to compete. And he had a couple reps. He got footwork tangled up. He got smoked a couple times. I remember I think Duke might train him and is like, this, don't judge him by these plays.
Right.
But he went out there and competed after a long season, and he's just an absolute monster. He's just one of those guys who's probably better in pass pro than he is as a run blocker, despite his size. But when you watch his run blocking tape, and he's double teaming with a left guard, they are moving people like high school games. And Miami's running backs are just like, all right, run behind
run this way.
800 pounds of man for 8 yards. So he can move people, but one-on-one, pad level, dude's getting under him, and he's got to tighten up some technique stuff because he's almost too big sometimes, 6'9", 345 plus.
I think the problem with these guys that are that size is it never looks good, right? Because when you're that size, with the greatest respect in the world, Stephen,
thanks,
it's difficult to move in a aesthetically pleasing, fluid way, right? Unless you're Jonathan Ogden.
I'm a smooth 6'10".
You're not. Unless you're Jonathan Ogden, it's basically impossible at that size to move in a way that doesn't look janky.
Did you see the video of me making the behind the back play? Did I ever show you the behind the back play?
Yes, I did see that.
That was smooth.
But I've seen you play basketball,
and
it doesn't look pretty. It's functional and it can work.
It's slow, not smooth.
It doesn't look pretty, right? So unless you're Jonathan Ogden, it's impossible to make it look good, right? But it can be effective because you're just so damn huge. And that's what Markeel Bell's got working for him. Like there's such a long way to travel to get around him that he's going to win a lot of reps.
Is Steve Smooth? Vote in the chat. Admitted defeat earlier with just straight up reading. That's the only pick for the Broncos so far.
That's what I'm saying.
Interesting.
Yeah.
For Denver there. So Markeel Bell, can he go to a better place though? He's the swing tackle, and that's your right tackle of the future behind Lane Johnson that we've been talking about for the Eagles.
Right. Development. Unfortunately, again, no Stoutland University for him. But
I understand, but it's still a nice environment. So like DeJuan Jones and even Caden Proctor a little bit, some of these other monsters.
Chad says it's just a short Dan Skipper.
It's just a short Dan Skipper. They're tough to get around in pass pro. He's pretty solid in pass protection. I think run game it can get there, but he's better just straight up working downhill. Might be very specific. I use him as an extra tight end.
Yeah.
Next to Mailata. Let's get creative, man. Let's get creative.
Imagine trying to hold up against that double team.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Get him and Mailata on the same.
It's like 700 pounds.
Teams are not creative enough.
Not even
what they can do.
Bell available.
I've made some smooth plays in my day. Baseball only, I can look smooth. Basketball, you're right. I mean, it's not my sport, but
it's not like
I have a behind the back play. Yeah. Nasty. I made a slide pickup once at 6'10".
Yeah.
I was athletic for 6'10". Pound for pound.
That's it.
It's 4'6".
But you see my point. It's the caveat.
Oh,
right?
You got to adjust it.
You move well for a big guy.
Yeah, I'm not going to look like. I'm not going to be.
But that's
I'm
like
not going to
when
look
people
like
say,
a second baseman or anything.
That's why when people say like that hippo moves really fast for a big fat thing, right? It's like but not for a gazelle. Like nobody's going to confuse the hippo for a gazelle.
I was a shortstop my whole life. I was great hands. I could do it.
Yeah.
Just
saying when you have to put the caveat of like for a big man, it means, it means something.
The Bears are on the clock, and pick 69. It's the Bears pick via the Titans, via the Bills, via the Texans, via the Giants.
Is this now the new most traded pick?
It might be. But the pick is in at pick 69. They're taking Stanford tight end Sam Rous.
Sam Rous. Dude, he's got to be one of the most divisive prospects in this draft. There are some people that love him, and there are some people that watch his tape and say he can't play.
He is a fascinating player. I was sending you some of his worst plays just to say, like, look how bad this is. And then at the end I said, I kind of get it, though. I kind of get him.
You said that right after I said he had the body control of a leper.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was pretty mean.
It was pretty funny, though, too.
It was pretty mean on your part.
To be fair, hang on.
He's
wait.
260, super athletic.
Before you say that was pretty mean, that was after he basically just fell flat in his face trying to catch a football.
He did.
Like, it didn't come from nowhere.
Okay, let's start with the negatives. Sam Rous had more drops last year than Casey Concepcion.
Yes.
Who
we've said hands may be problematic enough to stop you drafting him.
Far fewer targets.
Right.
That's the negative. I think there's just some bad paddle-handed, stone-cold drops in there for Sam Rous.
Yeah.
On the positive side, watching the Stanford quarterback play was painful.
Yes.
He was open often. The passes were all over the place.
Yes.
He's 6'6", 260.
Right.
Runs a 4.7. He's very athletic. All the other testing numbers were fantastic. Moves well, smooth in and out of breaks, so I get it as a player. And then when you're in this Stanford offense, everything's working against him. So if you're trying to look at his production, everything's working against him. You're playing at Stanford. You don't have a good passing attack. You don't have a good quarterback, and you're playing inline nonstop. But that dude gets dirty in the run game. He has as challenging a role as anybody from a run blocker. So this is a pure scouting projection, which kind of makes sense here in the third round. A size, speed tight end who played a very challenging role at Stanford, but the type of role that you could plug him into the NFL and say, okay, this guy has experience on backside cutoffs, wham blocks against defensive tackles. He had to do a lot at Stanford, and he did it okay. Like, he did a pretty good job with it, but what a challenging role. But he's athletic with some size, and he's got some good plays on film too, some catch and run plays that show his upside.
And honestly, that's the bigger part to focus on, I think, is the blocking. Like the fact, he's going to a team that has Cole Kmet and what's his face already?
Colston Loveland.
Yeah, the Michigan guy. Colston Loveland. So he's going to be effectively the blocking tight end if he's going to see the field, right? So that's the part that you need to focus on, and maybe he can eventually become the Cole Kmet part if they move on from him and get cheaper. And as you're right, like, they asked him to do a lot in the run game in terms of run blocking. I would say the results were mixed at best, though. It's a lot like his receiving, where it's like the talent is there. Like, you can construct a highlight reel from Sam Rous that looks amazing, but the lowlight reel would look awful as well.
Yeah, so he's a fascinating prospect here. Some of the the production and workout comps, you've got Tip Ryman, Devin Culp over the last couple of years. Like, nothing groundbreaking there. His overall workout similar to T.J. Hawkinson a few years ago. Stone Smart, Davis Allen, and Sam Rous all in the same bucket from a workout perspective. So Sam Rous is smoother than Steve, I would say.
You would think so.
He is.
Although,
except that, he was wide open up the seam and fell over dropping the ball. So
look, it takes a lot for me to say you have the body control of a leper, but
you would never say that about me. Check my behind the back play. We need.
I've seen it. You showed it to me one time.
I'll show you again.
Well, yeah.
I don't think the chat's seen it.
You could put it up on the screen.
We should pop
I'm sure
it up
Ben could fire it up for you. We're going to get copyright struck by MLB or whatever.
No. It's from my own DVD of my pitching that the Giants.
You can't possibly own your own NIL rights though. Surely somebody owns that footage that isn't you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure minor league baseball is going to come after me.
Send it to Ben. Just ask it.
All right, so I got to go look up my.
Can I give you a draft pick that's been made while you look up your own highlights from years ago in a different sport?
Please do. Well, I'm not going to actually do this right now. It's not worth it. But yeah, make the pick.
The San Francisco 49ers, with the 70th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, are selecting edge rusher Romelo Height, the other Texas Tech edge rusher. David Bailey obviously being the primary guy there, the guy going at the top of this draft, but Romelo Height going to the 49ers.
This is good. This is some pass rush help on the edge. Now, Height's old, and he's long and skinny. But he played at, was he at USC, Georgia Tech? He was at Georgia Tech last year, transfers to Texas Tech. He was a part of that loaded defensive line with David Bailey, Lee Hunter, a couple other good players that I like a little bit later on. But Height, he's got some...
25, like Mesidor.
Right. So he's got the age. He's got some of the long strides that get on tackles, and then he can dip the edge and everything. So look, the Niners have a big need, rushing the passer off the edge. He's like the opposite of Markeel Williams. He's going to be a pass rush specialist.
Right.
Markeel Williams is going to be your early down run defender. They're 4 years apart in age or whatever they are. You got Nick Bosa coming off the injury. I think this is a good pick at this point for the Niners here.
Yeah, quick bursts. He's got speed. He's a little undersized, under 240 pounds. And as you said, he's 25 years old already and has had some wild kind of career trajectory or meandering pathway through to where he is. But theoretically can provide like instant day one designated pass rusher reps, which this team might need.
I like that for the Niners, though. Pick 70 here after all their trades down. We're getting to the point where it's going to be tough to figure out what did everybody draft. Where are we with the Niners?
Well, they kept trading down.
They have 2 picks.
They got Stribling and him, right?
That's him and picks. Stribling at this point. And that's it. And they'll have 4 fourth rounders.
Yeah.
Coming up tomorrow and a 5th rounder. And one more 3rd rounder at pick 90 here. We're at pick 70.
3 of them are comp picks.
There you go. We're at round 3. We're pick 70. I found my clip. We'll get that going later. Just stick around to the end of the show.
Great.
You'll get the clip of me looking athletic. You tell me if I look smooth, either for a normal human or for 6'10". Commanders are up on the clock with the pick in. Bengals, Saints, and Browns coming up next year.
Smooth for a big man.
Appreciate everybody being here. People asking about Jaawn McCoy.
So the story on Jaawn McCoy, for anyone that didn't see the reports, was it's got nothing to do with his ACL, effectively, right? He tore his ACL, missed all of last season, came back, didn't work out at the combine, did run at his pro day, ran a 4.3, whatever it was. The ACL is not the concern. The concern, reportedly, is there was a previous procedure in his knee. I haven't been able to work out if it's the same knee or not, but a previous procedure in his knee in which some kind of plug needed to be put in, which is sort of basically suggesting that there's a cartilage erosion type of problem. And either the plug needs to be redone, in which case that surgery is basically another year out of the game. And whether it needs to happen now or it needs to happen in the next couple of years, it's potentially a year that he needs to miss. And then the other concern is because of that overall, state of play, the concern is that knee is going to be a degenerative problem. If you're already talking worn cartilage at this age, that's a big concern, and maybe that will be the thing that stops him having the second contract or whatever, right? So general concerns about his knee is the problem.
All right, Commanders have made their pick. That was the next one, right? Commanders are taking Clemson wide receiver Antonio Williams at pick 71.
Oh, okay.
Good slot player.
Yeah.
Been pretty productive for Clemson. I think he's pretty smooth in and out of breaks.
I think Renner really liked him, right? Like he had a lot of fans, and I think Renner was one of them.
Yeah, he was an interesting player. I think he hit the ground running early in his career as a freshman, made a lot of plays, and I think he was on my dynasty team a couple of years ago. Actually, I had him years ago, come right out of high school, man. So he made some plays early in his career, and then just ended up this is about where he should be in the 3rd round as a slot weapon here for the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean a bigger guy than most of your slot weapons, 6 foot, almost 190 pounds, but played a ton in the slot and was he's quick, he's a good athlete. He ran a 4.4 flat-ish, I think, was his time. Jumps were pretty good. I think he's been a pretty productive player at that, and he does a lot of a lot of nice things from the slot.
That is the challenge with doing analysis in round 3 is you use the word beige.
Yeah.
It's just like a lot of, he's pretty good at a bunch of stuff.
Well, there's multiple challenges. One of them is there's some players that are just like completely nondescript. You're like, yeah, he's all right at everything. And then the other thing is there are some times where you just start talking about a guy and then it's like, the next pick's in.
And then there's the next pick.
It's time to wrap.
So they add him to the mix at receiver. You get Terry McLaurin on the outside. We thought they could be in the Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson mix at the top. They're going to get Antonio Williams here on the other end in round 3. I'm trying to see if we get anything else. Dan Graziano, did you read that out?
No.
So Dan Graziano's tweet says about Jaawn McCoy, the end of the 2nd round is an important dividing line, so we're already into round 3. Starting at pick 65, the only guaranteed money in the rookie contract is the signing bonus. So 65 is the first pick that gets a split salary. That means one number for weeks. He's on the 53-man roster and a lower lost the rest of it. Lower number for the signing bonus.
Man, that's kind of, okay. This is the classic example, though, of the NFL.
For those who isn't. So, one number for the weeks he's on the 53, lower number for those that he isn't. McCoy's knee injury is clearly the reason for his fall.
Right.
Starting in round 3 might be easier for teams to take that risk.
Yeah, just another example of how brutal the NFL is, ruthless in terms of the business aspect of it. Like, Ja'Marr McCoy might be a top 15 player talent-wise in this draft, and because of his injury, NFL is factoring in, like, when the contract gets cheaper.
Steve, read out your dynasty roster. I had Luther Burden out of high school.
Anyway,
I'm joking. It is funny though, because as I always mention, diversify your portfolio, and people joke about, Steve would take all the injured players, but it is this uneven bed of like the pay. Like, even if you knew you were going to get 3 years out of Ja'Marr McCoy,
right?
To me, that's better than the special team linebacker that you're going to get in round 4. I think now, listen, up until round 4, there's still some really good, productive potential players that you could take. Once you get into round 5, there's a big drop-off in just the future success rate. As far as finding starters, it is very rare. I know Puka Nacua was a 5th, right? Tom Brady was a 6th. They're the rare of the rare. Brock Purdy. Once you get into round 5, teams are literally saying, like, man, we need an LB5. Yeah. Who's my 5th linebacker that could play teams, right? That's the point where I'm saying I got to get a Ja'Marr McCoy type. Because if I get 3 good years out of him as a 5th rounder, that's absolutely worth it.
But there's also 2 aspects of this, right? There's does it stop you giving him a second contract? We've already reached the point where I don't give a crap about that, right? If you're telling me you get 1 contract out of Ja'Marr McCoy and he's a good player, and then you have to cut bait and move on because his knee falls off, it's still worth it at this pick, right?
Yeah.
And then the other aspect is, does he need that surgery that requires him sitting out for a year? That's a different conversation. If you have to factor in that, okay, we're drafting him now, but 25% of his contract you're not even going to have him on the field for, and then another 25% you might not get the real guy because maybe the first year back is a little rough while he gets accustomed to it. That, I think, is a more reasonable reason to tap the brakes or be reticent to it. But if the discussion is, we think his knee's actually okay, but it might be a degenerative problem that stops him having a second or a third contract, that's no reason not to draft him now. That's a reason not to draft him at 15. It's not a reason not to draft him in the second or third round.
Here's what we're going to do. We got to pick in. We're going to get to it. Last year, when Shedeur Sanders was dropping and everything, we said, hey, chat, everybody guess which pick for Shedeur. We're going to do the same thing for Ja'Marr McCoy. If you get the pick, Harrison's going to send you merchandise. So if you get the pick, throw it in the chat. Which number pick will be where will Ja'Marr McCoy land? Where will he get selected?
Okay.
Harry, give your best guess. Get in there, everybody. What pick? We're currently at pick. Where are we? 70. Where are we?
We are currently at...
We're at 73. 72 for the Bengals, which we're going to talk about. The Giants are on the clock at 74. Everything's happening. But put your pick in the chat. The Bengals are taking cornerback Takario Davis out of Washington, not your guy.
Second best corner
not
in Washington.
Ephesians out of Washington. Takario Davis, the enigma at corner. His best season was 2023 at Arizona.
Okay.
I was watching his tape in 2023, anticipating he was going to be a 24 first rounder.
Right.
He was 6'3", almost 6'4".
6'4", yeah.
Yeah, he's 6'3" and 7/8", 200 pounds.
I think we can round that up.
6'4", runs a 4.4.
Yeah.
His best play was 2023.
Washington apparently assembled the Legion of Boom prototype at corner.
They really did. Pro-style system out there.
Right.
So, like, my notes are even more favorable in 2023. He had one of my favorite plays. He had to replace the free safety play in cover 3 for an interception. Press off, cornerback 1 skill set. Those are all my notes from 2023. And then this year, I was like, grabby, long-legged, doesn't change direction great, acceleration's okay. So something happened to him, but I like this at this point in the draft to say, okay, can you get back to that level of production? The size, the pure speed, and the fact that at one point, he was on a first round trajectory at corner.
Dealt with multiple injuries this year as well, which obviously didn't help that. But yeah, look, he's got that classic thing. Is I think with the game changing and teams moving away from that Legion of Boom style cover 3 type of defense, like that prototype at one point would have had a bunch of teams clamoring after it in the second round, right? Now it's like, he still has rare physical traits to be able to run a 4.4 at 6'4" and 200 pounds, 195 pounds. But there aren't that many teams anymore that are really coveting that particular body type. So I think generally just the desire for that style of player has gone down.
You can't guess every number from 1 to 265 here. You can't do that. We did want engagement, though, so that's why we made you type into the chat. So people are guessing Jahmad McCoy's landing spot. So that was Takario Davis at pick 72. The New Orleans Saints go Georgia tight end Oscar Delp at pick 73. This is an interesting one, again, in this tight end class where I think the opinions are all over the place. Some people absolutely loved Oscar Delp, and Georgia has been a tight end factory, but he was not the most productive Georgia tight end over these last couple of years, but he's really athletic.
Hayden Winks loved him.
Hayden Winks
Underdog.
loved him. And the people that love the inline tight end blockers and everything, like he's got some plays, man, where he's jacking up defensive linemen. He looks long and skinny. He kind of looks like a big slot, but he's in the 240s, 6'5", 245. He's got some really nice reps blocking in line, and he's a pure, straight line speed player, right? He's kind of how we describe Sadiq, where his best bet's going to be you're running up the seam, running your deep crosses. I think Delp has some of that ability.
Yeah, he's got some really impressive plays. He was one of those guys where it's like, look, on the one hand, Georgia's shown that they know what to do with a high-end tight end when they have one. On the other hand, there are some times where a guy just doesn't get given the opportunities that he deserves and for some reason just isn't used as much within the offense. He's the classic guy, I think, that could end up being a better NFL player than a college player.
I think if you give him seams, drags, flats, any sort of crossers, like, hey, just run in a straight line fast, he can outflank the defense with that speed. Ran in the 4.4s. It was 4.49. And again, he's 6'5", 245 pounds with enough chops to, he's okay in the run game. He gets under defensive linemen, can create some movement. He can make all the movement blocks. He'll have some losses in the run game as well. It gets overpowered, but feisty run blocker and really athletic.
I know we're like an hour late on this, but did you see Mike Greenberg talking about Denzel Boston's dad?
No.
He said, you remember his dad, David Boston, former first-round pick out of Ohio State back in '99. It's not his dad.
No.
It's not even a relation of any kind. It's just a guy who used to be named Boston. He still is named Boston, I guess.
D-Boston.
But, yeah.
Just a D Boston.
But no relation whatsoever. It's just a guy that Greenberg knew whose name was also Boston.
The other fun thing, in addition to maybe showing my one play, and like this, if it was day 3, that's like day 3 stuff you do, like fire up an old picture. If you could fire up an old picture of David Boston, the unrelated receiver, that'd be fun.
They wouldn't look very similar.
Google David Boston bicep and check out his biceps. Malachi Fields is off the board to the New York Giants here, Sam.
Oh, okay.
Pick 74, Malachi Fields, the wide receiver out of Notre Dame. Big-bodied receiver, had the play of the week at the Senior Bowl.
One of the two. I've softened on that. I thought at the time it was definitely the play of the week, but I think Ted Hurst had one that could rival it. But yes, absolutely spectacular play. Was it Taylon Green that threw him the ball? Launched one, and Fields ran it down, went and got it, laid out to get it Marvin Harrison Sr. style, and made the spectacular catch. I kind of like Fields. I think he's a big-bodied, fast, long receiver who I think was not necessarily helped by his deployment at Notre Dame. I think it was very kind of vertical oriented, right? I think he can do more than that. And I think sometimes when you put these guys in a system that doesn't actually ask them to do that much, you automatically shrink down what the defense has to worry about, right? Which inherently makes it easier to defend. So you're looking at a guy and saying, well, he doesn't necessarily separate that much and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but how much of that is because the defense doesn't have to worry about half the route tree, right? Like as soon as you start threatening them with more things, well, then his ability to separate and it's like I used to go practicing sometimes and we would have, hand signals or whatever, but the defense knew them, right? So when the quarterback flashes you the hand signal for the route and the defense takes 2 steps inside because he knows what the signal is, there's nothing I can fake that's going to make him move, right? So that's kind of what I think Malachi Fields is dealing with sometimes. They're like, there's nothing he can do to fake the corner because they know they don't have to prepare for some of these routes. I think he could become a really good player in the NFL.
He's 6'4", 222. Note in my notes, I was like, his signature play, vertical jump ball wins.
Right.
He looks and plays 4'6", one of the few times, nailed it, 4'6'1", right? He looks like he's 4'6", he plays 4'6". I thought he did look, for whatever it's worth, at the Senior Bowl, looked a little bit more crisp in and out of his routes than he did. who was Baylor, Denzel Mims a couple years ago. Sometimes the Senior Bowl, it's like, well, did this guy answer the questions that he had?
Right.
Has he worked on it in the last month and a half, and it's better? Is it good in perpetuity? It's always tough to tell if that's the case, but that was at least intriguing with Fields, and he made a lot of big plays for Notre Dame, usually in contested situations. Consensus board, he was right around 76. I mean, this where he goes at 74. Mm-hmm. It's about the time when you should take somebody like Fields.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, let's see.
I like that. I think it's a good pick.
And then pick 75, the Dolphins are taking. Is that David Boston? We got David Boston.
Yeah, David Boston Spice House. That's probably not even peak Boston. That's just early Boston.
So
remember he had the story. What did he put on 39 pounds or something in an off season, and then coincidentally sometime later got popped for steroids.
The media used to do these puff pieces.
There's a story out there, like in those archives.
There's a David Boston story. There was a Bill Romanowski story. And there used to be a Mark McGuire story. And it's like, hey, you know how these guys are absolutely jacked out of their minds now? Here's how they do it. David Boston takes well-placed 39 pills per day. And it's like, dude's on steroids, people. And you're writing this puff piece. And Romanowski had the same thing. And Mark McGuire is like, oh, he discovered this thing called andro. He's like, no, he's on steroids. We realized this 10 years later. And David Boston that was before I think he was even 40 pills at a time, whatever he was doing.
I need to read this.
I don't want to. Allegedly.
Just let me read this quick paragraph, right?
Allegedly.
Strap yourself in, but it's worth listening to. Prior to the 2001 season, David visited the Poliquin Performance Center in Tempe, Arizona for some individual conditioning from world-renowned strength coach Charles Poliquin. Poliquin adjusted David's diet, which had been carbohydrate heavy, and put him on a serious weight training program. At the start of the new program, David weighed 209 pounds with 10% body fat. By the end, David had increased his body weight to 242 pounds and reduced his body fat to 6%, a net gain of 39 pounds of lean muscle. In the process, David also hoisted some heavy weights, including... This is like written as an article. He just got on a diet program and put on 40 pounds of muscle.
People unironically wrote these articles all the time. Not even like, this is curious, amazing.
In an off-season.
A modern marvel of technology and nutrition. Nutrition's come a long way since the 80s. We could just drop 40 pounds of lean muscle.
He went away for an off-season, stopped eating burgers, and he put on 40 pounds of lean muscle, and nobody thought that was fishy.
Mark McGuire adds like 70 pounds across a 6-year period. It's like,
hang on, we got to talk actual draft
just
again.
Eat a lot of creatine.
We got real things happening, not David Boston.
All right, let's go. Dolphins take wide receiver Caleb Douglas out of Texas Tech. He ran a 4.39. This is where my notes are wrong. I thought he had average speed. He runs a 4.39. Good size, 6'3", 205. Solid all around. We're in beige receiver territory. His low contested catch rate, doesn't use his body all that well, but he tracks it well. And, again, moves well for his size overall, running in the 4.3s. Caleb Douglas, former Gator, turned Texas Tech Red Raider.
My second favorite Texas Tech receiver this year.
Oh, yeah. Next pick.
Yeah.
Pick 76.
Here we go, baby.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are taking Penn State quarterback Drew Aller.
All right.
They did not get Carson Beck. As rumored, Arizona took him earlier. Drew Aller is off the board for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Is he the future for Pittsburgh? Going to be out there competing with Will Howard? And what does this mean for Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. I honestly wonder if they're planning on just moving on from Rodgers and hoping one of these guys can man the starting gig for a while. Look, Drew Aller is the classic risky, high risk, high reward pick. It's not even that high a risk because of where he is in the draft, but like big arm, big stature, just inaccurate and not particularly good, and got worse throughout his college career. Like at one point, I wish we had the counterfactual of what would have happened if Drew Aller had come out last season. Last season, he honestly could have come out and made it to the second quarterback off the board, maybe. Who knows? Maybe they'd have just looked at his tape eventually and been like, nah, there's too much negative here. But at one point, he was being talked about as QB2, based off the arm strength, based off the size, based off all that kind of stuff, and the fact that nobody really loved Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, Shedeur Sanders. He could have been QB2. Instead, he goes back to college, plays worse, and just sunk his draft stock even further.
Drew Aller. don't forget Mike McCarthy's there.
Yes.
The developer of
Joe Montana.
Brett Favre.
Kansas City, Joe Montana, but still.
Joe Montana in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers. Developer of quarterbacks. Again, I think you're wrong that last year his stock wasn't high.
It was.
It was not.
It was.
He was coming
out of that.
He had barely completed a pass beyond the line of scrimmage.
Nobody cared.
SMU or Notre Dame or Boise State in the playoffs.
Nobody gave a crap. We came out of that Oregon game, and people were talking about this as somebody who, if he comes out, could sneak his way to being QB2 in this draft and could go top 10. People were saying that. Now, again, maybe once people actually nitpicked him as a prospect, it would have sunk back down again. But absolutely, people were talking about him going as QB2.
It was
including,
always,
by the way, I believe Mike Renner said that.
No, Renner was high on him early. I think he was out on him after, but he was high on him early, and because early in his career, you saw the arm strength, you saw the talent. He looked better early. He looked better as a freshman when he was out there,
right.
And he actually elevated Penn State's offense for a minute, and it looked better. Then there was a point where I think he had a great touchdown to interception ratio, and he just wasn't throwing the ball down the field. And they're like, hey, you got to throw the ball down the field, and it was just completely inconsistent the last 2 years. So the progression wasn't there. In his favor, the offense wasn't doing a ton of favors, right? There's all these buts. They got multiple transfer portal receiver classes that were supposed to fix Drew Aller. They didn't. And these were good receivers, right? They didn't miss on the receivers. These were guys that went off and had success elsewhere at Ole Miss and the whole thing. So he had good receivers. They just could not put it all together. But he's got great carry on the ball, great zip. He's got multiple flick of the wrist, 60-plus yard throws that are in stride deep down the field.
He's the guy that's got the obvious special arm talent in this draft.
He reminds me a little bit of Ryan Mallett, the late Ryan Mallett, the way he played as far as the pure arm strength and maybe not the most nimble in the pocket, but he tried to pick up a little something with his legs. They gave him some design runs, and it wasn't really pretty. But he's your old school, classic, stand in the pocket, zip the ball down the field, but he's just very inconsistent with his accuracy, his footwork, his consistency. Take a shot in the third round. I think it makes for a fun story in Pittsburgh if it's like him and Will Howard go compete for a quarterback spot, and let's see what happens if Aaron Rodgers does not come back.
Right. I mean, look, if you're a team like Pittsburgh and Rodgers, even with Rodgers, he didn't play well last year. So if you just have no quarterback and no real shot at one, then look, Drew Aller's got high-end traits to roll the dice on, and maybe you get lucky and he becomes the next Josh Allen. Everyone's looking for the next Josh Allen, the guy with tools who's wildly inaccurate right now and not consistent, and maybe he'll put it together the way Josh Allen did, right? Again, teams are going to be searching for that for the next 10 years and probably never find it. So the chances of Drew Aller actually becoming that guy, I think, are pretty minimal. But he does have those tools, right? And that is something worth chasing because they are rare physical tools. Like the arm talent that he has is nuts. Now you've got to pair that with some accuracy and better consistency.
I got to get Pony's take on this. What we got from Pony?
Pony's
He's a Pitt guy. Through and through. I think they all hate Penn State over there. And let me see. We need Pony takes.
He's probably been doing one after the Makai Lemon thing yesterday.
So again, Pittsburgh was rumored to get Carson Beck. I don't know how strong that was, but Aller's the next guy. Garrett Nussmeier is still on the board. My preseason take, because you're not completely crazy that Drew Aller would what am I looking at? You're not completely crazy that he could have been, this future first rounder?
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying that, people might have done it.
Can I do a deep dive into Drew Aller's mechanics and why he's so inconsistent?
Probably not on the fly.
Not on the fly right now. I'll have to go back and look more specifically. But, he would just – I saw McShay theorize that he's got like a vision issue. Because, there was a pass against Notre Dame. They're in the Dome, Notre Dame in the college football semifinals, and he just bounces one in the flat. That it's something. And when you watch quarterbacks, I do wonder. I felt like Tua really was good at this, where he understood angles and depth perception, and you could throw to a spot. And some guys are just so good at it. And then we heard, Jeremy Garoppolo maybe didn't have the best eyesight, so he's not seeing linebackers. So I think McShay was theorizing with Aller that there was something with his depth perception and his vision that was throwing stuff off.
It's like that.
Which I think is great.
That one of my favorite tweets ever is that it was like a caption to a college Jameis or early Jameis Winston highlights. It was like pre eye surgery Jameis just out here blind as a bat, dodging shapes and colors with no idea what he's doing, just like reacting to crazy Jameis stuff. I can't remember what the exact caption was, but it was pretty hilarious.
All right, we'll talk more about Aller and all the post game shows and when we talk about the Steelers in our recaps. We got a few picks to catch up on here.
Okay, so it's Jameis college highlights where he's just scrambling like a lunatic. The caption from a guy called John Rich is college Jameis, full steam ahead, blind as a bat, dodging shapes and colors as they pop up in front of his face.
That's why he had the fall over fumble play against Oregon. All right, Packers at pick 77 are taking Missouri defensive tackle Chris McClellan. I got him as a 32 in my model. Big hands, 98th percentile, 11-inch hands, 83.5-inch wingspan. What's that, 7'1"? So 6'11" wingspan. God, he's long.
You know the way we say if the first thing you tell me about a receiver is his contested catch skills, he's not great. What does it mean if the first thing you tell me about a defensive tackle is he's got really big hands?
Just such a Packers pick. It's just such a Packers pick. I'm just like, it's cool. McClellan. He's coming off his best season, 89.8 PVM. That's his production number, playing in what I describe as a non-nose tackle role, so playing more of your B and C gap. How's that?
Non-nose tackle role.
In a pass rush heavy role at Missouri. After that, pick 78, the Colts have taken LSU safety A.J. Halsey.
So, Sports Debate Arena in the chat was asking, is there any info on Emanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon, or A.J. Halsey? Halsey, I think, this is just where he's going to end up. Pregnon, it doesn't sound like he's sliding for any particular reason that we don't know about, injury-wise or whatever. It's just what you said. It's the age and the fact that it took him late into his career to be that to have his best season.
And that's what I think it is. Again, there's always one or two players every year where we don't have any information. And
but there's also, there's one or two guys every year where, the league just does value them lower than other people for whatever reason.
Or the way the board falls or whatever. Yeah. But it's interesting because there's not a lot of guards off the board yet. And he's still out there. A.J. Halsey is a fascinating prospect.
It's making Ben Stockwell's one and only draft take this year look ridiculous.
Oh, kind of liked him over, not over Ioane, but maybe pound for pound.
Right.
Based off draft capital.
Yeah.
So maybe he's a steal. Maybe he's a steal later in the draft. A.J. Halsey from LSU, productive player across Houston, LSU. He's got some ball hawk to him. I know our friend Jordan Reed from ESPN absolutely loves him. This is one of his favorite players in the draft. And he's always trying to hurt people. What was there was a great line that I read about him somewhere in the scouting reports, like trying to make it's actually trying to get back to like your jacked up days, basically. He's trying to pack a punch and hurt some people over the middle of the field.
Yeah. Within the rules of the game.
Within the rules.
Yeah.
I think he's a really good low hole type of player, like your true strong safety. If you're playing single high, like he's your enforcer over the middle of the field. I think he's got good range there, ball skills, breaks on the ball, and again, he'll pack a punch in the middle of the field.
Yeah, 215 pounds at only 5'11" that's heavy. That's a big guy, right? That's a well put together human being that packs a punch when he arrives.
So that's A.J. Halsey going to the Colts. Again, I think really productive player. He sees it, breaks on it, makes a very reactive safety. The Falcons are coming back and bringing Zachariah Branch.
Bringing him home.
Keeping him home.
Zachariah
Branch from Georgia via USC. Now, Branch was just arrested last week. He had the sidewalk incident.
Yes.
At 1:30 in the morning, whatever it was.
With a $39 bail or something, was it? It sounded an utterly ridiculous charge.
Michael Turner's out there making the pick for the Falcons, by the way.
Michael, was it Burner Turner? What was his thing?
Is that what they called him? Zachariah Branch is the pick here. He's a difficult one to project because almost all of his targets are big. The biggest chunk of his targets were behind the line of scrimmage. So he's yak heavy. He's got punt return skills, dynamic playmaker.
Tiny.
It's just trying to figure out his usage at the next level. Very much like, say, the late Rondell Moore, and trying to fit him into an offense. It reminds me Ted Ginn a little bit when he came out. It was a lot of gimmicky type of plays. So what do you do with Zachariah
That's the
Branch
thing. So
at the next level?
5'9", 170-something pounds, runs a 4.35. Like, he's that classic small gadget player, and don't want to say unfortunately, but the issue with those guys is not that they don't have natural playmaking skills. It's that in the NFL, it's just so much harder to force feed a guy those types of targets the way it is in college or those types of plays. Like when you get to the NFL, you need to be able to actually do legitimate high-end NFL wide receiver stuff because we don't have the capacity to just feed you 10 manufactured targets a game. You're going to have to earn them the old-fashioned way and make those plays, and that's the issue. You're going to completely shift the way you're deploying him or the way that you're trying to get him the football, and he needs to do a lot more of the high-end stuff.
All right, so we caught up a little bit there. The Drew Aller story was a big one. We got Chris McClellan, A.J. Halsey, and Zachariah Branch coming off the board the next few picks. We got the Ravens with their pick in on the clock at pick 80. We're at pick 80. We're going to go all the way through 100. That'll end round 3 when we're in comp pick territory. Ravens up on the clock, followed by the Jaguars, Vikings, and the Panthers. Let's see. Do we have anything on the Ravens?
We do. Yet? I like this.
Ravens are taking USC wide receiver Jacoby Lane. A little receiver run here.
Lane is a fascinating wide receiver.
What you got?
So he's like 6'4", a little bit over 200. I forget what he weighed in at. Ran fast, ran in the 4.4s, and he's got this just hypnotic, gliding, fluid style to him. You watch his gauntlet drill at the combine, the dude just flowed through the entire thing. I kept noticing him at the Senior Bowl as well. Like there's just a fluid way of moving to the guy's game. He's got some spectacular catches, like highlight reel stuff throughout his college career. Has more touchdowns, I think, receiving touchdowns at USC than Mekhi Lemon did. So number one, the sort of fluidity and movement skills. I think sometimes that looks kind of, the way Randy Moss didn't look like he was moving until he flew past a dude that runs a 4.3. Lane's got the same kind of thing where it just sort of looks a little bit languid and lazy. I don't think it actually is, but it sometimes looks that way. And there's a lot of times where he struggles against physicality, right? For that size, if dudes get their hands on him, they can like lock down on him and like totally eradicate the separation. But like there are people that hate him in this class. Like there are people that look at him as a prospect and like that guy can't play, can't separate. Like people, NFL players will eliminate him immediately. And I get it, but I kind of kept coming back to him and being like, dude, there's just something about his play that I quite like.
When you say people, I think a lot of evaluators have really soured on the 6'3", 6'4" wide receiver. And even when their eyes say this guy has created separation, I think it's kind of like the short-armed quarterback thing where you just assume they don't have a good arm. But it's like, I'm watching Baker Mayfield throw the ball right now. He has a cannon. Don't tell me he doesn't have a good arm just because he's short. I feel like everybody's defaulting to big receiver, can't separate, contested catch guy only. I'm moving on. He's N'Keal Harry. He's Keon Coleman. I'm not making that. He's Dwayne Jarrett. He's what's his face? Mike Williams, the USC. Like we're going through all the big, slow receivers who didn't work, and you're forgetting the Cortland Suttons and the Drake Londons and bigger receivers who have worked out, or maybe even Denzel Boston. Now, look, I'm not saying Lane's either side of that spectrum, but I just feel like a lot of people are going that route.
I think he does need to get stronger, but he's only 200 pounds at 6'4". I think he can get stronger. Like, there's no reason that guy shouldn't be able to go into the weight room and add on 10 pounds worth of muscle. Like, he's not – he's lean, but he's not so skinny that you're like, there's no room for extra weight on that frame. And if he got just a little bit stronger to be able to deal with some of that physicality, like his catch radius is nuts. That fluid movement style can get him separation when he has space. He just needs to be able to generate some space by himself.
Yeah, my notes were kept going back and forth on it.
Right, that's the thing.
I didn't think he had great. Yeah, I was like, he's got some wiggle after the catch for his size. I don't think he was really snapping in and out of his routes all that well. I actually did the thing too. I said some Dwayne Jarrett, same school vibes on him. So I did the thing I was just criticizing, but this is what I saw. With Jacoby Lane here.
It's weird because...
But I always preface this, like we're in the third round, right? There's way more negatives on the notes list when you get to the third round.
And this is absolutely, like I wouldn't draft him any higher than this. It's just, and I don't even necessarily love him as a prospect. There's just something about him that I kept coming back to. Like his biggest weakness is the thing that I usually hate from wide receivers. It's like if you have that underwhelming, that struggling, lightweight play strength, where if a guy touches you during the route, you're in trouble. I hate that usually. That's the thing that scares me off receivers. And yet I kept coming back to Jacoby Lane even despite that.
I was asking for some pony takes.
Yeah.
August 16th, 2025.
Oh, God.
If the Steelers draft Drew Aller in 250 days, I think I'll quit my job. Pony's going to be sitting at home with pierced nipples and no job. This is great.
He's really going down the Greg Gabe pathway of,
so good.
This is no amount of times I can step on this rake to stop me doing it the next time.
So the draft's in Pittsburgh, obviously. He's in Pittsburgh. And there's like a big 250 like countdown. And so he's just like brain dumping on August 16th. It's NFL preseason. He's just like, man, you know what I would hate 250 days from now when the draft happens? Drew Aller.
Oh, God.
I think I'll quit my job. Oh, man. We got to hold him to it. We got to hold him to it. No, I need that radio hit every week with Pony and
Can't
Wills.
take him off the air. There's too many of these.
God, the Jags are working off a whole different board here. Pick 81, they're going defensive tackle Albert Regis from Texas A&M. Got him at 165. This is the second A&M player that they've grabbed from the 160s in the consensus board.
What did they see from Texas A&M games?
He's 23 in my model.
Did somebody forget to, they accidentally added an inflator to Texas A&M's players?
I don't know.
Like they worked diligently to eliminate all biases, but accidentally added a factor of 10 to Texas A&M's players.
Pretty solid game athleticism, run a 4.88 athletic, defensive tackle at 6'1", 317 to run a 4.88. So I think they're betting on some athletic traits here. He's been a good, solid player the last couple of years. He's okay. Good.
150 on the consensus board.
165 on mine. So similar range from when they got Borkircher a little bit earlier.
I mean, in their defense, that's less of a reach than Borkircher.
It is. Similar players from last year using production and then game athleticism. So low production, high game athleticism. Ty Robinson, who went, early 4, the Nebraska defensive tackle last year.
Right.
Thomas Booker, the fourth. McKinley Jackson, and Nazir Stackhouse. Now, those guys are bigger.
Yeah.
Much bigger. I mean, they're in like the 330 range, but those are the types of players who had low production, high athleticism score when it comes to their projection in my model. Albert Regis.
Have we been able to identify what they're zooming in on? Because I mean, he's a pretty impressive athlete in terms of what we have on him, the broad jump, like the standard combine stuff, right? The jumps and the 40s, etc. Are they chasing athletes?
I got him as two plus production years as more of a C-gap defensive tackle. I'm trying to see what else happened here.
Short arms.
That's killing his numbers. Because overall, career-wise, I got him below average as where is he? Below average pass rusher, well below average pass rusher, below average run defender, but had a couple decent seasons the last couple.
He's got one of those. He's got one of those mock draftable spider charts where it's all athleticism and no size. It's like half the chart.
But he's 317, 6'1". Oh, but short, like arms and everything else.
Right.
Okay. I have not found a pattern yet with the Jags. Some Jags fan came in just to be pissed earlier on Borkircher. I wonder if he'll come back.
Came in just to rage?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's hard to, at this point to be...
5-year player at Texas A&M, never played more than 495 snaps, 1,500 total snaps across the 5 years at A&M.
Like, it would be difficult to be praising their draft at this point.
Yeah. I mean, they're both...
Where'd you get 317 from, by the way?
Everything's listed. I don't know. That's what I have in front of me.
I have 295.
Oh, maybe not then. My data says 317.
The Beast has 295 at both his combine and the pro day.
Sounds more reasonable.
Yeah.
At running a 4.88.
I mean, at the moment, the best you can say about the Jags draft is that they're clearly working from their own board. And, you know, we've said this is a diligent franchise in terms of trying to establish as much data as humanly possible. Yes. So they've got some kind of model working on this that's spitting out these players that are wildly different from everybody else.
Or just scouting. I mean, it's different ways of getting there. But he has 1,500 snaps across 5 years, never played more than 500 in a season. Chat's mentioning an 8.9 and an 8.49 relative athletic score. That sounds high, but it's actually not. I mean, there's a lot of 8s and 9s. It's not like that's elite. And as you said earlier, people aren't just using relative athleticism. I know the Rams' history, they use a lot of the game athleticism stuff to project. I'm assuming the Jags are doing something similar here. But they're also not just like blind model drafting. They're going off scouting and whatever they're doing.
No, but it's just interesting that whatever they are doing and whatever unique approach that they are taking to this, they've wildly reached on 2 players relative to the consensus board, which again, the only reason we bring that up as a thing is there is pretty powerful data that says reaching in a significant way relative to the consensus board has a worse than average strike rate. I know, has a worse than average strike rate. It's not a good thing to do, which doesn't mean you can't hit on those players, but it means statistically you are less likely to hit on them.
I'll repeat, the consensus is the market. If we were playing in free agency, if the market said this player's worth $10 million,
right,
you don't pay 20. You pay in and around 10. You might go to 12.
Think of it as like betting.
You might
odds.
say I won't go more than 8, but it's in and around 10.
It's the betting market, effectively, right? Like that. What the odds are, it doesn't mean you can't win bets, but it means that, generally speaking, the odds are in the right place.
Go ahead, announce the next pick.
The Minnesota Vikings, not content with drafting 1 defensive tackle, have doubled back and with the 82nd overall selection have grabbed Big Citrus, Dominique Orange, nose tackle from Iowa State.
What a pick here. Big Citrus.
Big Citrus to go with the big defensive tackle from a citrus-adjacent program.
Big Citrus and Caleb Banks on the same defensive line.
God damn, that's a lot of meat.
Dane's been big on Big Citrus.
Yeah?
For a while here. Iowa State, 330-pounder. Moves really well. He's got a great interception.
He does.
On film as well. For a guy that big, again, I see both sides of it from a D tackle. It's similar to Caleb Banks. You look at the good plays, it's great. He does get moved a little bit more than you'd like.
I got to admit.
Down blocks, double teams. He anchors sometimes.
Yeah.
But he's also getting moved a little bit more than you'd like for a guy in the 325, 325, 330 range.
I do love his nickname more than I love his tape. I'm not going to lie. I want to love Big Citrus because the nickname is top tier, S tier caliber nickname. If he became a 10-year All-Pro in the NFL, that's what that nickname deserves. I don't know if he's that good, though. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying, it was more, again, beige, nondescript than it was, oh, look at this guy, he's awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't add much as a pass rusher.
No.
And then, again, he's supposed to be a 2-down run stopper type, and I think, gets moved a little bit more.
He's tall.
Blocks.
He's actually not that tall, but he plays pretty high.
But he's quick. I mean, he's another one of those guys that I think, build-wise, you would say, this guy's an anchor, but 6'2", 325, moves pretty well up and down the line of scrimmage.
But also, stands upright pretty quickly. He doesn't, for a guy who's only 6'2", well, I mean, Caleb Banks is 6'6", right? It makes sense that he gets too upright and struggles to play high. Big Citrus does that too, and he's only 6'2".
You see the next pick?
No, I don't.
Carolina Panthers at pick 83 are going Chris Brazzle, Tennessee wide receiver.
Oh, this is interesting.
Discuss.
So Brazzle comes from the Tennessee offense, in which it's a gimmick offense where wide receivers don't actually play wide receiver. They do some weird thing that only works at the college level. And generally speaking, I am completely out on everybody from that type of offense when it comes to wide receivers. I've been burned too many times. But Chris Brazzle, in this world now of transfer portals and NIL and blah, 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 you only have to go back a year to go watch him play at Tulane in a normal offense and get to see him run actual routes. And when he runs actual routes, he looks awesome. And, if you're watching the TV or whatever, I guarantee you they're pulling up a route he ran against Georgia where he runs it was kind of like a blaze out. He cuts it off, runs to the sideline, makes a nice sideline catch. Problem is, there's only 4 of those in his Tennessee tape. But if you go back to Tulane, you can watch him run routes all day long, and he does it really well. So he does the things that you didn't know if Jalen Hyatt could do. You didn't know, if Corey Coleman could do. You didn't know if these other receivers from that type of offense could do. There's proof that Chris Brazzle can do that. And he's 6'4", and fast, and has good ball skills. I like this as a gamble.
There's a really smoothness to his game at his size, athleticism. I know Renner really liked him early on, and then later was like, man, he didn't put enough weight on. There's some questions there about everything that he does. But size, speed, he's got some really good freak plays thrown down the field. He's still a Tennessee receiver, but this is third round, right? The same like Dante Thornton last year in the 4th with that size-speed combination. Chris Brazzle's a better all-around receiver, I would say, than Dante Thornton. He's not as tall, not as fast, but, I mean, he's close. There's a lot to like about Brazzle in the third round right now. Add him to Takario McMillan, Xavier Leggett, Jalen Coker. Just get him in the mix, throw him the ball down the field a little bit. I mean, he was running away from defensive backs using his size and speed really well last year.
And look at some of the receivers that have already been drafted. I mean, I kept, as I said, I kept coming back to Jacoby Lane, but I would draft Brazzle before Lane. I think he has more just natural raw talent and is a general better route runner and stuff. Like 6'4", basically 200 pounds again, probably has the size to add a bit more. Ran in the 4.3s, 4.37, I think. And again, the critical part of it is he's already demonstrated the route running chops that you can't project from that Tennessee offense because it's just too abstract relative to genuine NFL stuff.
Chat's asking, didn't he run 5 routes from one side of the Yes. So every
he lined up at right wide receiver every play and ran 3 routes.
Every Baylor derivative offense does the same thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Your point is
you can't use
we
that.
didn't have Jalen Hyatt. We didn't have any of those guys, Dante Thornton, running routes in other offenses. We do at least with Brazzle.
I would argue, don't even watch his Tennessee tape. It's a waste of everybody's time. It's irrelevant. It's an abstraction. Go and watch him at Tulane. That's where you see him play both sides of the field. That's where you see him run routes. He's running pivot routes in the tight red zone, against regular corners with no space to work in. He's getting a couple of yards of separation. Watch him play at Tulane. That's how you know he can play wide receiver. The Tennessee offense is a complete abstraction. It's ridiculous. I would not touch a wide receiver from that offense if all I knew now was his play from that offense. The other thing we need to at least mention, though, is there is definite talk that he has maturity concerns. And that, that's probably a factor in where he's been drafted.
All right, the wide receiver run continues here. The Tampa Bay Bucks are going Ted Hurst from Georgia State.
Nice.
He was a big draft favorite for a lot of people. And he's getting that label. I think Greg Cosell was talking him up on our show here. He's getting that label. Hey, man, if you throw a Georgia uniform on him, throw a Florida uniform on, throw him in the SEC with his size and speed, this dude's getting drafted, round 2. Here the Bucks are getting him in at pick 84.
I like Ted Hurst. Yeah, he's well put together. 6'4", 206 pounds, runs a 4.4 flat-ish, 4.42. Has good jumps, 99th percentile broad jump. He had a weird story as a backstory. He was a 0-star recruit, right? Then went to Valdosta State because his brother went there, right? Was the 3rd most productive receiver at Valdosta
State. Yeah.
And then he had 2 years at Georgia State without ever transferring somewhere better, right? He apparently did enter the portal and then withdrew his name and stayed there. So he's had this sort of weird, unheralded career, but then had back-to-back seasons where he's really productive. As I said, Malachi Fields is generally regarded as having the best single play at the Senior Bowl, but Ted Hurst has one on a one-on-one ex-wide receiver type of alignment, one-handed mossed a cornerback in the end zone for a touchdown over Julian Neal. Spectacular play. I think the Senior Bowl was pretty significant for him because he showed way better hands versus corner. I don't mean catching the ball. I mean like using his hands to shed cornerback contact. Like that was the thing I thought was an issue for him. But he has a bunch of like reps in press coverage where he's able to shed the corner, break into separation, like open up multiple yards of separation on a
slant. At the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, at the Senior Bowl. I thought that was a big week for him to show.
He didn't always show that on film. It took a while to get off press on some reps.
But I thought the Senior Bowl, he really improved that or showed that was something. Either he's worked on it and he's now much better at that, or he showed that it's at least there because the Senior Bowl against all-star competition, he was much better at that.
Another really good size-speed combination. Ran 4.42, almost 6'4", moves extremely well, productive player. I'll say this about my model likes him, 73.7. That's a good number for right now.
He's Bucks, raw, but there's a lot to work with. I really like his overall traits.
The Bucks might draft more of the highest percentage, not close to the highest draft scores that I have.
I tell you one thing.
And they're doing it pretty much off of pure old school scouting.
I tell you one thing I did get a little bit of vibes from that worries me, though. I don't think it's true for him because we have measurements on him. He's 6'4", 206. I mean, he's big in any offense, but I sort of, because we're playing at Georgia State. You remember the other Mike Thomas at Southern Miss?
Yes.
The same year as Michael Thomas from Ohio State. The other Mike Thomas at Southern Miss looked like a sizable player, right? And he was 6'1", 190-ish. And then he got to the NFL, and the dude looked tiny. Like, but that's the level of competition thing. Somehow at Southern Miss, where you're like the alpha, you look like a beast. And then you rock up in the NFL and you suddenly look like a tiny slot receiver. Again, I don't think that will be a problem for Ted Hurst because he's 6'4", but it did sort of get some of that man amongst boys vibes when you're playing at Georgia State.
Oh, man. Don't hold that against
Georgia
him.
State, Georgia Southern, where was he? Georgia State.
Georgia State. All right, that was pick 84. We're going to go all the way through pick 100 here in round 3. The Steelers up on the clock at pick 85. I think Cam Hayward was doing that. So the Steelers, they're going to pick Dalon Everett, the cornerback out of Georgia. And the Browns are trading up and making a pick here at pick 86. Dolphins, Jags. Can't wait to see what the Jags do again. And then the Bears coming up here. Dalon Everett from Georgia. He was okay for me on film. He's got some size, 6'1", 190, and then ran a 4.38. He had a weird he had a weird split where his 10 was a little bit slower. I think that relative to the 40, I think that shows up on film just a little bit. He's got a little grabbiness to his routes a little bit too. Just a solid Georgia corner here for the third round.
As Will Hagel points out, Rick Cable won his bet that Big Citrus would be drafted by a North Division team.
That's right.
We liked our odds, 25% his way.
No, we lose,
75% our way, but still, we lose.
The Browns traded up for Florida offensive tackle Austin Barber. So they're adding another offensive tackle. We are in developmental swing tackle type of territory. And I think, Austin Barber's had a really nice career at Florida. He got a 4-year starter, started out really good as a true freshman. And then, coming off his best season, I think he's solid in pass protection, pretty good run blocker. He's had a nice career at Florida. This is the type of place that you get the developmental tackle. 59 draft score for Austin Barber, which is good, late third.
And the Browns have been doing this now for a couple of years, this multiple swings, double dipping at positions that they want to get fixed. They're throwing bodies at the offensive line, but they've now done it 2 different positions in this draft alone, double dipped at wide receiver, double dipped on the offensive line. I think generally that's a pretty smart way of doing things. Again, when he's not making the worst decision in NFL history, Andrew Berry's making good moves.
I'll give you some of his, how about the production and game athleticism comps for Austin Barber. You've got Caden Proctor up there, Ozzie Trapillo, and Kingsley Suamatia. So Kingsley went in the second round, Proctor in the first round, Trapillo in the second round. They're getting Austin Barber with some similarities to all those players. Not exactly the same exact size or whatever, but similarities from a production and game athleticism standpoint here in the late third round for the Browns.
I really like this draft from the Browns so far. Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, and now Austin Barber.
Yeah, I like the Browns again. Yeah, that might be is that my favorite draft?
It's got to be close.
It's got to be up.
Having traded down, by the way, and to get Spencer Fano, added a pick to do that.
And then they is this the third rounder? Was that the third rounder from the Chiefs?
Chargers is where that pick came from to begin with.
Where did they get? They got a Chiefs pick, maybe it was early 4th.
Chiefs pick is the 5th round.
I thought they got a 3 and a 5.
Maybe the
losing track of all the picks here.
I don't think so.
Miami Dolphins are going Will Kesmaric, the tight end out of Ohio State. Run-blocking tight end here. The other Ohio State tight end with Max Clare. He's your old-school inline run blocker.
This guy is built like a brick. He is so wide. It's amazing watching him run around.
Top 4, yeah. Let's let the fans vote. What are the top 4 drafts? Who would we choose right now?
Well, the Browns, I think, would be one of them.
Jets?
Yeah, Jets definitely another one.
When you pick in volume, it helps quite a bit.
Sure. But also,
Jets, Browns. We like the picks that they've made.
Right. Who else has made picks that we like? Tennessee? Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, Anthony Hill Jr.
Tennessee's fine. Chiefs.
Fine. Wow. What a hater.
Yeah, Tennessee's fine.
What a hater.
Chiefs with their 3 picks? What about the Bengals if you include Dexter Lawrence?
Yeah.
Cassius Howell?
Yeah, So, Chiefs and Titans.
Chiefs and Titans. All right, put it up there.
Chiefs, Titans, Jets, and...
Eagles, man. Eagles could have been up there. Eli Stowers, Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah, whatever.
And Markeel Bell. Mount Bell. No one using that? The dentist is still on the board.
The dentist is. What's the strike rate on people nicknamed Mount?
It's got to be good, right?
Mount McKinney.
Mount Cody.
Mount Cody was bad. That was a tough one for the Mount people. Mount Cody.
For guys named Mount.
Mount McKinney was good, though.
Yeah.
Who else
McKinney
has
was
had?
solid.
There's been a bunch of them.
That completes the Dolphins-Eagles trade with the Kesmaric to the Dolphins move here, apparently.
That changes everything.
That's the pick for Miami. Run blocking tight end for Bobby Slowick and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Jags have made a pick here. I cannot wait. Let's just have some fun. Who's in the 160s? They're going to get Max Llewellyn. I'm just going to guess.
All right, let's pick a player in the 160s in the consensus board that they can draft.
One of my 160s. Let's see. Maybe offensive side of the ball.
All right, I got one.
Cyrus Allen. Now, he's low in the consensus, but Renner loved him.
They're going to draft Hezekiah Massis.
Okay.
Cornerback from Cal. 166 on the consensus board. The 22nd best corner in the draft.
Already got Borkircher. Cyrus Allen from Cincinnati will be my guess.
Oh, no, here you go. Look, they went the other way.
Where'd they go?
The Jags have stopped the slide of offensive guard Emanuel Pregnon.
Nice.
With the
That's
88th overall pick in the draft.
Pregnon at 88. Chargers are nowhere to be found.
Right.
Coming up here.
With the 88th overall pick in the draft, they snag a player who was ranked 41.
Oh, they're going to be the flip the draft.
Right. Turn it upside down. It looks better.
Turn it upside down and you're good. That's what's always fascinating about the draft. Yeah, Pregnon, look, I think he moves well enough. He's got good size, late bloomer, a little bit older, but I think he can move people at the point of attack, solid in pass pro. He's not clean across the board, but he was consensus guard 2 or 3.
Yeah,
expectation-wise,
I think
and you
this
get
is
him
a
at
steal.
pick 88. That's
right.
good.
I think this is a steal for them. Look, we kind of crapped on their approach to reaching by 100 picks for a couple of guys, but I think this is a good move in the other direction. I can kind of understand being a little bit lower in Pregnon than others, but I think at this point it's nuts to be passing on him. To me, he's a plug-and-play player day one. I think he can start right away. He detonates people on contact. Like when that guy hits you, particularly like on a pull block, I think he might be more explosive than Ioane, right? Whatever about whether he's as good or not, I think Ioane is more powerful. That first contact feels like a win for Pregnon. Like he might not be as purely powerful as Ioane, but he absolutely destroys people when he makes that initial hit. He's got this kind of quirky, he takes a really super wide base.
Yeah.
He goes to block these guys, and the legs are like way out, and he's trying to shoe up there. The problem is if you then get him moving, you kind of shake him off that base, and he gets into some trouble. But I think he's a good plug-and-play player. Pretty good in pass protection. Again, that detonation power. I think this is a steal.
A lot of my notes, I wonder how much, like overall I liked his run blocking tape, but there's some miscommunications, some ugly losses. He's late on stunts in pass pro. I wonder how much of the slide, so to speak, is just that. And again, late bloomer across Wyoming, USC, and Oregon, but coming off his best season. He is in my one-year wonder category from a production standpoint, so most of his production's coming late. That doesn't always translate, but 6'4", 318, I think he's a good enough athlete, and I think it's a pretty good pick here for the Jags at 88.
Mm-hmm. Very good pick.
Very good pick at 88. Good job, Jags. We're just trying to be fair.
Yeah.
Across the board here. Bears have a pick here at 89. Their pick is in. Niners are up next, followed by the Raiders, Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, and Patriots over the next few picks. Last pick for Vrabes before he's out for the weekend.
For an immediate therapy session that couldn't wait, but also couldn't be scheduled earlier.
Bears are taking LSU wide receiver Xavian Thomas.
LSU, okay.
He was one of the less heralded LSU receivers coming into the season.
Right. Wide receiver U, the quiet one.
Oh, man, I lost it. Trying to get my notes on him. Xavian Thomas, LSU. Get there. What happened? What happened to my notes? I lost him here.
He's got to be pretty low down on the consensus board, right? Like this was not 34th on...
He's at 254 on my board here. He's at 32.6 draft score.
Yeah.
Projected 7th rounder.
Right, 34th in the beast.
Who was your top Texas Tech guy? Reggie Virgil?
Yes.
You liked Reggie?
I did like Reggie Virgil.
He's at 182. Douglas was at 208. The board's all over the place for some of these.
And it will be for
receivers.
Wide receiver as well. Like these are wildly different style players.
Oh, absolutely. Brendan Thompson, my favorite guy. still sitting out there. Skylar Bell still out there.
Yes.
From UConn. Deion Burks from Oklahoma. Those are some of the top consensus board guys.
And Chris Bell, right? Isn't Chris Bell still out?
And Chris Bell's still out there, yes.
That's crazy at this point to me, to be honest. I mean, I understand he's coming off a significant injury and stuff, but like Chris Bell has crazy talent.
I would sacrifice the year. This is where, the Bears had, I think they went a little off the board. I know they did with Ruben Hippolyte, the linebacker, early round 4 last year. And so I think they've gone off the board a little bit late 3rd and into the 4th over the last couple of years with Ryan Poles.
I mean, in strict sort of relative to the consensus board numbers, this might be the new biggest reach of the draft. It's got to be, right?
I believe so.
He's 265 on the consensus board.
Just buying time to get some more notes here.
Was he was the guy, he was at the Senior Bowl, right?
Oh, am I spelling his name wrong?
Zavion.
Oh, it's because I can't get notes because it's misspelled in the, I think Jordan Schultz misspelled it.
Oh, wow.
There we go. Xavian Thomas. Loaded up. There we go. Ran a 4.28. That's why he's here. That's what I was trying to figure out.
That'll get you noticed.
Ran a 4.28. That's why he's here.
Yeah.
Low production, fast guy.
Low production, fast guy.
Well done, Steve. Good work. Kalen Black's the next guy off the board. Number 90, the running back out of Indiana, going to the 49ers. It's not a draft unless Kyle Shanahan's getting a mid-round running back here.
Yeah.
Going to the Niners.
Yeah.
Black did a nice job. So they had a couple transfers come in. Black did a really nice job and was probably the better back for Indiana down the stretch here.
He looked good in what limited action I saw at Indiana, and then watching his tape a little bit. I kind of liked him. It's like unspectacular, but solid.
Got him as a 48, ran a 4.45, solid athletic profile, fine production profile, a little bit below average after contact, forcing missed tackles, but coming off a good year at Indiana, his best season, and Kyle Shanahan gets his mid-round running back here.
But he looks solid at the Senior Bowl as well. Like, he just seems like a good player that maybe he's limited and, there's a ceiling to him, but like he's, I think, a solid player to have in your backfield as a committee.
Running back's interesting. The consensus board guys that are higher, Mike Washington Jr. at Arkansas, who had the great combine, Jonah Coleman from Washington, Emmett Johnson, did he go? He didn't go anywhere, right? No. Emmett Johnson, a little surprised by him still being on the board from Nebraska. The 2 Penn State guys, Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, and then Kalen Black is one of the next guys off the board. So he leapfrogged a few of those other guys that are higher than him on the consensus.
Yeah. I thought I like that as a pick. I mean, look, you're adding to a team like San Francisco. It's not like they have a massive need in the backfield, but he's a guy that could steal some carries, I think.
Yes, he's a running back. We got that. We just a misprint there. We know he's a running back. Keontae Scott, still on the board. He is. Mike Washington, still available, as we said. There's always some fun names going into round 4.
Well, yeah, that was the Troy Franklin.
We've seen him the whole time.
Who is the highest player left on the consensus board?
Besides Jamad McCoy.
Yeah, besides McCoy, obviously. Pregnon he's gone. He was 41.
Chris Bell has to be the guy.
Chris Bell,
Jennings
yes.
Dunker.
54 Chris Bell, 55 Keontae Scott still available, right?
Dunker.
Brazzle just went. Dunker's lower than that, I think. Dunker's 65. Caleb Tieran is 67, the tackle from Northwestern. Kyle Lewis is still available, right? 68, the Pitt linebacker / big slot dude.
Yeah.
Elijah Surratt, the Indiana wide receiver, 69. The dentist, DDS.
DDS is still out there.
Penn State edge,
there's going to be
72.
some quality fourth-rounders.
Then Mike Washington, Connor Liu. So there's still
Chris Bell, man, I would take that shot. I don't know what the...
I'm kind of surprised. I understand he's injured, but like Chris Bell's got real talent.
Height machine
he has
out there.
Maybe the most spectacular catch of anybody in this draft on his resume. There is a play where he's running like, forget if it was like a deep out or a comeback or something, and the corner has position. Like the corner is running the route to the sideline, and the quarterback throws it right to the corner. And Chris Bell, from behind chasing him down, like leaps up over the corner's head, one-handed, taps the ball away from the guy who's about to catch it like this, to himself, and then like lands and catches the ball and then turns around and starts running with it. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Bell because, again, when players are injured, if they're just going to miss a season, or if they're just coming off an injury, it's not usually the biggest deal in the world. But even if he's going to miss half of next year, I mean,
yeah,
that's worth it at this point.
100%. Yes. I mean, again, he was getting comped a lot to AJ Brown, right? He's got that size and run after the catch and physicality to his game. Again, even if you're going to miss, it's like the Jermon McCoy thing. Like, if you're going to miss a bit of time, if he's that good, take him. It's still worth it.
All right, man. We got the Raiders with the pick in, unaware of what it is just yet. They're about to make it on the broadcast. Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots all coming up here with the next few picks. Seahawks will finish up the non-compensatory pick categories, and then you get two back-to-back comp picks for the Vikings, and then the Steelers and Jags with comp picks.
And then we just do it all over again with our day 2 recap.
And we'll do our day 2 recap because that's what we do.
But that lets us go through and start picking out our favorite drafts. I think that's fun. It's a fun show.
It is. We'll day 2 winners and
losers. Luckily, the Jags have redeemed themselves with the Pregnon pick.
They did.
So that would have been awkward when we were just trashing the Jags for a while. But now they've clawed it back.
They have.
Clawed back some goodwill.
Good pick for them at 88. Raiders are making a pick at 91. I'll watch the broadcast, see what it was. Is this Matt Millen making the pick? Don't quote me on that. Trey Zune is the pick here. Calling him a center.
Ooh, a lot of people loved him.
Out of Texas A&M. Played a lot of left tackle, so he's got some positional flexibility. The notes just say Max Unger. Is that because he's 6'6", 312? The NFL Network notes here from from DJ.
Positives.
It's one of
Max
his notes.
Unger. A lot of people really liked him. His sort of statistical profile was really impressive. On the other hand, again, people were kicking him into center, so I don't know what to do with that when a guy's got like a good statistical profile as a tackle, but they're projecting him into center. Like, what does that even matter?
It's usually pretty good. There's a couple of those guys, him and Parker from Duke, that have that similar profile. Tackle first. He worked out really well, 5 flat, and good jumps and 33 bench reps. Still benched. If you bench, bump you up around here. Just if you bench. 33-inch arms. That's part of the reason why he's kicking in. He's right on the cusp for a tackle, but he's got some positional versatility and played a lot of football.
A lot of football. Again, primarily at left tackle. He's athletic. I think you can see he's smart when he plays. I like this. I think it's a good pick.
Caleb Tieran, who has not been drafted yet. Ozzie Trapillo, another production / athleticism, game athleticism score comp here for him.
He's one of the, you mentioned that the Pregnon a lot of times is sort of at the heart of miscommunications when it comes to stunts and that kind of thing. Zune's really good at that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, he's always following it. He's one of these guys that sees it coming as it's coming, is in the right place, anticipates the second guy that's about to arrive, and hands off the block really well.
Here's a really interesting pick, Sam. Number 92, the Dallas Cowboys are going Jaylen Barum from Michigan. Jaylen Barum.
Was he multiple people's favorite player? Certainly
yes.
one of them in our
Ben Solak, I think, has been raving about him. Someone else maybe too.
I think Lance Zierlein. No, was Lance Zierlein?
He was the other. It was Jimmy.
Yeah, that's true.
But the other. It was the actual Michigan linebacker.
Solak has definitely been raving about him, but somebody else has as well.
Barum is going to Dallas.
Yeah.
He's a linebacker to edge conversion. He is a bull in a china shop type of player. He is just wrecking everything. And he is young on the edge. And Jerry's excited. I'm just telling you, they're all excited. They're like, we got him. We got the next linebacker to edge conversion. Barum's good value here at pick 32.
He reminds me a little bit of two players that the Rams have drafted in the last few years, of Byron Young and Josiah Stewart from Michigan, actually. But for similar, like both twitchy, incredibly impressive athletes, both like violent, relentless, just want to wreck things, and none of them had a tremendous sort of advanced development in terms of like knowing what they were doing, sophisticated technique, blah, blah, blah. They were all just kind of getting by on being like want to and traits and tools and like, I'm going to go wreck this thing and then pick the pieces out of it later. I kind of love those players.
Some of his, look, he is He uses his rip move a lot, power and strength to play on the edge. Got 34-inch arms, ran pretty well, 4.64, and he's young at the position. They just started moving him out there this year, and they were kind of anticipating that. He's only 243 or so pounds.
Yeah.
So he's young at the position.
251 at his pro day, though.
Yeah. So he can do it, man. This is a great spot for him. Pressure percentage high. Like, he's got pretty good pass rush numbers. He's got pretty good numbers in the run as far as, once again, disrupting and just blowing up plays on the edge. I think something to be excited about here. I think at pick 92.
250.
And just another dude to add to that defensive line for Dallas.
250 at his pro day, I think, was pretty significant because 240, at his size, you're like, can he actually play on the defensive line, and be an every down player there? 250, you're getting into the world. Okay, that's big enough. Like, we can do that. We can make that work. And maybe there's going to be development and stuff, but like, he can play there. But at 240, you might have been like, is he just a tweener? Does he even have an NFL position? At 250, you're like, yeah, we can make that work.
All right, the Rams are taking Missouri offensive tackle Keegan Trust with pick 93. This is one of my favorite model players here, Sam.
Oh, yeah?
He's a little old, so it's pre-age adjustment, but he's 86 in the model, which is about as good as you get at this point. 163 on the consensus board, so a little bit high compared to the consensus here, but probably a guard conversion with some positional flexibility. Like I said, a little bit older, but really productive career here for Trust.
Yeah,
for the Rams.
Reef's consensus board has him listed as a guard straight up, so yeah, probably an interior offensive line for them. Again, the Rams' whole offensive line is kind of due to get paid and or depart, so backfilling that, getting a succession plan in place, insulating yourself from having to pay everybody makes some sense for them.
Yeah, 32 with 3/8 inch arms. He'll be moving to the interior, but Luke Gedeke, production combine comp when they were coming out, another short arm guy, some similarities there. Gedeke's become a really good player, so he's got some I like the production profile for Trust, coming off a really good season at Missouri last year at 6'5", 316. So that's the Rams pick. We got the Dolphins with their pick in at 94, just 6 more picks here, and we'll do it all over again.
Till we fire up the review.
How's everybody doing? How's the chat doing? How's everybody?
Have the Vikings just drafted 2 defensive tackles?
No, there's someone else in there too, right?
Who else did they take?
It is the point in the draft where I'm trying to figure out what did everybody else, what did all their players do? What did the teams do?
Remember when they fired Kwesi, and some of the speculation was like, well, who's going to be running the room now, right? Who's the alpha in there, right? It's committee, but like, who's the leader? Well, so far we've gone defense.
Oh, you saying Flores is running the show?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they've gone defense.
Saying Flores is running the show. How about Dallas adding Malachi Lawrence and Jaawn Barum, both on the edge? Rashawn Gary,
yeah,
Donovan Ezeraku. They're adding the aggregate, baby.
You get 6 or 7 players, you might equal one Micah Parsons.
Oh man, they're. I guarantee they mentioned the word Moneyball in the draft room.
Oh, here we go. The Miami Dolphins just took Louisville wide receiver Chris Bell.
Beautiful.
6'2", 222 pounds, A.J. Brown style size player. Just a monster. That guy, he's a fun watch.
Text Bobby. Chris Bell fan. He's very good, man. He is. You mentioned A.J. Brown. Other people have used that comp. I mean, he's the closest thing as far as
size,
runaway speed and size, right? I know there's like a little hype machine out there. He hits 23 miles an hour on the thing, and he runs a 4.3. But he looks fast on the field. He is fast. He's got that slant, take it to the house ability.
Yep.
Mosses people at the catch point.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really good in and out of breaks.
Yeah.
For his size as well. I mean, he ticks a lot of boxes. Production profile was inconsistent early in his career, but it got better. And he was having a huge season last year before he got injured in November.
Yeah, his second phase speed is really good. That acceleration phase, he just surges past people with that size. It's pretty impressive to watch. He definitely has a bit of a rudimentary route tree. Goes, post, hitches, slants, basically it. So I don't love that. You're never going to love that. You want to see more variety in it. But his high-end plays are spectacular. Like, he can do some pretty amazing things that very few wide receivers in this draft can do. Used outside almost exclusively. I'd love to see him moved inside a bit. Not like turn him into a slot, but like move him around, like give him some favorable matchups and alignments. But like run after the catch threat, can be a deep threat as well. Difficult to bring down after the catch. I sort of listed him as a bit of a project, but a really fun one.
So there's your double up. We talked about the Dolphins and their history, the Packers regime and double dipping at the position. They have Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech, who they got at 75. Earlier in the third, they get Chris Bell now from Louisville. And look, if he has to miss this season, half a season, whatever it is, it matches their rebuild right now, right? And there's potential weapon for Malik Willis. I mean, he's a better player than Caleb Douglas, who they took at 75, and he's only going this low because of the injury concern.
Right, late season ACL, so it's like he may miss this year.
It was in November. It was very late in the season.
The other thing, by the way, he had a monster game against that insane Miami, Florida defense, right? One of the best defense in the nation. Chris Bell had 9 catches for 136 yards and 2 touchdowns against them. Like, that's pretty damn impressive. On a run where he had like 3 straight games of at least 136 yards, scored in every one of them, had at least 9 catches in 3 straight games. The dude's impressive.
I love looking at draft hauls as a group, and we'll do this a little bit tonight, and of course a lot this week. But the Miami haul so far of 6 players is an interesting combination of guys like Caden Proctor and Chris Bell, who are more of your Planet Theory types, and then just dependable, good football players, Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez. Not that they're not athletic, but you got 2 really good football players, Chris Johnson, Rodriguez, Caden Proctor, the proverbial upside, Chris Bell, the upside. Interesting combination here for the Dolphins. And they get them right ahead of New England, who is linked to Bell just a little bit, looking for weapons for Drake May.
We talked about how Green Bay, clearly prioritize freaky athletes, right? Their relative athletic score versus the league average is off the charts. I mean, Miami looks like they are prioritizing same things, right? The new regime there, Green Bay connections. I mean, these are athletes they're drafting.
All right, Patriots about to pick at 95, and then the Steelers trade up to 96. Is this Deion Branch making the pick here for New England? I think Kay was asking him if he was going to be announcing fellow Louisville Cardinal Chris Bell for the Patriots tonight, which he won't be.
No.
Because the Dolphins got him in the division. Patriots are going tight end Eli Raridan from Notre Dame. Big tight end Eli Raridan. He was my most improved player this year.
Really?
In the draft model. I like to track that.
Oh, the model.
Yes, in draft score. So I like watching how what they scored coming into the season, and then what they were coming out. He was one of the most improved players. Pretty good athlete at this size, and smooth pass catcher who can run block a little bit.
Yeah,
catches the ball off his frame.
Ben Solak highlighted this as well in Mel Kiper's write-up. It began with he's the 3rd generation of Raridan that Mel has now scouted.
That's awesome. Good for Mel.
Yeah.
I love it. Mel's still a legend. He's the best. I don't care what he does with Shadur and the whole thing.
I care. I mean, I would care more if I had to watch it. But
I'm glad I don't have to watch it.
Yeah, it's easier to be like, it's just Mel. He's a character when you don't have to sit through it for 3 days.
All right, so Raridan's the pick there. The Seahawks finally get to accumulate some more picks.
Oh yeah.
So they had pick 96. They're going to trade down. They add the final pick of round 6, 216, to move down.
Okay.
Steelers come up here. And it's 96. Yeah. They move down 3 spots. So they'll be picking at pick 99 here, and they get an extra selection. Steelers are on the clock.
Dude, I would do that every time. And like the bottom of the 3rd round, you're going to give me an extra pick just to move down 3 spots? Sure,
yeah,
give me.
Get your long snapper a little bit later. Who were the Steelers targeting?
Those are my your things. All the stuff you would do. I would move up for basically any time.
Up early, down late.
No. Up anytime. From like the 2nd round onwards, I would move up as long as all I'm giving up is movement in the rounds. Like I'm not losing picks, and then I would move down if anybody gave me an extra pick. So that's how I would do it, right? I would constantly move down within rounds in order to jump up and grab my player, and then I would move down for any pick if you give me an extra pick.
But you're moving up.
But I would move up in order to. I would move up in order to get my guy as long as all I was doing was moving down in other rounds, in subsequent rounds.
Got it.
And then I would move down anytime if you were giving me an extra pick.
The Steelers they have targeted Jennings Dunker,
Okay.
Iowa, same uniform.
Yes.
Keeps the same uniform. The mullet's heading to Pittsburgh.
The mullet is heading to Pittsburgh.
Played left tackle at Iowa, probably projects at as a guard at the next level.
Yeah, so where are we playing? What is our offensive line now for Pittsburgh?
Let's reset this thing.
Let's reset.
Because we got Honitcher in there. We don't know what happens with Broderick Jones.
Honitcher probably starts at left tackle now, right? Or are you moving Fautanu back to...
Fautano's probably back at left tackle. There was talk about him maybe moving into guard.
And then Honitcher at right tackle?
Dunker's got a chance to compete at guard, though.
Yeah, left guard.
I mean, if Broderick Jones is healthy, I think you still give him a shot at left tackle in year 3.
No.
You're just done with him.
Yes.
Like you're done with Chase Brown and the Bengals.
Yeah. Broderick Jones is not seeing the field for me unless people get hurt.
Need more Bengals picks to come through.
He would be the third person that I gave a shot to left tackle in that team.
Dylan Cook did a fine job last year. Had a lot of help. Dylan Cook filled in at left tackle. You could try him there. You could let him compete with Broderick Jones. You could get Fautanu playing on the left side with a Honitcher, getting the shot just to stay at the right side on the right side, which I think could make sense. Mason McCormick's locked in at right guard. Zach Frazier's there's 2 spots absolutely locked in.
Yeah.
But Dunker gives you at least some flexibility, maybe step in at left guard.
Right. I mean, Honitcher played right tackle in
tackles.
college, right? Fautanu played left tackle in college, but has been playing right tackle in the NFL.
He's been going back and forth.
Yeah, he's been doing both. Dunker
and that's
played
part of
tackle,
Broderick Jones, man. That's part of his
but may project into guard
development.
And then it's kind of, I mean, there's a starting 5 there somewhere. I'm just not sure exactly how it lines up.
Dunker at left guard, competing right away. That's good. Late third round.
Yeah.
To get him. Maybe not as good as the mullet suggests, but he's a fine prospect.
It does, it makes you feel better about it, though.
Offensive line prospects, grow a mullet. People will love you.
Grow a mullet, and if possible, have ginger hair.
He just gets hyped up. They get hyped up at the combine. Him and what's his face from the.
Well, you're gonna get
from the
FaceTime
Lions.
if you have a mullet and you run a 40. If you run a 40 with a mullet,
You're gonna get FaceTime.
You're
gonna
gonna
grow
get
your hair out.
Right. Either the mullet or what was the name of that Notre Dame quarterback, Sam? What's his face with just the flow, just gorgeous hair.
Who?
Sam something from a couple of years ago.
Stanford?
No.
Who did you say? Oh, Hartman.
Yes.
Hartman?
Yes. So either have
Notre
a mullet or just have gorgeous flowing hair.
Just have gorgeous flowing hair. Smart. That's what I have.
See, even Ben knew that. Get Ben on the show.
What? I thought you said Stanford. I was thinking of Stanford quarterbacks. I was like, what, Kevin Hogan?
No. Not.
I'm trying to find. I swear there was a tweet that had Kevin Hogan going in the first round that year because everybody forgot this guy could fall. I think it was Gabe, too. I swear it exists.
Of course it was Gabe.
Of course. Like, people love Kevin Hogan. Vikings have back-to-back picks here.
Yeah.
The comp pick from Kirk Cousins, and then the comp pick it came through the Eagles. I want to say this is probably for Josh Sweat. And then the Seahawks comp pick through Pittsburgh, which would have been who left last. And then the Jags have one through Detroit. Somebody leaving.
Uh-huh.
High-impact players leaving. I don't remember who they were. But the Vikings have back-to-back picks here. Of course, they're going to go defensive side of the ball because Brian Flores is running the show.
Right, with an iron fist.
He's going to get Javon McCoy here.
Brian Flores is guarding the phone with a stick. Anyone comes near him.
I think it's like a battle royal for who can make the pick. All the Kevin O'Connell's reaching for the phone and Flores biting his hand off.
Flores is at the phone like this, right? And like a bat in his hand. Anyone comes near him, she's getting cracked in the head.
Oh, that's great. Just ludicrous time of the night here. Sam Hartman, we got it. We're going live right after this. We'll do our favorite drafts, day 2 recap, winners and losers. Try not to fall asleep. No, we're having fun. We're having fun. It's the end of round 3. Jennings Dunker's there. There's Hartman's flowing locks right there. Where did he play in the NFL?
Washington.
I can tell by the colors.
Yeah.
Is he still in camp? Going to be in camp with them this year?
Yeah, I think he's still in the roster.
Vikings back-to-back, baby. Let's go.
We got to pick in. They should have to do them both at the same time. You got back-to-back picks.
Showboat.
Don't mess around with that. Just put them 2 names in. Just give me 2 names. One
What
phone
do they
call.
do on the broadcast here? They're going to just stay up there and announce both?
Probably
They got to
go-
let the guy have his time.
Probably go to break. Okay, first one's in. Offensive tackle Caleb Tieran from Northwestern.
There you go, Caleb Tieran. There's your offensive player. Kevin O'Connell gets a pick here.
Stays in purple.
Tackle from Northwestern. He was another short arm guy. That's I think by the number, but 6'7", 323. I thought he was pretty solid in pass pro. I could not figure out why he wasn't in an All-Star game because, he's a top 10 tackle or so in this draft.
I mean, he's 67 on the consensus board, the 8th ranked tackle on the consensus board.
I don't know what happened there, but yeah, he looked pretty good. I thought he held up pretty well against some of the Oregon players. He'll move backwards a little bit more than you'd like to see, but he's like I thought he was a fringe second round type of tackle. You get him here late third. I think that's pretty good value for the Vikings.
Same, yeah. I mean, it sort of shows
Swing
you.
tackle.
Right, that's the thing. It sort of shows you that, I mean, it's not like the Vikings need a starting tackle, but, sometimes you reach this point in the draft, you're drafting for depth, you're drafting players that you think can just, be good backups at certain positions, be your swing tackle. I see the beast, Dane Burglar, disproportionately shorter arms for his size.
Yeah, what's his official number? 32.
So 6'7.5", 323 pounds, with 32.25-inch arms, which became 32 3/8 at his pro day. Which means this is another guy who has shorter arms than I do.
Yeah.
Again, remember 6'7.5".
Yeah, that's a Hutch.
Yeah.
A little Hutch territory.
Right. That's, 6'7", what's his wingspan? 79.5, 79, whatever. So his wingspan is normal. It's just his stumpy arms.
And then they get their free safety. It's not Dylan Thieneman. It's Jacoby Thomas from Miami.
Okay.
There's your free safety. Coming off a really nice year.
So we gave you one, Kevin. Now it's back to defense.
Back to the defensive side of the ball. I got him as a 42, okay profile, okay athleticism, okay across the board, Jacoby Thomas. He had a really nice year, though, for Miami last year.
Congratulations on your okay across the board player.
We're in late round 3. Probably play a little bit more free safety. They love that versatility on the back end. The whole Miami secondary is a big question. Keontae Scott, Thomas,
right.
A lot of those dudes stepped up. In Scott's case, played a different role. He was playing outside previously and then did a really nice job in the slot. That was a big part of Miami's success last year. Thomas was a part of it.
He's another guy that's ranked pretty high in the consensus board, 55 there.
Thomas is?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, no, Keontae Scott.
Yeah, Keontae Scott's one of those. Yeah, he's sticking around. I mean, he's Jacoby Thomas is up at 172. Michael Taft territory in that round.
Taft territory.
Yeah, similar free safety style. Ooh, I like this pick for Seattle at 99. Cornerback Julian Neal from Arkansas.
He's the guy that got wrecked by Ted Hurst in the
Understood.
On
There's
that
a lot
one
to
play,
like.
the Senior Bowl.
A lot to like on Julian Neal's tape for this part of the draft. Good size. I think he's got 6'2", 208. He's got 95th percentile arms. Kind of like an old school Seattle pick here, 4'4", 940. Not exactly Reek Woolen's athleticism or anything, but takes a lot of chances on the ball, for better or for worse. Could find the ball better down the field. Footwork, though, is pretty good for his size and length, and makes a lot of plays on the ball. And they needed some size in the secondary. The Reek Woolen leaving for Philadelphia.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, trying to backfill the gaps that they had there. I mean, the Seahawks have so few draft picks that they're basically just plugging the needs individually and just doing it pick after pick.
I got him as a 63 overall with a 90 combine, Sam. That includes that's your arm, your wingspan,
so
average
size and measurables as opposed to just athletic.
When I say combine, it's the
Right.
whole thing, the whole workout and measurables loaded in together.
Yeah.
And so all that good, vertical, broad, 4.2 shuttle, 6'9" cone, and 98 game athleticism. So a lot of
11-foot broad jump. Yeah, I mean, these are 40-inch vertical. These are all good numbers.
all good numbers for Julian Neal. And like I said,
At 6 foot,
Yeah.
1.5, 200-plus pounds.
I said size and length intriguing to the right teams, 5-year player, late bloomer, more of like an old school Seattle type of pick. I think he's got a chance to compete
He
on the outside for them.
He has longer arms and the same wingspan as Caleb Tieran.
Wow. I don't understand humans sometimes. Right?
Yeah.
Same?
I mean, that's crazy, right? I mean, again, like forget the dude that's 6'2" and 200 pounds or whatever. I have longer arms than Caleb Tieran. That's ridiculous.
Oh, am I missing somebody here? What happened? Is this misspelled?
What have we done?
Jaylen Husky's the final pick. We're on to round 4.
Maryland safety.
Maryland safety.
To the Jags.
Where is he? I got it misspelled somewhere. Let me try to find it.
187th on the consensus board.
They have 3 picks now between 160 and 180.
Yes, and we are at pick what?
I think
100?
Chris Trapasso is a big Jaylen Husky fan. So read his analysis.
I mean, just
if you're a Jags fan.
that by itself doesn't scream great draft when you're like, they've picked 3 guys in the 160s to 180s, and we're currently at pick 100.
So that's it. Pick 100. Jaylen Husky in from Maryland. That's your final comp pick. We're on to round 4, which starts tomorrow. How's everybody doing? We're going to wrap this up in a couple minutes here. Do not go anywhere.
No.
Everybody come right back, and we're going to give you our day 2 recap. We'll give you our favorite drafts, everything we've liked, maybe some stuff we don't like. We'll skew positive, though, all the good stuff. Sound good?
Yeah, best as we can. You know, some drafts maybe weren't that great. This
All
actually, which is rare. We've been saying, like, for the last few years, it's actually been kind of difficult to find drafts that you don't like coming out of the draft. Like, more, you know, teams seem to be much closer to the consensus and much closer to the kind of
Few teams going off the board a little bit.
All of a sudden, you've got a Maverick out there. You got a young kid, you know, doing it his own way.
Got a young kid out there. A few teams, it happens in the 3rd round. A little bit more.
Yeah, well, apparently it is here, certainly.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Stay on the stream. We're going to switch the stream,
yeah.
whatever. It's gonna add you to the new stream. Don't go anywhere else. We're going to recap day 2. Going to grab a quick drink here and get right back to it. Sound good?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thanks to everybody for tuning in to our live coverage of day 2. Our day 2 recap starts in just a couple minutes.